What's happening to
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, May 18th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We have NHL playoffs. We're in the East Finals. Game number one, the Florida Panthers versus the Carolina Hurricanes. Live reactions and a watch party with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. So the puck will be dropped here just momentarily in the next few minutes. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Rooting for the Panthers to make it all the way to the Stanley Cup. And hell, if they could go all the way and win it all, how cool would that be, right? You know, unless you're, a Vegas Golden Knight fan or a Dallas Stars fan, you're probably thinking, well, what about us? Well, we already know how good you guys are on the Western Conference, but let's see what happens here in the East. And I am actually very excited, Pizzle. I'll be rooting for Florida all the way through. Obviously, we know if Florida gets there and they can beat Carolina, they're the hottest team in playoff hockey right now. But most people would say that Dallas and Vegas are the overall better teams. But as we know, sometimes when you're hot and you're healthy, you might not be the best team in hockey, right? That was supposedly Boston. You mop the floor with them, right? Then you played Toronto. They said, we want Florida. Mop the floor with them too. So even though you might not be the best team in the regular season, hell, you might not be the best team right now as far as overall player for player. But I'll tell you what, you are hot. It feels like everything's starting to come together with that Uncle Mo and that momentum. And even though people think, well, maybe if they overachieve, they win this series, they go to the Stanley Cup and they lose, that could happen. We obviously have respect for Vegas and Dallas. We know how good they are, but I wouldn't count out a team that is playing together, that's playing hot like Florida. And I know it's a big long shot. I think it was like, going in, they had such a low percentage to not only, get to the playoffs or then at that point to win the Stanley Cup, if you're one of the last teams. But again, we have seen wild card teams in the NFL win the Super Bowl, right? So we've seen teams that have been like 9-7, crawling their way in, just barely getting in, but just getting hot at the right time. And sometimes that's really all you need. So I'm very excited to be able to do this. Like I said, I'll still be watching a little bit of the baseball. I'll keep that on tabs with the Dodgers and the Cardinals. So I will be kind of monitoring that. And then on top of that, then we got the Lakers and Nuggets. And I will be watching that on the computer. Let me get it all set up now. So that way I don't have to do it later. And very, very cool if you're a hockey fan. Even if you're not a hockey fan, on the broadcast right now in the pregame show for game one here, NHL on TNT, face-off, they fucking have Wayne Gretzky on. So, I mean, even if you're a novice or someone that doesn't give, two fucks about hockey, Wayne Gretzky's on. Anytime you can get one of the legends on, kind of cool. I mean, I imagine there's been a lot of people that haven't really seen him that often unless he, agrees to the appearance or he's a part of a team and whatnot. So I'm ready. Let's go. All right. So I got let's see here. We got Lakers. We got Nuggets. Let me click here. So I just want to make sure I have it all set up so then I can just have it. Boom, shakalaka, annoying pre-show. Boom, boom, boom. No. Daniel in the building. How are you? Pizzle in the building. Let's go Panthers, man. I hope you like the thumb that I made. I tried to think of you. There's not too many people that I know that are Florida Panther or Carolina Hurricane fans. And it kind of fucks with me a little bit because obviously with hockey, when you have a name of something, Carolina Panthers, and then it's Florida, and then I'm playing against Carolina. It's like, I got to catch myself. Carolina Panthers, Florida. I'm trying to in my brain process it, because it's like normally you're not a name of a team that you're going against that has a different name, because I know obviously it's the Hurricanes, but, obviously my football brain is working that way though. But let's get to 100 and donos. And I got some cool photos prepped here as well. And obviously here's starting off with the thumb. I, try to make something nice. And there's other ones that I'll do that will be like more portrait style. But my preference, if I can find it and make it look the way that I want it, obviously doing silhouettes of the players, doing action shots, much cooler than just a portrait. But sometimes the portrait is what I have access to that I can make work. But these ones usually look the best, and I'm ready. I am ready, baby. Let's go. And then obviously what the Florida Panthers. We got to make sure we get the logo up. Bang. There we go. We got to get it up there. Matthew Tkachuk. All right. Let's go. And I got a couple of him. So we have to get different home and road uniforms and whatnot. Bobrovsky, I see you with the goalie. Vergehi. All right. Kind of been hot. Right. So maybe we'll get a little Vergehi magic today. Sam Bennett, Alexander Bukov, and then Sergei Bobrovsky. I'm telling you, this Florida Panthers thing, playing against the Carolina Hurricanes, who normally have the football team Carolina Panthers, the shit is going to fuck with me the whole series. It's like I didn't have any issues like this at all, until I came to this. But I am ready. And the eyes on the prize are obviously for Mr. Matthew Tkachuk, okay? The Stanley. That's what it's about. All right, Carolina Hurricanes, Panthers. All right. I know you're trying to go for it too. I know. Hopefully this will be an electric East final. All right. Shit, Borat's on board. He said, fuck it, very nice. Martin Nekas. Sebastian Aho. Jordan Hall. Frederick Anderson. And a sprinkle in a little Brent Burns. Let's go. You got to get a couple of the, different positions and whatnot. 7:50 to go. And you're only going to go as far as, your goalies on your squad are going to take you, right? Frederick Anderson. Will it be you? Sergei Bobrovsky. Will it be you? Someone's going to the Stanley Cup. Either team that goes is going to be a heavy underdog, right? But at least if Florida wins, some of the bettors, will take a risk and will bet for the hot team. They know they might not be the best regular season team. They might have had some struggles, but the way that you've manhandled Boston, most points, best record, broke all the records, but it didn't feel like the Colorado Avalanche like last year, or with Tampa Bay. It didn't feel that type of vibe or championship caliber. In the regular season, it did. But whatever it was in that last month or those last couple weeks, that doubt that the fans had, I don't know. Maybe it carried over to the players and the coaches. But you got to give Florida credit on the opposite side and not just be like, oh, Boston and Toronto fucked up. No, Florida fucked them up to get to this point. So it's very cool to be able to see a Cinderella story. I was really hoping we would get the Kraken and Florida. That would have been my dream scenario, but I'm not dumb. I obviously know how hard it is to be able to get to a championship game, let alone when you're only in your second year. You're like an expansion team. So I already knew the luck was more than likely going to run out in that Game 7, but hopefully the Kraken can get to a point where we're the favored team and we have Game 7 at home in our home ice. Then I feel that we can maybe go a little bit further. And based on how the Kraken played this year, if you're an outsider looking in, I think a lot of fans were rooting for us. And I think a lot of fans like the Kraken. They're like, they got a pretty cool logo. The colors are cool. There's a little nice blend of young with like Maddie, and then obviously a little bit old. You got some veterans that switch teams. And it's just kind of a nice blend of young and old. And it feels with Hack, that maybe in 5 to 10 years, maybe they can make a Stanley Cup. Will they win it? I'm not necessarily going to go that far. We'll have to see how, the league is at that point and what teams are dominant. But definitely a fun time in the Pacific Northwest. If you live in Oregon or Washington, the Blazers with Dame Dalla, we missed out on Wemby. He went to the Spurs. That could have been a game changer for us. Ducks with Bo Nix, we're going to be good, but we're not going to be that good. Probably USC, Utah, UW, Washington will be better than us. Probably we'll go 8-4. We don't have any defense. Defense blows. But at least we got the Kraken, the Mariners, trying to go on the up and up. Bryce Miller, I see you. Robbie Ray, bye-bye. Bryce Miller, hello. Okay. Mariners, Kraken, Seahawks, Geno. Hey, it's starting to look kind of good. And then if we can get the Sonics to come back, I know people up there up north would be happy. Oh, look at this crowd. I like this. Energy, energy, energy. And that's the thing that I love the most is energy in the building. Hell, they got Jonathan Stewart out there. Let's go. And like I said, this NBA playoffs, I'm trying, right? But nothing is as good as the NHL playoffs compared to maybe the way the energy that I feel when I watch, I feel the energy in NHL. I feel the energy in NFL, college football, the camaraderie, the energy in wrestling, AEW, WWE, NJPW, ROH. I feel it. You even feel it slightly on the baseball side in the playoffs. But for basketball, maybe that's what it is for me. They don't give me enough energy. There's just not enough going for it for me. And I will watch from afar, you know what I mean? But there's just certain things that don't, give you the same type of feeling. And it could be anybody playing in the NHL playoffs. And to me, that's going to be funner to watch than any matchup in the NBA. And it never used to be like that for me. Ever, ever, ever. NBA used to be my number one out of everything, right? But we're here tonight. Kenny Albert, I see you. Let's go. I'm ready. And honestly, I don't regret it. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you have to be able to evaluate that what makes you happy. When WWE was in the shitter, some people watched because they were loyal, but some of us, we turned off. We want to spend our time watching something that we enjoy, not 3 hours of hell, right? And I feel like the NBA and WWE at times, you're kind of in hell a little bit. It should be better than what it is. I don't think that's asking too much. They're not on the same level. They might have more fans, globally on the NBA than maybe NHL or maybe MLB or NASCAR, some of the lower tiers. But I'm telling you, the energy that you get watching NHL is something else. Let's go, baby. I'm here. Let's go. Let's go. Hurricanes, Panthers. Let's get to 100 and donos, baby. Uh-oh, is it bad? Is he getting rocked? Yeah. Remember, he was supposed to be your number one this year. Whitey's in the building. How are you? Yeah, and I'm learning, as I go. I pick up things very quickly. And once I'm committed to a sport, I'm all in. You know what I mean? When I decommit, and I feel that I'm not liking this thing anymore like the NBA, that's just how it is. I have to be brutally honest. But again, if you're a fan of the Lakers, the Warriors, the Bucks, the Sixers, the Celtics, that doesn't apply to you. You actually have a team that you can, watch, and they're fun to watch. But everyone else that's a kind of an outsider, the product it's tough, man. It is tough. So at least I have the NHL and NASCAR and MLB to kind of hold me over until we get back into football season. And obviously, if we get Lakers, Celtics, that's going to be more must-see TV than, Nuggets Heat. But, of course, if we're going to get it basketball, Nuggets Heat. But if we're going to get the show and social media and then trying to make it maybe bigger than it is, then you're doing Lakers, Celtics, reliving the 80s, right? I have not heard it, but I'm ready for today to get acquainted with both of these teams, the players, more than I know already. And so you can always learn a lot when you watch full games rather than watching clips or reels or shorts. So I'm very excited to be on board with the NHL. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be a part of my life for the rest of my life, just, like NASCAR and MLB. And maybe one day I'll come around on the NBA side in college hoops other than March Madness, but I highly doubt it, man. I got a lot of other things I can focus my time on, so. Oh, they are so passionate. Exactly. And that's what turns me off a little bit. It's just the effort, the passion, the lack of cheering, the lack of defense. Everyone shooting threes, load management, everyone flops. Like, can you give me a product that was like kind of like what it was when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, but it's nowhere near that talent-wise, and then everything else surrounding the game. The NBA All-Star Game is a joke. Back when I was a kid, the dunk contest fucking meant something. You had fucking Jordan and Dominique Wilkins throwing fucking 50s on every dunk attempt. It was amazing. Fuck, even the players that didn't win were like Clyde Drexler. It was fucking awesome. But I love hockey fans, man, and I think that's really why I'm starting to convert to the dark side. I'm like Darth Vader. I'm converting. I feel it. just because I'm about energy. That's the thing. Passion and energy is what I live my life for, and be able to feel that energy and broadcast that energy together when we're watching sports. There's just so many people that can be on their phones, and we get distracted with social media, and we even do it when we're watching games, when we're watching movies, when we should be paying attention to our dogs or whatever we're doing at the time. We get distracted easy, right? With the social media, the likes, the posts, all that. Sometimes you just got to put the fucking phone down and you just got to enjoy shit. Like when I go with Paisley, no wallet, no phone. Everything is just, it's just me, her, nature. And I ended up fucking taking a big fall today at the nature park too. Fucked my arm up, all bloody, my back and my butt all mud. Like literally I went down with Paisley, like down this like 10, 15 foot embankment. She kind of tugged, I slipped, and then it hit the mud, and there was these big logs. Boom, hit the logs, started skidding down. And then I was probably 2 feet away from actually going in. Which I wouldn't have mattered if I would have went into the river. But it was kind of a hard fall, But I always like to explore with Paisley because she's an exploring type of pup. So if she wants to look somewhere, maybe I'll say no a couple times, but then eventually I'll give in, But eventually we went down to another spot underneath the bridge, and I went in. I was like, I gotta at least get this mud off of me and whatnot. It felt good. It was 90 degrees today, so let's get to 100 and donos, baby. Florida, Carolina, a sport that actually shows passion, not like the NBA. I do like March Madness, so I can't hate on college basketball, but I think that's the only thing that. I like that. Yeah, that one turned out good. Yeah. Yeah, but I think that, that's, obviously you could also argue like MLB fans sometimes are quiet. It's a different type of crowd. Wrestling fans and football fans are rowdy. Hockey fans are in that same boat. And I guess maybe NBA fans are kind of like MLB fans, a little bit more laid back and whatnot. But certain franchises like the Warriors and Celtics have those passionate fans across the board where you can feel the energy, where the fans make a difference, and that's how it's supposed to be. The fans should make a difference, but I think the fans don't make a whole lot of a difference in the NBA, except for maybe 5 teams. And then other than that, the home court advantage doesn't really exist compared to other sports home court. That's facts. Nice to see Whitey in the building. Yes, they are. But with all that being said, and me being a hater of the NBA, and I'm not a hater of too many things. The NBA, maybe Jose Altuve, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the only thing I can hate on in my life right now. But even the Altuve hate for me has gone way lower. You know what I mean? It's like that happened years ago. It's everybody, not just him, not just the Astros. So I'm not really sure if I still have that same kind of feeling, But there's the cheating part always sticks with you, though, And that's what does irritate me too. Yeah, like no one pays attention. Chords in the building. What to do? $5 holla. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see, and I got you at the commercial break. $5. Let's get to a hundo and then hit the second goal, baby. Oh, Sweetness by Jimmy Eat World. The crazy thing, Whitey, you're so right. And I don't know how it is in the Midwest or the East Coast, but I believe you because I know with the Portland Winterhawks, it's like WHL, it's like the league lower, than the NHL, kind of like a AAA, like a minors, right? But the fans we're passionate. Like, if it's something that's there, when we had the Portland Beavers and we had a AAA here in Portland, like people fucking went. People packed the house. People tried to get foul balls like they do at the Mariners. Like people really enjoyed themselves. And I think it's like that in a lot of the country, All right, 17 minutes in the first period, still 0-0. Florida, 3 shots on goal. Carolina 1. And again, Carolina Panthers, Florida Panthers. Florida Panthers, Carolina Hurricanes. But I agree. Let's go, baby. And I just feel that it's like the action that you get, when you watch hockey compared to the NBA. You have to pay attention. I think in the NBA, you can go on your phone, you can leave the room. You're not really missing a whole lot unless you're getting like, Steph Curry with 6 threes in a row and you missed it, or, some alley-oop dunk. But it's like, I feel with the basketball, just the flow of the game, the lack of defense, where it's like, you miss a little bit, it's not that big of a deal. But with hockey, if you really care, you have to watch everything. You have to be able to see the line changes, the penalties, the action. So even when it's like 0-0, you're watching a lot more action than even at a 30-35 game after a first quarter in the NBA, in my opinion. And then obviously we've seen, periods where you can get 6 goals in a period where it's like 4-2 and you're like, holy shit. Like, I don't know, just the energy in hockey, especially playoff hockey, is on a whole nother level than regular hockey. But it definitely shows NBA playoffs, and those are nowhere near this, not even close. I mean, for me, I'd rather do baseball, NASCAR, hockey, wrestling, football. I mean, probably anything than the NBA, really. And I mean, and some of the matchups can be slightly entertaining, like Warriors and Lakers. That's a good one. What we got in the East and West is, I mean, obviously, Miami can take it to 7 and Lakers could take it to 6 or 7. I don't know, but I think I got spoiled with watching greatness. And now if I was younger, if I was born within the last like 25 years, then I probably would be like, oh, this NBA, it's not too bad. I don't know what Orion's talking about. He's crazy. This is not that bad. But if you actually lived when I lived and saw what I saw, you would be like, dude, this is dog shit. It's like fucking WWE with Vince controlling. Not good. Like, people can act like it was still good when Vince was running it, but they're fucking goddamn crazy or insanely loyal to WWE. Yeah, well, that's true. My boy Odin's son, you converted me, man. I took a few of y'all to do it, and I'm on board more than ever, man. Like, fuck, man, I look forward to these, like, when I have to wait a couple days, it makes me feel like I'm waiting for football. And I normally don't get that antsy type of feeling for matchups, but that's when, I really love it. And I'm, because I'm already going to be watching Dodgers and Mariners and watching that and wrestling, 3-4 times a week. But I need something else to keep me going. So if NASCAR is only on Sunday, or if I get like trucks or Xfinity on Saturday, then, it's just kind of cool to be, all right, I'm not doing this NBA as much. Am I still going to watch, on the computer? Of course I am, because I'm going to, I want to know what's going on. I don't have to actually do it as my main broadcast, but I'm still going to keep up with everything, even if the league annoys me. That's facts. Yeah, I need to go. Oh, we're getting chippy. We're getting chippy out there. Bro, you were so right, but like I said, I'm not fake, I can't be just like a bandwagon person, otherwise I probably could have hopped on the Wayne Gretzky bandwagon or Mario Lemieux bandwagon. That was easy. Or if I really wanted to bandwagon it, I already knew I could have hopped on the Sidney Crosby or Ovechkin bandwagon. I already knew that those guys were like, the LeBron James at that time when they came in. I knew that both of them were going to be the 2 best in the league for quite a while. And I knew that both of them were going to win Stanley Cups. So I guess I could have, did that particular route, but it just didn't feel right to me. I need to have purpose. I need to have a connection if I'm really going to go all in, and then, I mean, if the Kraken didn't have a team, are we doing NHL right now? Maybe not. But like I said, you just got to be able to find that love, and then you have to be committed to learn. Sometimes it's scary to learn something new or to retouch up on something that you loved, but now it's been 15 years and you need a little brush up, on what's happened in the last 15 or 20. And, the names of the players and the trades and the history, who actually has won in the last 15 or 20 years. So even though that maybe I wasn't streaming, I mean, I normally would watch the Stanley Cup every year, and I would normally do the All-Star game, because I like the All-Star festivities. But, man, I mean, like, as far as, like, I love baseball. I love Mariners and Dodgers, like, to the core, right? I love going. I love watching on TV. But hockey's even more exciting than baseball, and I love baseball. NASCAR, I love NASCAR, but, I mean, NASCAR and NHL, NHL's got that energy. I mean, like I said, the closest thing to playoff hockey to me is NFL playoff. football. I mean, that's the closest thing I can think of. And a big reason, it's not what I'm necessarily always seeing on the ice. It's the reaction from the fans, that passionate fan base, and no matter what the team. I really admire that. You're right, man. It sure is. Oh, you got to be careful. So much emotion coming out. Hope you get better. Oh, yeah. And like I said, I feel guilty that it took me this long to hop back in, just like with NASCAR, because around the time that I stopped watching NASCAR on a regular basis, it was actually coincidentally around the same time I stopped watching hockey because I didn't have any friends to vibe with. And, like I said, even, you might have friends in person that you live with, but not everyone is going to be a fanatic. They might not be, a fan of the league that you like or watch NFL or, so it's just to be able to have that connection too. But, I feel like, obviously the more you know, the more interesting something is. The less you know, the less you care, period. If you are willing to put in the time and the effort to really understand the league as a whole. And obviously the probably hardest thing in hockey is the pronunciation. It's like if you're seeing it for the very first time. And obviously me being European and like Czech, so it's like I'm pretty cool with like the Russian names and the Czechoslovakian and Bosnian and Canadian names and the French Canadian, the French names. But every once in a while you look at one and you're like, God damn, I better wait for the announcers to fucking say it before I butcher it too bad. So Marc-Andre Fleury or Martin Brodeur. Okay, I got you. It's his first period. Basketball game hasn't started yet. And let's go over the stats here real quick. So we got shots on goal, Florida 4, Carolina 2. Hits, Florida 2, Carolina 4. Faceoffs 1, Carolina 4, Florida 2. So the same stat line with hits and faceoffs 1. And no power plays, no penalty minutes just yet. And I never thought I would get like so into like all the teams like I am with the NFL. Like I'm genuinely interested in like the league as a whole. And I'll try to do some regular season games too. Because like I said, I mean, if it comes down to either doing like NBA or hockey, I mean, I'm going to want to do hockey. So. And like, I don't know, like I said, I mean, if I just wasn't spoiled with seeing so many top 50 players and what the league meant to me as a kid, and then what I see now, I mean, there's a reason why I feel the way that I do, but I imagine a lot of you in the room, you probably feel the same way, that you either don't watch the NBA or you watch a little bit and you don't really like it like you used to, or you do watch it, but you do realize it's probably not the same as what it was. So. I'm just happy I have something to fall back on, because hell, if I wasn't doing this and I had to do the NBA games, like through like every game, like, as the event, I would probably not be too happy. At that point, I probably would just do baseball. I'd just be fuck it. I'd just try to do a baseball game, regardless of what it is. Let's go, baby. The green auto isn't a numbered. Oh, did you do some research? All right, and I'll get you. Yeah, did you see Odin? The Gretzky was on the pre-show.
Florida Panthers a different look and a great challenge for Carolina when he is on the ice. Scored 3 goals over the last 2 games in the series against Boston in round 1. Florida coming back from a 3-1 deficit.
But I think that's when you start to realize like things about yourself. Like, when I watch shows on TV, I'm really inspired by people that work hard. So no matter what it is, people that collect stuff like collectors, and people that work hard for their dreams or goals, and like, that's why I like watching those like Alaska programs where they're out there in the middle by themselves, self-sufficient, cutting down their own firewood and having to be able to fish and hunt to be able to live. And if they don't do it, then they die. Like, I don't know. I just have a real strong appreciation for just effort, and then on the passion and the energy, especially when we're, doing the sports thing. We have so many fucking things that we have to go through during, the day and during the weekends and during the week that, it's nice to be able to, have something to fall back on that you really enjoy. But without the great fans, a lot of these leagues wouldn't be anything, including wrestling too. Oh, look at this. Ooh, baby. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like the shot on that. Great camera angle. Megan with a 10. Yeah, I'll make sure I can make things better for you. Anyone that ends up being a little low, you come in here. I'll show you some photos. And, I have found, the photos could be like a movie or a song. Like, it doesn't take a lot to make things get a little bit better. If you're normally at 100 and you're at a fucking 0, of course, I'm not going to be able to get you to 100 by showing you 4 or 5 photos. But I know that, if I can show you something that I know that you love and you can hang out and talk and vibe, well, maybe you'll be feeling a little bit better than what you were. And maybe we can get closer to a 5 than a 0. And then you'll be on your way. And then eventually over time, you'll get higher to like a 6 or 7. And, you go that route. So, yeah, I appreciate you. Let me get another photo here for Sarah. And then we'll get some photos for you of the baby blue and the Martine Broder. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think my favorite thing also, too, the reason that I really fell in love with it originally was the video games. NHL 94, NHL 95. Like, I have so many memories of playing on the Sega and the Nintendo, hours and hours on end. Ooh, Martine Broder. Andre Fleury. Very nice. 11:25 left in the first period. 5 shots on goal for Florida, 2 for Carolina. What? 1 sec.
Was down early and just not able to elevate that puck on the back end.
All right, I'm back. In the back. A $10. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'll make you feel better before you got to go. Oh, nice. Yeah, I actually watched a trailer. That's exactly my wheelhouse, bro. I love sci-fi, post-apocalyptic type of stuff. Obviously we know with Pedro Pascal and the video game conversion to TV hit show. I mean, anything like that. I like a little bit of everything. I like the Game of Thrones. I like Vikings. I like that type of show. So I haven't watched it yet, but I am intrigued. I don't have the Apple Plus or whatever. I don't have that, but it does look like something I should be watching though. I like the trailer. $15. Let's get done, though. Yes, much appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. Heck yeah, man. On SmackDown. You guys watch the show on the A&E where they try to find like the missing memorabilia? They like when I went to Seattle for the Cardinals game, we turned it on late, and then they ended up doing like the rivalries. So it was like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, and then Shawn Michaels and Stone Cold and The Rock. And normally me and my buddy never get to watch like wrestling or wrestling programs together. And it was kind of cool to be able to see that. And then they also have that new Stone Cold show that's on there too, where he goes across America doing like different types of jobs, kind of like Dirty Jobs with Mike Rowe, but with Stone Cold. It's pretty cool. I mean, I'm a Stone Cold guy, so anything Stone Cold, Steve Austin, or The Rock, I'm paying attention. So we've got an icing call. Still 0-0 in the first period. 9:45 left. Let's go, baby. Matthew Tkachuk. For Hagee. All right, Carter. But it's really going to come down to Sergei Bobrovsky and Frederick Anderson. Hi, Paisley. 8:55 left in the first period. Still knotted up at 0. Now Paisley's laying on Daddy's legs. But yeah, it was nice to be able to go and explore today, but I didn't like going down that 10-foot embankment and stuff, but I'm tough. You know what I mean? If I bleed a little bit or I get a little muddy, I'm not going to sit there and cry about it. Dust myself off and fucking keep going. Plus, it gave me an excuse to get into the river and kind of, jump around a little bit, get the mud off, and just enjoy the nice weather. We're in the Eastern Finals. Game 1, Florida Panthers, Carolina Hurricanes. 7 shots on goal for Florida, 5 for Carolina. Paisley laying on Daddy's feet. Yeah, the Macho Man stuff. Yeah, I'm jealous. Like anytime also too when I'm on Twitter and I find like old matches or old cool pictures, I'll try to share them with Odin or like Cyberpunk, sometimes with Air or Sarah. But I've been finding some pretty cool stuff. A lot of stuff from like 70s, 80s, 90s. I love it.
You're doing TV wrong. We thought that other TV provider was good enough. Now what? You'll talk? I could call this watching sports day.
No. Really?
So much in life is
I don't know. I figured you guys are hardcore like me. Like me asking this kind of question to someone like Odin or Sarah Air is just like asinine and like being a moron. Like, are you watching it? Of course, I know that you're probably watching it, or you at least know that you've heard of it and you probably have watched it already. But, I like to throw it out there just in case that someone's maybe heard it, but they didn't actually watch an episode yet because they've been busy. Then I can give you like, yeah, this is worth watching. Really? Man. I mean, like I said, if I could meet some of these people, I mean, I'd be nerding out. Like, some people nerd out, with different figures and cards and whatnot, and I would do the same. But, man, wrestling memorabilia would be just incredible. Sure, I got you, bro. $2 holla. Let me get some photos for Megan here. And I got you, brother. Brother, $2 holla. A bang, bang, bang. A boom, boom, boom. A bang, bang. $2 holla. Appreciate you, brother. Is it very nice? All right, let's get some photos. Oh, I know. I did see that one. I did see. He's like, oh, it was in the simulator. Yeah. He's got a great personality. You know what I mean? There's certain people that are very easy to watch. Like I like Dirty Jobs Mike Rowe. I'd love to have a beer with that guy. There's just not too many people that I feel that are just so versatile and such a cool, laid-back person. And Mike is so smart. Like, I'm not saying Stone Cold stupid. He's not. He's very outgoing, and that's why I like watching the show. He's got a really cool personality. Baby blues and some Grogu. Oh, penalty. Delay a game. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. All right, 7:40 left in the first period. It's been pretty even. 7 shots on goal for Florida, 5 for Carolina. Carolina's in the power play. It's a good opportunity here for them. 18% though. Not a very good conversion rate. Bobrovsky. Sergey. What you know about Sergey? Oh! Oh, baby. That was insane. 40 seconds left in the power play. I just can't believe that it's been like 15 years that I just walked away from playoff hockey. What a dumb decision by me. But at least I'm back. At least I didn't give up on it forever. But I guess if the NBA wasn't so terrible, then maybe I wouldn't be here. You know, if the NBA actually was like it was in the 80s and 90s, then maybe I would have eventually gotten here to the NHL. But definitely having the NBA be so shitty gave me more of a reason to find something better with like MLB, NHL, and NASCAR. And then we got the Lakers and the Nuggets on tonight. Dodgers 2, Cardinals 0, bottom of the third. Those are the 3 things I'm watching right now. Milwaukee Admirals. I got you in just a few minutes here. We got Hack. A little bit more Hack. Another Hack. A Grogu. What you know about the Mandalorian? 5 minutes left in the first period. 7 shots on goal apiece. Big hits, Carolina 9, Florida 4. Carolina faceoffs 1, 10, Florida 5. That's insane. Florida's going to win this game. Obviously, it has to get closer to the faceoffs 1. And obviously, they're the hottest team in hockey right now with Boston and Toronto at home on the couch. Wish we were still in it. I really do. Next year. Crack and go, Gru. Crack and go, Gru. Grogu. Milwaukee Admirals. Oh. Burns is like, get it out of here. Okay. Milwaukee Admirals. You got cool jerseys. Okay. I see you, Air. Your boy can find some stuff on the internets. It's the Devil's Kraken. True. I mean, if you weren't a Bucks fan with Giannis, I mean, be honest, would you be like loving the NBA as much as you do? Or would you like feel like a lot of us where maybe you'll watch, but you won't watch as much? Because I know how much you love wrestling and you're going to create time for the things that you love the most. And I know you love football and baseball and, you watch a little bit of everything. Basketball, wrestling's kind of towards the top, if not the number one. I think for most football fans, it's like wrestling and football are at the top, and it's not going to change. We can still enjoy baseball, hockey, NASCAR, NBA to a certain degree, but I just feel like normally it's like the football, college, NFL, wrestling usually is at the top. Oh, what a save. I mean, hell, if either one of these teams, nice save. If either one of these, Bobrovsky, if any one of these teams actually won the Stanley Cup, do you know how wild that would be? Like, these two are going to be so heavy underdogs. I mean, even Florida beating Boston and Toronto, and if they end up beating Carolina, no one's giving them credit. They're just like the other team. And I get it. Dallas is really good, and Vegas is really good. Those two teams should be favored, but I wouldn't throw out the chance of Florida does get past Carolina. They do have a legitimate shot to pull off the miracle Cinderella story. I mean, we already know if you do this series probably 10 times, maybe Florida wins it 3 times and Dallas or Vegas wins it 7. But there is a chance, and I think it's better than just like 1 out of 10. I think that the team is good enough that if they got off to a fast start, maybe up 2-0, maybe that would be enough for them to find a way. So. You'd watch highlights? Yeah. Yeah. And what would you say? Why would you say that? Because of the fans that go to watch and based off their energy in the crowd and the overall environment of the product?
So hockey's not his thing. He's only 6 months old. You should probably start saving for college.
Cashback is good. Double cashback is even better. Discover matches all the cashback you earned at the end of your first year, which is cashback.
So what do we think about the CM Punk with the AEW Collision the weekend show or something, the Chicago date, and then there's because I can't really trust a lot of these quote unquote wrestling insiders, you know what I mean, unless I'm hearing it from the people themselves, but unless it's just all work and they're acting like he's not going to be there and he'll be there. Yeah, very true. There's nothing. College hoops and NBA hoops is so vastly different. It's not even in the same stratosphere. All right, we got 2 minutes left in the first period. It's been entertaining, and obviously both the teams are feeling each other out. We got a couple penalties in the first period, and I feel the second period is we're going to get the explosion. That's kind of like how the Kraken were. Feel each other out, and then that second period, then we're going to start getting some goals. Yeah, I guess it just depends on who your favorite players are and whatnot, right? Oh, 3-2 Cardinals. What happened? Aho. Two minutes left in the first period, still knotted up at 0. And we got Lakers and the Nuggets. 5-0 Lakers. Out of play. Damn, another penalty? Florida. This is not good. Oh, why would he do that? Stupid. Why would you do that little cross check? Why would you hit him right there in the back and then end up tripping up your goalie on top of that? Everyone's looking. Dumb. Well, Contreras homer. Oh, great. Now it's going to be 5-on-3. Well, good for Contreras. I know he's been struggling. Let's go, baby. Oh, hell. 5-on-3. Verhage, come on. Way to make it tough on Bobrovsky. Are we going to get a Carolina goal here? Minute 25 left. This is crazy. 5-on-3 is always nuts. Nice stop by Bobrovsky. Less than a minute to go. Who could save? Bobrovsky's putting in work already. All the slap shots defended. Lots of strategy involved too, and angles when you're doing 5-on-3. You just kind of try to get in the way. Oh, good save. Both teams have 10 shots on goal. Hits, Carolina 11, Florida 7. Faceoffs 1, Carolina 12, Florida 6. Penalty minutes 6, Florida, Carolina 0. Get in there. There we go. Bobrovsky ain't giving that shit up. Get out of here. Oh, there it is. He's like, oh, I tried. I tried to hang on as long as I could. Wow. Very nice. One, 0, Panthers. Just kidding. Hurricanes. Well, shit, if it's 5-on-3, you better. Seth Jarvis. Seth Jarvis, goal, slap shot, assisted by Sebastian. Oh, and Brent Burns. Okay. 1-0, Hurricanes. End of the first period. Aho and Burns. That's tough for Florida. All right, I'm going to... Trying to find where the Dodger game on MLB Network. Yeah, the Lakers and the Nuggets do not deserve my TV time. That'll be reserved for things that I actually like. 5-2 Cardinals. Fuck. And then once we get back to the second period, we'll go back and we'll grind that out. Damn it. What's going on there? Contreras homered. I thought you guys weren't good. And yippies. And you're doing it on Julio? Hell no. Way to wake up, St. Louis. You guys have been in the sewers with the Turtles, and Splinter decided to crawl out and start beating everyone's ass. Okay. Well, good for you. I know how hard it's been to watch them this season. And in the last at least week and a half, it has been much more promising looking forward. 5-2. $17. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do that. Everyone's got rent. Bills cost a lot. Mike is in the building. My brother. How are you? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How are you, brother? Oh, shit. DeJong. Back. Oh, my God. Triple decker from DeJong. Fuck out of here. What the fuck is going on here? Ball DeJong. Ball be gone. 6-2 Cardinals. Why is Sarah's team got to beat up on my dad's team like that? 6-2? And we got what? 10-4, 10-6 Lakers on the computer. Even though that's probably not the right score. No, 16-15. That motherfucker is delayed. Cheeseburgers for everyone, they said. My God. Julio getting rocked. Cheeseburger. And let's take a quick look at the stat line here before I go check up on Paisley. All right, so in the matchup right now, we have 14 shots on goal for Carolina at home. They are feeding off the crowd immensely. 10 shots for Florida. Carolina with 11 big hits. Florida with 7. So they've been a little bit on the back end, trying to play catch up. Face-offs 1. 13 for Carolina. Only 7 for Florida. And then penalty minutes, Florida had 6, Carolina 0. They had a 5-on-3, and then they ended up taking advantage in that power play. Seth Jarvis, power play goal, assisted by Sebastian Ayo and Brent Burns. 1-0, Carolina. 6-2, Cardinals. And 2016 Nuggets. That's what we're watching right now. Nice job, Carolina. Don't think that anyone is going to be favoring Carolina or Florida, but obviously one of them's going to the Stanley Cup to try to do the unthinkable. And obviously I know that Dallas, Vegas is going to be fun. I think that's tomorrow. So we'll probably end up doing that tomorrow. Nice catch, Mookie. And I'm not really sure who's going to win that series. I mean, this one, we already know Florida is the hot team, but we know Carolina is capable, right? And then it's kind of like with the NBA East and West as well. Like we know that each team is capable, but can the underdog, end up winning enough on the road to steal the series? And a lot of times they just win 1 or 2 and they need to win 3 and they just can't get that last one, Was that Shohei Ohtani? Back. Gone, baby. Oh, that fan missed it. Oh, you could have had a Shohei Ohtani home run ball and you dropped it. He's going to have to switch teams now. Trout, back. Gone. Ooh. That guy jumped and he missed it too.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
What's all this?
Well, it was too expensive, so I brought it here.
Good to hear, bro. Missed you.
You could actually take that trip for less than all this.
Go over some of the photos that had prepped here. You know, no matter what event, I'm always going to try to make sure I'm not lazy about it. And we always try to showcase some of the talent on each team, even if maybe some people aren't familiar with every name or every player. It's okay. That's what we're here for. Felt the thumb came out good. I'm a little shocked that Florida hasn't been as aggressive. You know, normally when they're home or on the road, they show the same type of intensity. But, I mean, Carolina fans from the opening puck drop with the towels just going crazy, you could feel the energy in that building. For Hagee, Carter, Mr. Matthew, good check. Got to get going. And obviously, Sergei Bobrovsky has done a great job up until it got to 5-3. Thank his teammates for that, and then ended up getting kind of that cheap goal there at the very, very end. Seth Jarvis, but other than that, it's been good. It has been good. Back to back to back. Can you stop going back to back to back? My goodness. I changed the channel, and then I didn't change the channel. I turned my head away. Yeah, unbelievable. 6-2 Cardinals. What the heck is going on? What is going on? Contreras, Yepes, Nolan, Gorman, DeJong. 4 homers. Contreras, Yepes, Gorman, DeJong. That's nuts. That's nuts. I'm going to go check up on Paisley here real quick, and then I'll be right back. Things will be better. Everything gets better in time. Just got to be able to distract yourself with enough fun things that you don't have your mind race and think about how horrible things are at the moment. And a lot of times they aren't as bad as they seem, but you just got to be able to find things to keep yourself distracted in a positive way. Okay? Very nice. All right, let me check up on Paisley here real quick.
I can understand why that would be the first thing Dave Roberts thinks about. I think when he looks at those pitches, he'll see they were also mistakes. 2-1 Outman, who carries himself, as Dave Roberts told us, not with arrogance or cockiness, but just with a certain kind of confidence that says, yes, I belong here. Called up late last year, homered in his first big league at-bat. Homered on opening day this season and had a grand slam yesterday at Dodger Stadium against the Twins. Well, you gotta love a guy who played middle linebacker in high school and led his conference in tackles. Reminds me of Kyle Schwarber. Although Schwarber might have looked the part.
All right, she's just chilling on the couch.
They drafted him in the 7th round essentially because he was such a great athlete. Still is, obviously, out of Sacramento State. A lot of swing and miss in his game. That's why he wasn't drafted higher. But the speed, athleticism, that was there. 3-2 pitch.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah. Like I said, right now I got the Dodger game with the Cardinals here on MLB Network. Then we got the Lakers and the Nuggets on the computer. And then we got the hockey game at intermission right now. So we're just waiting. So I figured, I might as well try to take advantage and watch, instead of just hearing the announcers talk during the intermission, I can at least watch some live baseball and have that basketball on the computer there. And then we'll get going here in the second period here in just a moment. Yeah. Plus, like I said, with social media, you know what I mean? Depending how much you're on it, most people are on it like all day. So some people aren't, you know, depending on what you have, but, you know, at least for the younger generation. And then, yeah, sometimes you just got to be able to live in the now, you know, but we were so caught up with, you know, Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube and Twitch and, you know, Reddit and all these other, you know, things that you have different apps, Bleacher Report and ESPN and NFL and all this stuff, you know. And like when I spend time with Paisley and we actually get outside and we go hike or we go, you know, to the dog park or we go to the river, you know, it's like I don't even have my phone on me. Like I know I'm missing out on opportunities sometimes for some like epic photos, but sometimes it's just like good not to have anything and just to enjoy the moment. You know, and, you know, obviously I was enjoying the moment a little bit too much today because we went down a fucking mud embankment. I fucked my back up a little bit in my arm and I was like bleeding and shit. But, you know, Paisley likes to explore, you know, and I love that about her. So, you know, she'll want to check out new things. And sometimes I'll say no. And other times I'll say yes. And I guess if I slip down an embankment and I injure myself on some logs, fuck it, right? Like, you know, you got to be able to make your pup happy. She likes to explore. The young. Damn it. 6-2 Cardinals. All right, I'll flip it back to NHL because I assume that we're going to be getting going here again soon in a second. And obviously Florida's got to make sure they don't go 5-on-4 or 5-on-3 with those penalties. Need to clean that up a little bit. But Frederick Anderson, not bad. Nothing too crazy so far. Florida will be definitely more aggressive in this second period. Now they just got to see if they can even it up or if it'll take, you know, that third period for that big, you know, third period rally. But Verhage, Carter, wake up. Matthew Tkachuk, wake up. Sergei Bobrovsky did a good job until it was 5-3. That's not his fault. And Seth Jarvis with the goal. Assisted by Sebastian Aho and Brant Bunce. Yeah, Julio is good, you know. But it's also like right now, Luis Castillo, he hasn't had a good start in like 5 games. And I know Mariner fans have been reaching out to me, and I've talked to a few others, you know, but we're not concerned, you know, and at least we have Bryce Miller to replace the Robbie Ray. And, you know, we know that sometimes, you know, your number 1 or number 2 is going to have a rough patch where they're just not pitching very well or they're injured and they're not saying anything, you know. But, yeah, not good for Julio, you know, today, but it's not often that he gets rocked. And normally you guys would get rocked, and now you're doing good in the last week or two. So you guys are turning it around. So all right, baby, let's go. Twisted tea. No one drinks that. I don't know if there would be any scenario where I grab a twisted tea first. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, they normally don't. 23-20 Lakers. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Julio get rocked like that in a long time, honestly. At least your batting average for some of your guys are going up, though. DeJong is almost at 300 now. Gorman's almost at that 300. Goldschmidt's over 300 at 304 now. Newt Barr's almost at 300. Edmund is almost at 300. So the batting average as a whole is going up for you guys. So that's good, right? Warmer weather will bring the better bats out. So
Clips, we use clip notes to save NHL player Cale Makar's haircut details, so he's always confident in his hockey hair. Because with a name like Cale, you gotta sport great salad. Great Clips, official hair salon of the NHL.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover.
No, nothing yet, but give it some time. Hopefully we'll be able to have a good day. We'll be grinding every day pretty much moving forward. So I really can't afford not to. So, all right, we're about to go into this second period here in just a few moments. Go over the stats here real quick. So Carolina, 12 shots on goal. Florida with 10. Carolina, 11 big hits. Florida with 6. Carolina, 13 faceoffs won. Florida, 7. And then the big one was the penalty minutes. Florida, 6 minutes. Carolina, 0. And then it ended up being in a power play. But then instead of it being 5-4, it was 5-3. And when you have 5 against 3, very tough to be able to prevent a goal. No matter how good you are or shitty you are, it's going to happen. So Jarvis got that goal, and we're going to see what happens here for Florida moving forward. Well, I think a lot of us all watched NBA as kids. You know what I mean? But I try and I try and I try, but man, it's just I don't enjoy it. I mean, I try to enjoy it. Usually, like at the beginning, I'm kind of like this, I'm like, but then at some point in the game, I'm already like this, But at least on the bright side for the NBA, at least the games aren't long, so they go by pretty quick, like baseball games now. I mean, I think if the talent was better and they actually played defense, and there was more passion from the fans, and there was less load management and less flopping, and if centers didn't shoot threes, like if the league overall was just better, yeah, I would watch still, and I would be a fan, and I would do live streams of NBA on the regular. But all right, here we go, second period. Carolina up 1-0, and they dominated that first period single-handedly. It was kind of odd to see, normally Florida on the offensive and then them kind of being on the defensive and kind of backpedaling a little bit. But they are on the road, not at home. So that's another, factor in it too. Just because they've been so good on the road, with Boston and Toronto, doesn't mean that Carolina is just going to roll over and die like those teams did. And anytime you can get this far, obviously, the talent level is there. You're getting hot. You're getting healthy. Sometimes a little bit lucky, too. 1-0 Carolina. Game 1 in the East Finals. Cardinals 6, Dodgers 2 in the bottom of the fourth. Fuck my life. Good for Sarah, not good for my dad. And then 25-23 Nuggets up on the Lakers. Oh, big hit into the glass. Yeah, it all comes down to connection. If you have a connection to a team, a player, a sport, and the more you know, the more interested you're going to be, and the more you're going to love it. The less you know, then the less you're willing to engage in something like that. So, I mean, I used to watch quite a bit of Ducks basketball, and then I obviously watched like North Carolina and Duke and Kentucky back when I was a kid, but I never was going to claim any of them as my team or anything like that. I just enjoyed the NBA talent. Like when Rasheed Wallace was on North Carolina with like Jerry Stackhouse, Grant Hill on Duke, Jamal Mashburn on Kentucky, Christian Laettner, Bobby Hurley. 17-20 left in the second period. Chris Webber on Michigan. That was a crazy time with him and Jalen Rose. Jimmy King, Ray Jackson, Juwan Howard. Got to remember the names of the other guys other than just the 3 NBA guys. It's the Jimmy King and the Ray Jackson. Most people forget about those two. Those guys were actually pretty solid also. The Fab Five, baby. 12 shots on goal for Carolina, 10 for Florida. Yeah, well, the game is soft nowadays. You know what I mean? Like they barely touch a player and they fall down, and I don't know. It just takes away the passion from the game a little bit, where people are flopping, and I don't know. They're not tough like they used to be in like the 80s and 90s. Like this generation is much softer, and they like to complain more too. Cross check for Carolina. Here we go. Time for opportunity for Florida. Before the penalty, and then the fans after. Not too happy. All right, come on, Kachuk. Hi, Paisley. My boo, I missed you. You loved watching Dad go down that embankment, huh? That was Paisley's reaction. Said, Dad, where are you going? I didn't really even mind my back or my butt getting muddy or my legs. It was just like my fucking arm slammed down on a log and like ripped it open and shit. It's, not a good feeling. Get back. Oh. Florida power play. What's the weather like where you're at right now, Mike? Is it humid? Is it hot? It's like we've been getting like 90-degree temperatures for the last 3-4 days. Today was a little bit cooler, but still 80 to 90 is still pretty hot here. Come on, Florida, take advantage of this power play. 7-2 Cardinals, Sarah. .40 seconds left. Florida hasn't really even had a good opportunity even this power play. Carolina is playing so good. Damn. God, what a terrible power play for Florida. Did they even get like even a one decent shot in that power play? Didn't even look like it. Like they just kept playing keep away from them. Carolina. My goodness. Oh, it's all good. Actually, me and my dad, we've seen plenty of wins. And if anything, it means more for you guys because, anytime you're in first or second place, you feel good. But when you're at last in the division or second to last, it's a horrible feeling. I mean, Mariners usually are there. Now you're there, and hopefully we can climb out of that and eventually get into the middle towards the top at some point. But, a little blood. It's all good. Sometimes you gotta get your wins, right? I flipped it to the Dodger Cardinal game, but it's commercial, so I better flip it back. God, are you going to stop with the home runs? What the hell is going on here? 27-27 Nuggets, Lakers. End of the first quarter. All right, let's see here. Martinez doubled to right. Betts scored. Smith scored. Muncy to third. That's how the game started. Okay. So at that point, everything is like this, right? Everything's good. 2-0 Dodgers. And then all hell went down the shitter. Contreras homered. Yepes homered. Gorman homered. DeJong homered. Mercado scored. Goldschmidt stole second. Arenado homered. 9-2? What the hell happened? 78. Oh, wow.
When you download the Fred Meyer app, you have easy access to savings every day and get personalized coupons sent straight to your phone.
Is it for Lambeer and Dominique Wilkins? Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. And trust me, I need it. Thank you, man. $20 dono from my boy Mike. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. $20 holla. Thank you, man. Appreciate you very, very much. Lambeer and Dominique.
Buying your teammates a little bit of time. Great to have Carolina back in the mix here for Carolina. You need everybody this time of year.
It's back when the NBA was good. No lie. But again, if you're young, you don't know any better. But if you're, over 35, 40 years old, I mean, and then if you still think that this NBA is better than the 80s and 90s, then clearly that person didn't watch.
This series will play for the Stanley Cup.
And then tomorrow in Vegas, over on ESPN, Game 1, the Dallas Stars and the Vegas Golden Knights. We'll be right back here in Raleigh for Game 2 on Saturday, then an afternoon game in Vegas.
Still 1-0 Carolina, 13 minutes left in the second period. The good old days. The good old days. Those are fire uniforms. Those are some of the best Hawks jerseys ever made. The Dominique. All right, no problem. Thank you so much for your support. Come back if you get bored. Hang out. Good save. Anderson with the save. We'll hit Mike with a little dusty too. That's the guy. Oh, really? 110. Yeah, probably more humid where you live. Maybe not as humid there, depending on where you visited. I guess south humidity compared to Arizona humidity might be a little different. Or it might have just not been a humid day. It just might have just been hot. Because you could probably have like 90 and humid, and it feel worse than the 110 just straight up over there. sweating, can't breathe, just kind of miserable.
Instead of absorbing a hit, Jonesy, it just kind of was just a glide into the end zone there for Burns with Kachuk. He knows how to use his size and track.
Carolina 1, Florida 0. 11:55 left in the second period. Cardinals 9, Dodgers 2. Sarah's happy. My dad, probably not so much. And 34-27 Lakers with 9:59 left in the second quarter. Up by 7 before we go into half. Those are the three main things that are going on right now, sport-wise. Oh! That could have been 2-0. Carolina's very aggressive, but of course, you're in the East Finals. You're trying to make it to the Stanley Cup and win a championship. You already know it. Everyone's been talking about Florida, so this was Carolina's way of saying, "Hey, don't forget, we got the home ice. We're at home in game 1, not you." So dry heat, yeah, instead of like a muggy heat. The humidity and the mugginess. Oh. Florida is trying to set up their players, but it just seems like the passes aren't as crisp. But that's also, you have to give a lot of credit to Carolina just being all over the place and being more of the aggressive team.
Up in the glass and look at Bobrovsky. Stays home, does a good job, because if he goes behind that net there, it's a 2-0 game. And there's Jarvis, the goal scorer here in number 1, laying it on the line defensively with a good shot block right there. One shift right now on the back end.
I'll hit you with the Grateful Dead too. Let's go. 10:30 left in the second period. Carolina 1, Florida 0. Shots on goal for Carolina 14, 13 for Florida. Hits knotted up at 14 apiece. Carolina 17 faceoffs, 1, Florida 10. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things. If you watch NASCAR, hockey, baseball, basketball, you just have to be able to, come to the realization of what makes you happy. Sometimes there's going to be a bigger event like, Lakers Nuggets, but if it's not, you're not into it. It's like you don't want to force something that's not really there. And I hope one day I'm not a hater towards the NBA, but golly, I've already come around on the WWE side after Vince, gave up booking supposedly, so like at least WWE is watchable now. NXT is still fucking terrible, but SmackDown and Raw are pretty good for the most part. Sometimes they have an off show, but that's every wrestling company. But at least I do enjoy going to Blazer games in person. I can watch Blazer games. So at least I can do that. But probably only 5 teams that I could sit down and actually enjoy, if that. Another penalty. Oh, I bet. Carolina penalty.
We are always in motion. Getting this, fixing that, arriving to destinations in life and around the world. Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes it's a blur.
All right, and then we got, after Darlington, we got Cup Series All-Star Open Race, North Wilkesboro Speedway on FS1. All-Star Rice. And then after that, it goes to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Yeah, of course, man. I got to celebrate the people that try to celebrate me, you know? That is a pretty good one.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Probably better than something else. Okay.
See how much you could save my money with Geico.
Everything looks so good.
Right? I'm hearing the new Google Pixel is really great. And it comes with AT&T's best deals on all of them.
This one looks nice.
And that's a house favorite. And it's served with your choice of plans. Thank you.
There's got to be a catch.
No catch. And no trade-in required either.
Oh.
How do you know all this?
I come here a lot. Love the service.
At AT&T, new and existing customers can choose any Google Pixel with your choice of plans and always get our best deal.
Paul, you weren't able to convert on the first power play opportunity. Anything you'd like to see different on this one?
Just a little bit more speed and conviction. We're coming to that neutral goal. We're the best team in the league at the goal at the blue line stand. So if it's not there, it's got to go deep. We got to go get it.
Outside of that, seemingly the officials calling this one tonight. How do you guys manage that without losing the physicality in your game?
Jack, you're just going to wait. We're going to get a 5-on-3 right here.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, what network is it on? Oh, that's thrown away. That was already too many days. Yeah, that got thrown out a couple. Well, I know, but I mean, it was already out in there, so that got tossed a couple days ago. I think it's probably good for like 3 days or 4 days, but once it becomes like a week or longer, I don't know, you know. 8:30 to go in the second period. 1-0 Carolina, Florida power play. They need to be able to get at least one good shot on goal here to try to catch up. Nice. Heck yeah. Thank you. $3 holla. Hey, that'll help. They're doing a buy one, get one free on the Snapples. Again, they were doing them like $3 for $5. But normally if I can do buy one, get one free, that helps, you know, because if I go through one during a show, then I get a free one, then I can save money, at least try to pay more bills. And then I'm not spending as much money on, you know, just trying to have something to drink and whatnot. So every dollar counts. You know that. Appreciate you. $3 holla. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. And we've been, you know, things have slowly been getting a little bit better with everything, so which is good. But we're still going to have to push really hard, obviously, from now until the end of the month. You know, still need, you know, a decent amount for rent and everything. So obviously that's always going to be a concern, you know, for the rent and the bills and whatnot. And you know, obviously, if you get Cash App or if you get, you know, the Super Chat, you know, Super Chat, you wait a month, you know, and sometimes you need to be able to have funds now to pay things. So we'll be grinding it out. And I do appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see. Some AC/DC, nice. I actually listened to some AC/DC early this morning. Came up on my playlist. Carolina crowd still into it, 1-0 over Florida. And then I believe we have Dallas and Vegas tomorrow. So I assume I'll look at the schedule to see what we got. But I assume that we'll probably do that. Let me look real quick. All right, so. All right, so yeah, Stars and Golden Knights will be on tomorrow at 5:30. So that's probably what we'll do. And then let me look at the baseball schedule, basketball. Heat Celtics game 2 will be on Friday as well at the same time at 5:30. And then let me look at MLB real quick. And the Mariners play the Braves on Apple TV at 4:20. And then the Dodgers play the Cardinals at 5:15. So quite a few things to do, but we'll probably end up doing the playoff hockey tomorrow. We'll probably end up doing the Stars and Vegas. I mean, I'll still watch those other things on the side, but that'll probably be the primary.
Lions start the first three. Bobrovsky and two-time President Trophy winner. He's been brilliant. Well, the Maple Leafs get 10 goals in 5 games in round 2. Rich Cousins puts on the brakes. Passing out the alley on White. The other way, it's Stephon for Carolina. Good read there by Montour. Stephon didn't have any help. He came right over. And he dictated the terms even though he didn't have the puck. Play by Montour as he entered his own there, Jones. He went around the world there with his head. He looked like he was going to move it one way. He just kind of give it the old over the top. And then Brent Burns just kicked this puck out of the air all the way down the ice for an icing call.
AC/DC, they have big props.
Online store of the NHL and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLshop.com. A Fanatics experience.
Face off to the right of Anderson. Claire. Off the stick of the Carolina goaltender. Hagee rapping for the puck. Markman comes over. Hurricanes clear the zone. Mark Stahl back on it for Florida. There's Markov. Now for Hagee. Carolina intercepts. Oceaniemi into the Florida zone. Oceaniemi's got to get that puck straight ahead there. He got lucky. Tried to move that puck laterally instead of just moving the puck straight ahead. Now it's Claire.
Oh, there we go. There we go, baby. You knew they were about to score at some point. Nice. Oh, top shelf, baby. Seriously. Alexander Barkov, goal, wrister. Assisted by Anthony Duclair and Connor Verhaeghe. Nice job. We're knotted up at 1. Nice job, Barkov. Yeah, that one's good. Usually, those are the only 2 I buy. Just the kiwi strawberry and then the mango. I usually just alternate. Nothing like it, though, in a freezer, though. You got to put it in the freezer for like an hour, and then it gets kind of like almost slushy-like, where it's really icy cold, and the colder that it is, the better it tastes. And then if it ends up being a little icy in there, too, keeps it nice and cool. .330 left in the second period. We're knotted up at 1. 15 shots on goal for Florida, 14 for Carolina. Same exact stat line for hits. Florida 15, Carolina 14. And Florida has caught up on the faceoffs 19-15, and that's why we're at 1-1 right now. Penalty minutes, 6 for Florida, 4 for Carolina, and that's been another part of it too. Trying to get Carolina a little piece of their penalty pie. Can't just be Carolina taking advantage of the whole game. Oh, good save. Yeah, I'm looking at some of like the old stuff from like the 70s.
Beautiful. You see how the light catches the hubcap?
Stunning. You sure you don't want your family in the family photos? They helped us save money when we bundled, so
Yeah.
same difference.
Ooh.
Hey.
This one's going on the mantle.
Give me gear?
Yep. I got it with all the money I saved with Navy Federal Credit Union. They really take care of me. Can't imagine where I'd be without.
Damn, they made the AC/DC beer? What rock have I been under? Obviously, this is old, I would assume. Unless it's like a promotional thing.
Support of the military with the NHL.
German beer.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members.
Australian hard rock. AC/DC.
Well, you see, Barry, Dr. Niemi has the puck here. You got three guys back. This puck's got to get it deep. You cannot try to make a play. There's under 5 minutes left to go. Yeah, Duclair's got back pressure, but you got to realize that puck's got to get it deep. It doesn't get it deep enough. And now give Florida credit. They end up making a play. And yeah, a lot of things had to go right in order to create the play. But I think if you just fire the puck down and everybody's able to make an adjustment is made defensively, and then you give up a goal, and all of a sudden it's a way different feel here at the end of the second period for Carolina.
Carolina only 3 shots here in the second period, 6 for the Florida Panthers. Save Dave Dombrowski on the weakness. Hurricane shot here in period 2. Up there off by Verhage. After Barkov let it go through,
At Barkov. Nice job, bro. Had to get a better photo of you. I wasn't happy with the other one. Too blurry for me. All right, 1-1. We're knotted up. Oh! 2-1. Wow. A flurry of goals. Oh, my. I mean, Carolina has literally dominated all of the first period and everything up until the last 30 seconds. And just like that, now it's 2-1. Unbelievable. You fucking kidding me? Top shelf. Gretzky says go top shelf. He did say that in the pre-show. He said that he'd be going top shelf all game. Well, it's working. Yeah, but also it depends on, I guess, where you're at. Your humidity and your area where you live is different where I'm at. So I don't know. For me, I just get hot really easily. I never wear pants. I always wear shorts, and I like my drinks as cold as possible. Carter Verhage, goal, wrister, assisted by Anthony Duclair and Alexander Barkov. 2-1, Florida. And we said that this is Florida's period to kind of get it together, and they sure did. That's why hockey is so crazy. It's like you're getting your ass kicked, you're getting your ass kicked, you're getting your ass kicked. And then all of a sudden, within when everyone lets their guard down, even maybe the fans, people watching at home, and then boom, 30 seconds later, you're up 2-1 when, it didn't look like you were going to come back at all. Awesome. Minute 34 left in the second period.
Panthers and iced it.
And we'll get some more photos up. I'll take a peek at what Paisley's up to, and then we'll do some photos, whatever you guys want, until we get to the third period. 9-3 Cardinals. Ouch. They're already on their third pitcher.
2 points apiece for the three line mates. Hagee, Barkov, Duclair. Florida not able to get that puck out 3 different times.
49-46 Lakers. Minute 12 left. Florida 2, Carolina 1.
Panthers have 5 in the crowd here at PNC Arena with the 2 goals just over 2 minutes apart. Panthers have won 6 consecutive games on the road. Here's Shea.
All right, we got a minute to go. I think that's also another thing about hockey, too. It's like when it's 0-0, you don't get pissed. You know, like I think in other sports, like with soccer, if it goes 0-0 for a certain amount of time, people get a little irritated and pissed off. But like with hockey, you know, the defense sometimes is really, really good. Sometimes the goalies are doing an exceptional job. And if it ends up being 0-0, it probably won't be for the whole game. I mean, at some point, you know, guys get tired, guys get fatigued, and also the offensive players just go off. So you might be at 0-0 after one period, but shit, you might get 6 goals in the second period. That's what makes hockey exciting. You just never know. That and then the fans just being rowdy. That always helps. 18 seconds left in the second period. Florida up 2-1. What a comeback in that second period. Yep. Yeah, I wear slides pretty much all year as well. The only time I don't wear slides is if I have to go on like a nature walk, or if I'm going on a long walk with Paisley, I try to put some shoes on instead of just walking in slides for an hour or two. End of the second period, 2-1, Florida. Let's go. All right, if you guys want to let me know what you want to see for photos, let me know. On to the third period. Florida up 2-1. And let me go check up on her real quick, make sure she's okay, which I know she probably is. $40.60 to go.
The one who wants to nourish your soul.
I can't help but smile. Feeling pretty good. And the one who thinks laughter is the best medicine.
There are many sides to you, and all of them deserve the best. Introducing Max, the one to watch. Streaming May 23rd.
Bread doesn't go bad after a day. So why would we just give it away when we can still sell it? Because, well, bread doesn't go bad after a day. And while donating it may be a small act in this world, on this table, it will be big. Panera.
When you're betting on your favorite players, it has to think like your favorite player. Looking good, young Chuck.
You too, old Chuck. Getting better with age. Like a creamy Dutch Gouda.
And same game parlays on FanDuel are the best way to bet on your favorite players.
Hey, how many championships I'm going to win? Wait, don't tell me. I want to be surprised.
You're going to be surprised.
New customers get a no sweat first bet and get up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if you don't win. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA.
Starting a new chapter can be the most thrilling thing in the world. There's an abundance of reasons to get started. How far we take an idea is a question of willpower. Because progress is a matter of character.
Let me tell you a story about a beer rooted in the heart of America.
Raised by generations willing to sit, share, risk, remember. This is a story bigger than beer. This is the story of the American spirit.
Let me be direct. You're doing TV wrong. You thought that other TV provider was good enough. Now what? You'll talk? You call this watching sports, Dan? You deserve better. So much in life is a compromise. But with #1 customer satisfaction, DirecTV never is. Now, get out of here.
Guarantee your low price for 2 years. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to get a $200 reward card.
Wake up, achievers. You're making the most of every hour of your life, except the hours that you're sleeping. So why do we leave so much untapped potential on the table? This is the next level bet, or next level you. My circadian rhythm is kicking the circadian rhythm. What?
It's not a competition.
I know. But I'm still winning.
So it is a competition.
Of course.
Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. Only at Sleep Number.
Milk chocolate beyond words. Classic recipe by Lindt.
Always a happy one for unite the nation. No matter if you like impossible or double bacon, we can agree there's a Whopper for you. 200,000 ways, boom, there's the pro.
Having your way.
It's a Discover Intermission reports. Playoff mode. Carter Verhaeghe just keeps scoring goals. He's buried some big ones so far this postseason. That's 6 for him, gives his team the lead. It is 2-1 after 2 periods in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final. Welcome inside the studio, Liam, Hank, Ace, Biz, and Gretz. I feel like we should have seen this all coming. Declare 2 primary assists, right? We've heard of Nostradamus. We have Nostradamus over there on the right. Here, just take a listen. Back in our pregame.
Well, yeah, and they want to forecheck. They want to create turnovers like we see there. Even though it was a flip out, they created the turnover by being hard on the forecheck. And Declare brings them that speed element that I think they lacked when he was out of the lineup. As we talk about all the time, the game is so fast today, and you have to be able to counter speed with speed, and that's what Declare brings. Wow, you're lucky. And the puck high in the rest. That's right. You're going to cut one too.
Speaking this game into existence.
There you
right?
go. It's easy.
But yeah, Declare's moving. He's got 2 assists here.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. You know, we hear so many stories about the superstars in the game, and they deserve a lot of credit. But the 2 guys tonight have been playing for Florida. They've been on a few teams. They keep battling. It's a good indication to kids to dream about playing in this game, because if you work hard, good things happen, and those 2 guys for Florida are showing that example.
All right, let's bring it over to our Discover highlight. We're going to take a closer look at Duclair again, coming off this serious injury, and the pace of play is what he's all about. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get to this.
Absolutely. He's coming off that lower body injury, and his whole game is predicated on speed. Like Gretz was talking about, his jump and that speed is so effective. We're seeing this clip right here. It's a perfect example, Discover highlight, of what it brings to the table. Now, you could use speed to your advantage on the forecheck, and you can use it to your advantage on the back check, too. Here's Anthony Duclair. He could decide, well, I'm not going to back check, but he decides, I'm going to keep working. Lifts the stick, and this is the flip. Biz was talking on the pregame show. Off the glass, they're going north in a hurry. Markov stays onside. Duke is now trying to force Brady Shea, makes the play through the seam, and Barkov finishes with an unbelievable smack their hand.
Yeah, and to me, that's the new top shelf shot. You have different trends go around the league for years, and it used to be you need to beat the glove up high. And for years, that was the shot. But now you see the last couple of years, more and more guys are beating the catching glove below the glove. Because a lot of guys, when you attack, you want to keep it high. You read a high shot, and instead they go under it. For a goalie, it's a lot easier to react this way.
Grand slam.
His hand there.
Very nice. I like that. 9-7. Let's go. 5 runs for the Dodgers and the 6. Woo! I got a couple more things to take care of with Paisley here. Well, that's a good sign. 9-7 Cardinals. 2-1 Florida up on Carolina. And then what? 53-48 Lakers at halftime up by 5.
It just feels like a lot choppier hockey than maybe what they're used to, and they're getting a taste of their own medicine right now. And right there, rarely do you see passes through the seam with them. And just to go back to that goal, like Barkov accepting that and not dusting it off, and then right away, as soon as it's cocked and loaded, he's got his head up looking exactly where he wants to shoot that. But just going back to Carolina, I think that they're going to have to make a few adjustments in this period, whether it's those little dink plays in order to get clear looks to go through the neutral zone. Because right now, they're not really garnering much speed through there. And like, if you're going to keep having to dump it in and chase it, it seems like Florida's got the MO on them where they're not really having as much trouble as we've seen New Jersey have with them, and then of course in that first round. Yeah, and listen, we got to give Florida and their coaching staff credit. We didn't see the same Boston team we saw here because of Florida. We didn't see the same Toronto team as we saw in the Tampa series because of what Florida's doing. Their game plan has been really solid, and they're getting good performances out of their top players, and their goaltenders playing really well.
And Gretz, you mentioned New Jersey. New Jersey isn't as physical as Florida is, and that's a big reason why I think they're pushing Carolina out of their game, making them uncomfortable because they just keep coming at you with physicality and speed.
Played a physical team first round in the Islanders. This is a little bit different, maybe in terms of speed, forecheck. Wouldn't you expect, though, from what we've seen in the past from Carolina, that we're going to see a sense of urgency in the third period, maybe a different look from Carolina in terms of the intensity?
Well, I think their game is about urgency. They always have that. And so far for the 2 periods, yeah, it's been good, but we used to see them great, especially at home. So I expect a really strong third period. And also with Brendan Moore behind the bench, I'm sure he has a few words to say in the locker room about that urgency. Because, again, I think that's their biggest advantage when they play their game, just getting to the pucks.
But they better play smart, because if they don't, Florida's going to get some 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s, and that can open up the game, and then they're in trouble. So they got to be smart about it.
Are the roundabout things popping? They're popping.
Yeah, they're shooting. They're shooting.
Oh, yeah.
Jorge. Thanks, George. Thanks, buddy.
Cashback is good. Double cashback is even better. Discover matches all the cashback you earned at the end of your first year, which is cashback at its best.
I'm glad, man. We miss you, dude. You know, like I said, you can build connections, many different ways. You can do it face to face. Sometimes you'll end up finding people that you can connect with, regardless if they live in the same state, as you or not. But I spend a lot more time with people, here on the channel than I do with people that, live here in Oregon. So, I mean, I spend more time with Paisley than really anybody. So it's really pretty much hanging out with you guys and trying to keep my mental health up and living the dream and just grinding on the dream, and then spending time with you guys too. So that's big facts.
And a crispy hash brown. Isn't that right, co-host Ron?
Are we on TV right now?
Flip it over to the Dodger game here real quick. 9-7 Cardinals going into the second period. Concluding and going into the third, Goldschmidt is up.
Suddenly a 2-run game. From 9-2 to 9-7, the Dodgers still with 3 turns of bat left to them. So they might have thought Jackson's role was simply to save the bullpen and eat some innings. Now it's to keep the game in check and give them a chance to come back and win it. Dave Roberts in his 8th season as Dodger.
Yeah. And like I said, you can have a lot of people in your life that are, in your hometown state or your friends, but you just might not connect on the same kind of way, and just building the connections and enjoying similar things, with people. Sometimes, fanatics are spread out, they're not all going to be in one general area. So Cardinals 9, Dodgers 7. Sarah was ecstatic that Cardinals were beating my dad's Dodgers ass today. And then little Freddie Freeman, huh? Little Freddie Freeman grand slam. I'll take that. Doesn't mean they're going to come back and win, but at least it's close now, 9-7. 9-7's a hell of a lot better than 9-3. I'll tell you that. Yeah. And I get it, man. Like I said, not everyone's going to have a similar interest. Not some of them aren't going to understand NASCAR or have that same love that you have for it. And Alabama and, college sports, in general, like, it's sometimes you got to find those people that have those type of same, interests that really care about those things. So, and on top of that too, you can have friends that, that you have, in your hometown state face to face, but sometimes there's a different level of friendship. Sometimes just like a smoking buddy, a drinking buddy. It's not like you're going to tell your drinking buddy all your problems, if you're not that close. Everyone's got different levels of the friendship on, who deserves to hear like about the personal life and the stuff that really means something. And then just, being acquaintances and, hanging out, drinking and partying with each other is different, But sometimes I think people have a hard time separating the two. They think that their drinking buddy or smoking buddy really cares, but in a lot of times that's all they are. You can't make someone be more important in your life than they are. You can't force anybody to care. That's facts. But we appreciate you, brother.
Goldschmidt is a slugger.
9-7 Cardinals. I'm just flipping it back to see where we are with the coverage here, if it's come back yet. Not yet. 53-48. Lakers up on the Nuggets by 5 at halftime. And we'll just wait for this third period to start. In the meantime, I'll just watch the Dodgers and Cardinals here on MLB Network for just a couple seconds. Yeah. Plus, I don't know. I mean, honesty, loyalty, respect, or, HLR. Those are like the things I live by, honesty, loyalty, respect. I don't have any tattoos, but, if I were to get something, those three things are really important to me, but I feel that, living here, and when you get to know people, it's so rare, you know what I mean? You can't expect anyone to do the same things that you do and whatnot, but definitely think that honesty, loyalty, respect is not as common as it was maybe before. There's a lot of selfish people out there. A lot of people that just care about themselves. They act like they care about people, but they really don't. You can definitely tell. Words can say certain things, but actions always speak louder, just like the cliche. And there's a lot of jealousy and a lot of envy and a lot of haters, where they try to act like everything is cool, talk shit, behind your back, and then try to hang out with you, and act like they aren't that person. But, sometimes it's good to keep the circle small. 9-7 Cardinals, bottom of the 6th, 2-2 count, runner at first. Still commercial break. Send me some fucking appliances. Oh, there we go. Nice defense by Vargas right there. Yeah, because I don't got anybody that, that does like NASCAR here. Nobody that does hockey here. You know what I mean? Baseball, it's a couple, you know what I mean, and stuff, but not a lot. Like just a few people on that end and stuff, obviously. And then basketball, some people like that, but I'm not really into it, as much as I used to be. Wrestling, it's a little bit more, common, and obviously NFL and college football, but we're not obviously in that season right now. Strawberry Frosty. Ooh. All right, I think we're getting close to the third period here. No, but you guys mean a lot. You know what I mean? Like I said, relationships that you can build. That's been the most rewarding thing. Being able to work really, really fucking hard, against all odds, sacrifice things that are really dear to my heart, like that Jordan rookie. Fuck, if I didn't have dreams at all or goals, there's no way in hell I would have sold that. That would have been able to buy me a house, or a down payment on a house, or something as extravagant as like a Lambo, even though I never would buy something like that, And then especially if Jordan passes, that thing's going to be worth like $100,000. It's a lot of sacrifice, but if you believe in yourself and you got dreams, you got to be able to, you only live once, right? You got to be able to grind it out. And I always knew that this was my calling. It's just a matter of keep working hard until the right opportunity comes to be able to help us take it to the next level. Facts. Yeah. Well, like I said, I think people can tell aura and vibe. You know what I mean? Like you can watch a lot of different people, on social media, and they can be fake and fugazi and pretend to be like a nice person that they care about people. You know what I mean? But I think most people, you get to a certain point where you can feel kind of like an aura or a vibe about someone, and then you can make your own decision if you think that this is just an act or if this is how the person is all the time. If they are trying to be genuine. Oh, what a save. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, and like I said, I think, like I said, just the common ground with, Alabama and NASCAR and, and just all these things that we have similarities in. That's just what makes the friendship grow, and then the more things that you follow, like me, then, the stronger connection that we're going to have. Fucking wrestling and then football. It's like anyone that likes wrestling and football, we're going to be friends. Bottom line, I could care less on like what, WWE, AEW, or, or what your favorite football team is, college or pro, but if you like football and you like wrestling, just to start off there, we're probably going to get along. And then obviously the baseball, NASCAR, hockey side, that'll be something else. And, if someone wants to vibe about NBA or college hoops, I know I can do that as well. So. All right, we're in the third period, baby. Yeah, and plus it's always, cool to be able to build a space where you have a good community, instead of just, being at an insane sub number, but then the fucking chat is just chaos every day. I don't know if I would like that, where you just have all these people trolling and talking shit, and just fucking spamming up the chat. And we have a shitload of people in here and we're doing really good on the donos and everything else. But if the vibe is just terrible, I would be missing out on some really good people that wouldn't be a part of my channel. And, I don't want to ever get to that point where it's more about, the money, and the subs and the views rather than, just actually building connections and actually, caring about people's day and whatnot. And, trying to get through, we're just all trying to get through this crazy life together, Bobrovsky. True. Yeah. But a lot of college football fans, unless you're hardcore, maybe they're not looking at all the recruiting stuff, the spring games. Sometimes people will watch some of those things and whatnot, but wow, it went behind him. Wow. That puck went behind him, and then he had the teammate kind of scoot it underneath his butt right there to make sure it didn't go in. Wow, they are extremely lucky, Florida, right there. Yeah, and I also like being able to vibe with different people, a different age, different race, different background. I try not to see color. Just I vibe with people, and I like to be able to hear everyone's story. You know what I mean? How they grew up and the struggles and different types of things that how you grew up, where you grew up. Everyone has a story to tell for sure. $18-13 left in the third period. Florida 2, Carolina 1. Carolina dominated the first period, dominated a good chunk of the second period, and then within maybe a minute, Florida got 2 goals right there at the end of the second period, and now they're up 2-1 with all the Uncle Mo. All the Uncle momentum. Carter Verhaeghe. Cardinals 9, Dodgers 8. Ooh. It's never over in baseball either, is it?
Face off control by the Hurricanes. Catching up the points. Set down by Martin. In pursuit of fourth place.
Goalies have done well today, but we still have a little bit of time. Let's look at some of the stats here. Should be a penalty. Oh, they're getting chippy. They're getting chippy. All right, 23 shots on goal for Carolina. Florida with 19. Big hits. Florida, 19 hits. Carolina, 16. Faceoffs won. Carolina, 25 to Florida, 19. Florida literally has 19 shots, 19 hits, 19 faceoffs won. The only problem is you're behind on Carolina on 2 of the big ones, shots on goal and faceoffs won. The only thing that you're losing on the hits by 3, but you can catch that up in penalty minutes. Florida 6, Carolina 4. But faceoffs won. Carolina's got 6 more, 25 to 19, and they're going to have to be able to win that out in the third period to give themselves a good shot to force overtime. Oh, big hit. Yeah, I enjoy you too, man. I mean, a lot of times, I would just, talk about football for 2 or 3 hours and whatnot, but, it just depends on like what we're going to be able to get as an audience. And, sometimes just doing events give you a better chance to get newbies that maybe don't know who you are to maybe click on your video, and maybe we can end up getting some new, goats to join the goats that we already have and whatnot. But, if we end up just doing like a football discussion, I mean, it's going to end up being limited because it's not like the tube is going to promote me and we're going to end up getting a good amount of people. So it's like it's very hit or miss, depending on what I do. But it would be nice to get to a point where no matter what it is, it's there. Oh, there it is. 2-2. We're knotted up. Oh, baby. Another power play goal. Woo! We're tied up at 2, baby. Well, that didn't take long. This is very evenly matched teams in this series. Just like Vegas and Dallas tomorrow, it's going to be very close. Stefan.
Now slaving back to play the puck. Here turns. The line by Declare. Collected by Carolina. Held in the line. Offense up the left side for Nation. Going Stall in pursuit. Back around for Carolina. Here's Jordan Stall with a shot. Smothered by Bobrovsky.
Yes, it was.
In Vegas. The Stars and Golden Knights over on ESPN at 8 Eastern. That's an early start in Vegas, by the way. Not a bad thing. And game 2 will be right back here in Carolina, TNT, Saturday afternoon. Sunday afternoon in Vegas. 3 Eastern on ABC, and then we will shift venues and then down to Sunrise for game 3. Panthers and the Kings. The Paul Maurice, all-time latest coach in Hurricanes history, gets the Florida club.
College softball regions, the regionals. 14:30 left in the third period. We're knotted up at 2. Good physical matchup. Not a lot separating these two matchups, East and West this year. It's going to be very close. Both series could go 7. Thank you, Mike. $19.87. Always helping when he can. And let me tell you, man, it's so important, man. Thank you so much. $19.87 so your boy can live and pay rent and pay bills and actually eat food. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $28 holla. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos. If you want like Kyle Busch or you want some Red Farmer, you let me know. You know, you want some Slayer, whatever you want. I got you, bro. I mean, my job here is to be able to, watch the game, call the game, enjoy the game with y'all. Also follow up on everything else that's going on in the sport world right now, and also to entertain you guys. And if I can throw up some stuff that you guys love, it's not necessarily what that needs to be done, but it's always nice to be able to look at some of your favorites. I like taking care of you guys. $13 minutes to go in the third period. Appreciate you, Mike, very much. Yeah, it means a lot. $60. Let's get to a hundo. And it's not like I ever buy anything for myself anyways. Like literally everything goes towards rent, bills, and Paisley. That's it. You know what I mean? Like I can't even tell you the last time I bought something for myself. But like I said, I don't really need to. As long as I can eat, and have something to drink and, somewhere to live and to be able to keep continuing the dream. That's really what matters to me. Continuing the dream, continuing the grind, continuing the mission, and spending time with Paisley every single day as if it was my last day with her, and really just enjoying every single minute that I have with her. And I'd really live my life that way. So very strong connection I have with her. Never felt like that with a a pet, but she's more than a pet. She's family. That's facts. Stupid ESPN app. It's like I have it up there for a little bit, and then all of a sudden one of the ads wants to fucking fire off. No, I don't want to listen to your fucking ad when I'm watching the game. I'm looking at the stats. Hello. Yes, appreciate you. $60, 40 to go. Oh, out of play. Cardinals 9, Dodgers 8. What a comeback. 68-57 Lakers on the Nuggets. And then obviously we have this matchup here. And let me see if I can look at the stats before the fucking ad comes up. All right, what do we got? We got 25 hits. No. We got 25 shots on goal for Carolina. Of course I couldn't make it. Son of a bitch. All right, 25-19 shots on goal for Carolina. 20-16. Florida has the advantage on the hits. Faceoffs 1, Carolina 27, Florida 22. And penalty minutes 8 for Florida, 4 for Carolina. Ridiculous. All right, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out for a little bit like you could. I hope you have a great rest of your night. And thank you so much for helping us, get closer to the goal. I appreciate you more than you know. I hope you feel better. I hope things are good. And I look forward to talking to you tomorrow or very soon whenever you have another free day. Appreciate you very much. Very nice. Appreciate you, brother.
That's a house favorite. And it served with your choice of plans. Thank you.
There's got to be a catch.
No catch and no trade required either.
Oh, how do you know all this?
I come here a lot. Love the service.
At AT&T, new and existing.
Throw up a Slayer photo as we have Mike on his way out. We got to make sure we give him a good outing on something that he loves. A little Slayer. How about 2 Slayers for Mike on his way out? We love Mike. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Mike. Oh, yeah. Slayer! The guy on the far left looks like it could be AJ Styles' dad. Huh, Sarah? Look at the guy on the far left. Is that AJ Styles' dad? Megan in the building. How are you? 10:52 left in the third period. We're knotted up at 2. 26 shots on goal for Carolina. Florida, 19. It's been pretty much Carolina for all the first period, a majority of the second period, but Florida got hot. 2 goals right there at the end. Carolina with a goal in the third to regain the Uncle Mo and the momentum. And who knows how this game is going to play out. Overtime, are we going to get a winner in regulation or a winner in overtime? We'll find out. But I feel this series is very evenly matched, even though most people have Florida, being so hot against Boston and Toronto that they think that they are going to keep the magic going. But the Carolina's, the favorite. They have home ice. So Carolina definitely thinks they can win. And as far as Vegas Golden Knights and the Dallas Stars, God, those 2 teams probably are the 2 best. And so whoever wins out of those 2 probably is the Stanley Cup champion. I don't think that I'm crazy to say that. I think that's what most people are thinking. Whoever wins between Dallas and Vegas, that's probably who the champ is. Now, could we have a champ out of one of these 2 teams? Yeah, it is possible. But it just, it's like saying like the Miami Heat are going to go all the way. Could it happen? Yeah, it could. But it's not as likely, that maybe like a Boston or a Denver or a Lakers probably has a little bit better of a chance. And that's kind of the same vibe. Could these 2 teams do it? Yeah. But what are the chances? But again, this is a crazy year. I was hoping to have 2 Cinderella stories. We have 1. But One ended a little too soon for us with the Kraken, but we'll be back next year. Said Vegas, huh? Is it Vegas because you really think Vegas, or Vegas because you hate Dallas because they beat us and you're not going to bet on them because you can't support anything on a team that beats us? A little bit of both.
What about when there is no road, no gas? They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? On the power of dreams. It's time to hydrate.
It's very hard to root for a team that beats you, for sure.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. With the money you save, we tried electric unicycles.
Yeah, Vegas might be the national or global choice, but Dallas, I think, showed how great they are. You know, they might have the hottest goalie, Ottinger, out of these four that are left, and if he ends up being the best one out of those four, then Dallas might win it all. I mean, I don't think that's too crazy to think. I mean, of course, it sucks when they beat Seattle and whatnot, but and it looks like Dallas's goal scorers as a team are a little hotter as well. But again, we'll see on how they match up tomorrow. If they're still going to be able to be that same type of squad, or is it going to be a little bit lower scoring battle with those two teams? And is it going to come down to the goalies? I mean, obviously it always comes down to the goalies, but you still need people to score and to be on the offensive and be aggressive, and win the power plays and, get teams into the penalty, and you have to have good line shifts. You have to have, people that aren't injured, obviously, out there and healthy. And you got to have that momentum. It's like the East is the underdogs. The West is like the powerhouse. But you got to think, if Dallas ends up getting past Vegas, they're not losing. If Dallas ends up winning against Vegas, they're winning it all, period. Because, I mean, that might be the actual Stanley Cup is those two teams playing. No disrespect to these two, because I still think that this is entertaining. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it right now if I didn't enjoy it or like it. So, I think both of these series can go 6 or 7. They're evenly matched, both teams. Probably Vegas and Dallas are more evenly matched than even these two. And these two are pretty evenly matched. I'm not really sure if I see too many advantages, disadvantages, besides maybe Ottinger, maybe being the guy that could be the difference for Dallas. And Joe is so good. Pavlovsky. They have so many pieces there. But Vegas too, though. They're dangerous. So I assume the pecking order, it probably goes Vegas, Dallas, Florida, Carolina. Or, if some people want to put Carolina above Florida. But, I mean, you have to give them some respect for beating up Boston and Toronto the way that they did. It's not like they got taken to the limits with both teams. Like, they beat both teams bad. Like, beat Boston bad. And then go into Toronto and you win 2 in their house. Like, unreal. But that's hockey for you, huh? 7:45 left in the third period. Yeah. Carolina, based on what they did in the regular season, but based off the playoffs. Oh, shit. Oh, what a save. Get the fuck out of here. Unbelievable. He was on his stomach. Oh, my God. I mean, but for me to be able to watch, very closely, and see what these guys are doing, in the playoffs, you definitely can tell, kind of the levels. So we still got to be able to give credit for that Boston and Toronto and how they beat them. I mean, we would have still been impressed if they would have won both of those in 7, but just the pure fact that they won in style and as a huge underdog, it's just definitely the Cinderella story that's left in hockey is Florida. .640 to go in the third period. We're still knotted up at 2. Shot wide left. What's the closest anyone has been to a hockey game before? I've been front row for WHL for the Winterhawks, but nothing on the NHL side. I mean, even being in the 100 level would be cool. I mean, it just to be right on that glass, though, would be just epic. Oh, penalty. Oh, there goes a stick. Oh, into the crowd. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, my God. There was a memorabilia piece. That guy got fucking clobbered. That stick went flying into the crowd. I hope they let that fan keep that. I'm not sure if that guy has got his main stick and they have backups and whatnot, but I imagine certain guys have like lucky sticks, like, ones that they don't want to give up or unless they break. They're like, fuck it, I can't get the stick back. We got to keep playing. Wow, that was sweet. 4:50 left in the third period. We're still knotted up at 2. Let's go. Yeah, we'll definitely check those off the bucket list. We'll both be going to a Kraken matchup sooner than later in the next 5 years. Obviously, when you come back to the States, and then whenever I get a chance to go up there with my buddy Justin. We'll probably make like a trip of it, though. Like if we try to go like on a 2-game home set, where we go like Saturday morning, go to a game Sunday, and then come back Monday or something, or try to plan something like that. But if we can only go to 1 game, then that'd be cool with that. Or it's like 2 games, you sit farther back, or 1 game where you sit really close. So I guess you just have to make priorities on what you want. .340 left in the third period. 31 shots on goal for Carolina, 19 for Florida. But Florida is so sneaky scrappy where it just looks like they're out of the game. And then all of a sudden, like, just you blink, you turn away, and then they have 2 goals in like a minute. That's how it goes for a lot of hockey teams too. If they stay resilient and they are hot and healthy and they believe in themselves, like even when everything looks, grim, they still fight and find a way. And sometimes they'll lose, but then other times they will be able to pull off magic and get 2 goals in like a minute and a half. That's what's always crazy about hockey to me, that the chance of being at 0-0-0, and then you're like, well, at least maybe they'll get 1 and then end of the game. And then all of a sudden when you think the scoring's done, nope, not in hockey. Like in hockey, like you go to the bathroom, you might already score 2 goals in that time period, besides just the one that you thought you were only going to get. It's like it's almost like it's expected that they'll score another goal once you score. Like the probability goes up a lot just based off history and what we've seen in the league, that it's very common to score a goal right after you scored a goal. That's what makes hockey fucking exciting, man. Just the unpredictability. And baseball too. It's like after the 6th inning and the pitcher goes out, it's a whole nother ball game. It's like you're paying for 1 game, but you get to see 2. The beginning, and then you get the end. Oh, nice. Very nice. (79-76) Lakers up by 3. Nuggets lead the series 1-0. So one more quarter for them. And what do we got here? 9-8 Cardinals and Dodgers. So everything is just like really close tonight. There really isn't anything bad. Everything has been good. It's 2-2, right? 79-76. Who's going to win? Who the fuck knows? And then Cardinals should have won this game, but the Dodgers, I don't know. They found the right rhythm at the right time. So many home runs for you guys, but then the Dodgers have gotten the momentum since the 6th inning. Rojas singled the right. Vargas scored. Peralta to second. Freeman with a grand slam. Muncy. Oh, yeah. Once Muncy goes, he normally can get more than one, but that's the 7th inning, so I don't know if he'll get up again unless it's like the 9th and you guys get a rally going there. But wow, crazy. 60 doll hairs. Let's get to a hundo.
What they're seeing is real.
Sergei Bobrovsky.
That's fantastic. Or was I just acting? Only way to find out is to try it yourself.
And Frederick Anderson. Then you have Aiden Hill, right, for Vegas, and then obviously the man for Dallas, Ottinger. I like Ottinger. You know, I can't be a hater towards Dallas. I mean, I know it's easy to be because, you know, anytime if you have a favorite team and you get beat, it's like, it's like when the Rams beat the Buccaneers, you know, it's like, I don't want to root for them to fucking win the Super Bowl after they just beat me. Like, fuck that, you know? I get it. You know, it's like, even if you know they're good or they're going to win the Super Bowl, it's like, you know, it's okay to be a little bitter and petty when you have your favorite team and they lose. I guess it just depends on, like, how healthy is it to be bitter and petty, like, weeks and months after? You know what I mean? Like, you can be bitter and petty, like, for a week, but then, like, after that, like, depending on how long it is and how aggressive the bitterness and pettiness is, then that can wear on you as a person, you know, because negative vibes are no good, you know. But sometimes it is harder to get over losses based off certain teams. That's for damn sure. I mean, I've had plenty of, you know, matchups with teams, but I try to enjoy the sport as a whole. All right, here we go. Last 2 minutes, and that's why I'm here. I figured that Laker Nugget game would be pretty close, but, you know, we already did basketball, and, you know, I've committed to hockey, so I want to try to do every matchup in the East and the West in the Stanley Cup. We'll be doing Mariners and Dodgers in the free time as well. And maybe one day we'll get some NASCAR and some basketball back in, but, I mean, those are kind of, you know, last case scenario type things. But, I mean, hell, I mean, based on the, you know, kind of what we were getting before, at that point, instead of even doing basketball or maybe doing NASCAR, maybe just doing like a regular stream where we just hang out and talk football for 3 hours. I think, you know, if we're going to do something like that and we're already going to have kind of limited views, more than likely, we might as well do something where we actually enjoy what we're talking about, right? And I can pull up some photos while we do it. But sometimes in the NFL offseason, there's not enough to talk about. I mean, you can manufacture topics all day and all night like they do on Good Morning Football, but sometimes it's just ridiculous. Like, if you actually go to like ESPN and look at like the ticker for like the news for the day, I mean, sometimes they have things that's news. That's not fucking news. You know, it's like there's nothing going on. So they're just reaching for any type of rumor or some kind of bullshit story, something that's not even fucking relevant. Minute 20 left in the third period. Let's go, baby. But I had to find something to replace my basketball. So NASCAR and hockey definitely do that for me. And maybe one day I will have joy with basketball, but they have a lot to improve for me to get there, just like with WWE. They had a lot to prove to me for me to get me back as a fan. Super loyal, 30-plus years. Then COVID hit, Vince McMahon, terrible booking. I mean, it was unwatchable for like 2-3 years. But I'm back now. But I still think NXT is kind of shitty, honestly. All right, 35 seconds to go. I try watching it over and over and over, and I just can't do it. It's like I can't buy into these fucking weak storylines and this shitty wrestling. It's not like NXT when it was with like Shawn Michaels and Triple H, and it was the black and yellow brand with like Undisputed Era. At that point, NXT was better than Raw and SmackDown. That's what I miss. But you're never going to get that ever again either, probably. So I guess you just have to appreciate the greatness while it's there, because in an instant it could be taken away and gone forever. So you're never going to have consistency all the way around unless you're like the fucking NFL. College football, NFL, that's always going to be good. I guess basketball, baseball, hockey, other things, it might change a little bit, but 16 seconds left in the third period, still knotted up at 2. Fantastic job for Carolina to actually get back in the game, because they easily could have lost that after Florida got the back-to-back goals, and then they were just played well, but just not aggressive enough and didn't get enough good shots. And this easily could have been a Florida 2, Carolina 1, and they stole another game like they did with Toronto and they did with, Boston. So that home ice advantage and that crowd definitely gave them a little bit of juice. And now it's anybody's game. Oh, yeah, and that's why we can connect with each other even more, because like I said, the main reason I stopped watching NASCAR and hockey, even though I was like playing the video games back then, like 15, 20 years ago, I didn't have anyone to talk, about it with. So it's like, like if I can like, message like a buddy like Justin, and I can send him like memes or GIFs about like Mariners or like stats about Mariners, or we can talk, about Dodgers or baseball, or Blazers. I can easily do that, or Ducks. And then obviously I have wrestling people that, we have many of those that, have that same kind of love and grew up in the same kind of era. But yeah, I think definitely with baseball, hockey, NASCAR, basketball, it's not going to apply to everyone. And probably NBA applies more than those other three, than baseball, hockey, or NASCAR. But just because something is popular doesn't mean that the NBA is the best product. I don't think the NBA is anywhere near the NFL. Based off a number of things. But, NBA is probably the second most popular, I would assume, in the United States behind NFL. I would assume it goes NFL, NBA, and then obviously MLB, and then you'll have, the other things below that. But, yeah, but we'll have that in common. You know what I mean? And like I said, sometimes, you'll get fans that are fans of just one thing, or you'll get someone that is a fan of many things. And then, like I said, there's a reason why, the name of the channel is Sports Fanatics, and me being here in the Northwest, because, that's truly who I have been, since I was like 5 years old. So it's like, it's always been many, many different things. And, being able to soak in those type of games and the memorabilia and the memories. And Griffey and Sandy Koufax, it doesn't really get any better than that.
Chipotle's new chicken al pastor is fire on every level. Fresh chicken hot off the grill. A rich marinade.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I was a Seahawk fan, then we would be all locked in, with a lot of the other Seattle people and stuff too. But yeah, like I said, Mariners for Griffey. I always have to have a connection. I just can't let it fall into my lap. Like, oh, that, here it is. Like, I need to have a connection. I don't want to bandwagon it or anything. But if Seattle actually had good defensive players back then, in the late 80s, early 90s, then that might have been, it would Niners in Seattle. I was a Niner kid, but I didn't want to claim them. I like Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Tom Rathman, John Taylor, Brent Jones, Merton Hanks, Dion when he was there in 94, but Steve Young. But I just didn't want to claim a team as a kid and just be like, oh, let me inherit 5 Super Bowls. I thought that would be just weak, and I had a feeling they never would win again. And so far I've been right. And I do think the Niners will win at some point, but I'm 41 now and they haven't won since I was 12 years old. So, but they've gotten to Super Bowls, but they haven't had a quarterback as good as Joe Montana or Steve Young since then. And that's a big part of why they haven't won. They need something like that. Yeah, but Niners didn't have enough defense. Seahawks didn't. And then I just waited one more year, and then the Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, and I watched them in college, at Florida State and at the U. And I was like, dang, these are my guys. Like, they're physical, talk shit a little bit. They back it up. They're, they're very athletic. You know, they can get a sack, they can get a tipped pass for an interception for a touchdown. Then John Lynch was already there, and I was like, ooh, I like him too. He's a hard hitter. Then Rondé Barber was there, and I was like, ooh, I like him. Mike Allstott was there. So really everything fell into my lap. You know, if it was Niners, it would have been just Dion. You know, if he would have stayed in 94 and then in 95 instead of going to the Cowboys and winning a Super Bowl, if he would have stayed on the Niners, then the Niners would have went back-to-back in 94 and 95, and maybe I'm a Niner fan today, possibly. But I think one guy wouldn't have been enough for me. You know, but then having the Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, John Lynch, Rondé Barber, and obviously Mike Allstott on the offense, I mean, that was just a done deal. Every single one of those guys embodied who I was and what I represented about football, and then obviously me loving the O-line and you know, special teams and just kind of the underappreciated guys. But I've always been a defensive guy, which was weird because most people are offensive people. Most people buy offensive players' jerseys. I usually buy defensive player jerseys. So, you know, there are me's out there, you know, that appreciate the defense and the special teams. And it's not like if you're a defensive-minded or special teams-minded person, you don't buy offensive jerseys. Yeah, you own some, but it's just not as many. You know, you try to get some of those other ones. And, yeah, I mean, that's how it is. But, hey, at least we got Mariners and we got Kraken. So, you know, but I still follow the Seahawks just like every other team as if they were my own. And I live here in the Pacific Northwest. So, I mean, I follow pretty much everything that's going on with them that's here and everything that's on the West Coast with the Chargers and Herbert. Raiders, obviously, since they moved from Oakland to Vegas, and then the Niners and a few others as well. That's facts. All right, 81-81 with 9 minutes left in the fourth for the Lakers and the Nuggets. Is the baseball game still going? Oh, my God. 14-8, Sarah. What did you do? Sarah did some kind of Harry Potter magic spell, and now she's like got the Cardinals more runs. What the hell happened? It was 9-8. How the hell did you get 5 runs in a matter of like I just blinked an eye and it's already what the hell happened? Newt Barr single to right. Donovan scored. Newt Barr to second. Mercado to third. Mercado scored on a wild pitch. Goldschmidt to second. Wild pitches? What? And then Contreras homered again? Or was that the first one for him? No, he homered in the third inning. He was the first one. 14-8. Oh, man. 11-8. 14-8. Awesome. Heck yeah. So that'll make you happy. You know, even though the season is over, just wearing it. You know what I mean? Sometimes just being able to have that representation, you know? Yeah, I mean, I will. For me, I'm a big jersey guy and I'm a toy guy, you know. And sometimes, you know, when you, you know, are up or you're down, sometimes you want to be surrounded around your collectibles and the things that make you happy. So sometimes I'll do a little digging. You know, sometimes I'll throw on an old school jersey that I normally wouldn't have on. You know, and you know, or you'll end up putting it on and watching something. You know, it's just, you know, normally you're going to put it on during the season and whatnot, but yeah, sometimes it's nice to be able to go through some of that stuff and try on something, you know, even if it's not the season. You gave him the Cardinal Juju, I guess here, huh?
Let's take a look at that game down goal because it's not just pretty passing at the end, but it's still.
All right, we're going to OT.
Yeah, it's just clean breakout. They're going to get it sent down. They're going to get all 5 guys back within their own zone. And I like this lead. Right? Going back to the first period, it was the same breakout. They went to the different side, but they're going to drop it off to Hollow. And it's a quick pass here, and it just does enough to stall right in the middle of the ice. So they get that clean zone entry. And I don't know what's going on here. It's a great one puck battle, but it seems like Florida's ready to.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And all of a sudden they get caught quick 3-on-2. And Hank, as you mentioned, that.
Yeah, I think most people have like a couple. Some people will have like 5 to 10. Then you get the people that are more hardcore that have like more than 10. I think once you get to like the 10 jersey mark, that puts you on that next category. And then you go 10, 20, 50, 100. Depends on your, you know, obviously finances and budget and, you know, how many teams you follow as well. So. Yeah, I don't got that many, but I got a good amount. But I would say my number is probably closer to like 20, 25. But that's Blazers, Ducks, Buccaneers. It's like 10 plus on the Bucks. Like, you know, 10, I think, you know, around, you know, very close to 10 with the Ducks. And then Blazers, you know, a few of those with like Dame. And then like Mariners with like Griffey and Julio and whatnot. So obviously those ones will be the biggest. But
obviously eventually things did open up and they were able to get
the rugby and the crickets, yeah.
For most of the playoffs, I feel like you got to credit Florida's D. They do a great job in tight of really hanging on the sticks, getting in there so they really can't get elevated in tight armor.
So for like the rugby and the cricket jerseys, are those with those ones they have like screen print version and sewn with those as well, and then some of those actually have patches from some of these sponsors for like rugby and cricket on them, right? Because I've seen some like because I used to do rugby videos and soccer videos like back in the day when I first started and stuff, and I've seen like the fans and interacted and whatnot, and yeah, some of the soccer, rugby or cricket, some of the jerseys are pretty cool looking. Yeah, maybe you need to put the liner jersey on and then find an old USC game with Pete Carroll coaching. You know, sometimes doing something like that is, you know, and get a little thing of popcorn, you know, or whatnot, and, you know, just putting the jersey on, finding an old school game, whether you have it recorded or if you can find it like on YouTube or something. You'd be surprised on, you know, how that'll make you feel. I had a real big like nostalgia moment for me last night. I have one of these like bootleg Nintendos, and it's got like 500 games that you can play and some Japanese and whatnot. And, you know, I was playing like Contra and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, and Excite Bike. And man, it's just like, just to be able to kind of have those memories. But one of my favorite first games that I played ever was at the arcade at a Round Table Pizza. And I also had the game, you know, on Nintendo, was Road Blasters. And I remember being at the arcade and asking my dad for quarters and going through the little orbs and going through the levels and then actually getting it, you know, for like Nintendo early on before I transferred over and transitioned to Sega and whatnot, and 64 and those other systems, PlayStation. But I ended up watching a YouTube video of like, you know, someone going through the arcade game and actually like the Nintendo game and going through the levels and just hearing the sound effects of the car shooting the other cars, going through the orbs to get the extra gas, and then the, you know, helicopter that comes down and drops down like the weapons, and if it lands on your car, you get it. But just seeing the levels, like I haven't played that game or seen that game since I was like 5, and I'm 41. So like to be able to see that I played in 1987 and to not have really played it that much since then, and then to see and hear it and feel it, like I was just grinning ear to ear. I mean, it really made me want to play it because I don't own it anymore. But like something as simple as like, you know, that kind of memory and like playing a video game from your childhood, or, you know, watching a TV show or cartoon, and then it's rekindling that younger version of you. It was crazy. I haven't smiled that big, and like I had my phone like twisted so that way I could like watch it, and it's like almost like as you were like controlling, you know, the Road Blasters with the phone, even though you weren't. But like it was just so cool, man. Like I haven't felt that way, but like I said, I used to play, you know, Double Dragon and Contra and Ninja Gaiden and you know, Mega Man, like Mario 1, 2, 3. Like I'm like a video game nerd. Like obviously, it's, if I wasn't doing the sport thing, I probably would be a gamer, you know, on like Twitch or something like that. But just that nostalgia feeling definitely can make things you know, go from like, you know, not being very happy or whatever, and then taking that to another level. Sometimes you just got to find the little W's and the little wins in life, you know. And like I said, depending on if you have cats or dogs, if you have pets, if you don't have that in your house, you know what I mean? Music, you know, but then sometimes you just got to manufacture your own happiness, and you got to be able to know the things that you like, you know, and if you think that you're going to forget, write it down on a piece of paper, like near your computer. These are the things, you know, when I get down that I'm going to go to, you know. And for me also too, it's like, I know with me and Odin's son and a lot of other people like Cyberpunk, I can go back and just watch like an old school wrestling match of like 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden I'm good, you know. And so you just got to be able to find those things that you have a connection to.
You get to choose first who's going to get the winner here.
Well, there's 38 forwards or defenders.
New Zealand All Blacks.
So if I go with a stall, I get
Nice. I think I did a reaction video, and I think they like stole my footage and used it as like you know, dumb Americans react to rugby or something. But it was I enjoyed doing the rugby videos. They were fun.
And Jacob, just one.
Oh, awesome.
Only because Florida's so good on the road.
Sarah's like, I had to get the video games in. Or when they used to have those displays like at Target or Toys R Us, right? And you're only supposed to be on it for like a little bit, right? Oh gosh, 16:8. That's ridiculous, right? And then you have like that one kid, and there's all these other kids that want to play, but then that one kid is just sitting there and like, you know, and obviously it just depends if the employee said anything, but shit, there'd be kids that would be at Toys R Us or Target for hours playing unless someone told them to like leave, you know? Nice. Yeah, I think I did some reaction videos to the All Blacks. I remember watching some of their stuff and whatnot. Yeah, one of my friends from high school actually lives there in New Zealand, which is kind of crazy because like everyone is still pretty much in the States, and she's like really the only one I think from the school that I know of that I was pretty close to that decided to go that far away. But super happy, you know, has kids out there, and you know they're living their best life. It looks really pretty too, like in all the photos and everything. Like it looks like very, very calm and peaceful, and I can see why that she's there. Only team in rugby to win 3 World Cups. See, I learned something new today. Wow, this crowd is a rockin'. Carolina in overtime, huh? 93-84 Nuggets. 96-84 Nuggets. Oh, Dodgers. They can come back. They're only down 8 runs now. It's like, what a tease, Sarah. All of a sudden, we were up 2-0. Then you go up like 9-2, and then like 11-2, and then 13. And then all of a sudden, we get it to 8, and it's 9-8. And then all of a sudden, you explode for another like 7 or 8. It's not, why you got to be playing with me and my dad like that? Making us think that we actually were going to come back and win. Oh, 9-8? You think you're going to come back from the Grand Slam with Freddie? And then you just pop off another 8 runs? Wow, incredible. But it shows you with pitching, if your top guy plays bad, right, and then all the guys behind him are even worse, then this is the type of shit that happens. 16? Good for you. And, you know, and I'm not even mad whatsoever. I'm happy because, like, Dodgers are going to get, 90 to 105, 10 wins. You know, you guys are at the bottom trying to work your way up. And yeah, the beginning of the season sucked and it's been shitty all year. There's no other words to describe Cardinals fans. I mean, I'm not a Cardinal fan, but I know if I was, how I would be feeling, after being so good these last few years and then the Pujols, Yadier Molina, and then this. I was like, no, this is unacceptable. But you guys are starting to kind of put it together. So good for you. I hope it really starts a trend of a big winning streak. And maybe you guys can go on like a 10-game win streak or something like that, 10 or 12, and then maybe that will spark a little energy for you guys. Get that warmer weather in June. And like I said, I know the Mariners always are better June on because that's when the weather gets better. And obviously we kind of played around with some of the lineups and we'll be a little bit more comfortable. And we have the new rules this year with the pitch clock and the violations and the bigger bag and, no more shifting. And so obviously I think it's benefiting the pitchers more and the hitters are having a harder time. But I think a lot of people are still, they're starting to figure it out. A lot of the averages that were at like 200, now you're starting to see more players and teams getting closer to 250 and 300. And that's what we're used to. We're not used to seeing guys batting 150 or 0.97 or, 190 when they're supposed to be batting like 290 or like 340, 7 homers. Oh, don't be sorry. You did 2 trips? Nice. I mean, my first place I probably would want to go is Japan, though, because just, that's, part of my culture and whatnot. But other than that, I mean, there's plenty of places that would definitely be on the bucket list. A lot of European countries would be at the top of my list. Not only for just the food, but for the, the views. All right, overtime, 2-2. Cardinals 16, Dodgers 8. No problem. We'll come back. And 96-84. Looks like Nuggets are going to go up 2-0. What's the difference between the North and the South Islands besides like the overall scenery? Like, is the weather better on one side or the other? Is there more like mountains and more like one's more flat, one's got more views? Like, what's the difference between each side? Yeah, we'd probably get into like a food-a-coma in all those places. There's so many places that are like, oh, wow. And that's it. Unbelievable. Florida with the surprise OT upset. Wow. They like hesitated right there. Like, did he score? Did they get it? And they had to look at it, and then it was in. Wow. Unbelievable. Stunner. And that's why people think that they have a shot to win it all. Just for that type of reason right there. When they don't deserve probably to win, they're still finding ways to win on the road when then they really didn't play. They're doing a review right now. Let's see if it is. There's contact.
Well, I see the Florida player getting aided in by Drury on this play.
Ryan Lomberg goal. Snapshot. What do we think? What do we think here? North is tropical, south cooler. Oh, okay. See, I learned another thing today. Two things I learned today. That's why I asked questions. More mountains on south and a fjordland. Ah, cool. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I haven't been able to really do a lot of the things. Obviously you have to have money to do things like that. But yeah, a lot of the articles and any show that I've watched, and I just love cultures other completely different than mine, and just being able to appreciate the culture, the food, the way that people dress, the way they talk, the little special like intricacies that make their culture special. Interference. Oh, no goal. Wow. Well, here we go. Just when we think it's over. Nope. Carolina likes that. Wow-wee. Well, it did go in, but they eventually called in. 16-8. You only beat us by 8, Sarah. 8? You could do better than that. Should have been 16-0. Nice job. Hell of a game. Was that the most home runs that you've hit with each individual person in one game? That might have been the record this year for you. Nice job. And then 99-94. Looks like that they're up by 5, so still an opportunity. All right, we're still in overtime. That's cool. My boy Brett, that I go to Ducks games and Blazer games with. People have seen the photos on like socials and whatnot, but really cool guy. He was our starting center in high school on the basketball team, and I didn't really have a whole lot of interaction with him outside of after high school and whatnot. But yeah, it was just so cool. We just re-linked up after going to a Duck game, and yeah, he ended up going there, and it was like, wow, cool pictures. I think his wife there was like for like a convention or something that she was there, but he was like riding around on a scooter and taking pictures of everything. It was cool, man. It's like, it's one thing to see it on TV or like, you know, some kind of documentary or something on the news, but when you have like, it's your friends and it's like them, you know, and it seems a little bit more real. Yeah. Lots of cool stuff to see in that general area. Oh, dude, I'm happy for you guys. 16? I mean, you guys had a horrible start to the year, and I'm just happy that you guys are starting to get into a little bit of a groove in the last, week and a half, where things were like fucking terrible, but now you guys are actually getting hits. Pitching is sometimes being a little bit better. You're getting hits, you're getting runs, you're making plays on defense. You know, you're just playing better baseball, and ultimately you're getting wins, and you're compiling wins and getting wins in extreme fashion like today. So, yeah. I'm happy for you guys. Dodgers are going to get plenty of wins. You know what I mean? This win means a hell of a lot more to you than it does to the Dodgers at this point. Dodgers are in first place. They already know that they're going to be going very far with Atlanta. You know, for you guys, you know, it's like you were at the very bottom of the division, you know, just like the Mariners. It's like, why are we so bad? What we know, the pitching was booty, couldn't hit. It sucked, right? But to be able to pull a string of wins in a row out like that says a lot about the character of the team. So hopefully it can keep moving, and I would love for you guys to be able to turn it around. And hopefully both the Mariners and Cardinals will be second in the division at the end of the year, and we're in the playoffs. Even if it's a wild card, fuck it. I know that's asking a whole lot, you know, based on the success of, you know, some of the other teams in the division and whatnot. Like anytime you see like the Pittsburgh Pirates or the Orioles, you're like, oh wow. It's like the first time that you saw Toronto when they were talking about Vlad Jr. and Bo Bichette. You're like, well, okay, these guys are kind of young, but I see potential here. Add a couple more guys, maybe they'll be good in a couple years. And then that day came. And then now I think we're starting to see with like the Pirates and especially the Orioles, you know, if you look at some of their players, you know, Rushman and whatnot, I mean, they got some special guys there, and sometimes you just have to wait for those special players to link up with other young special players, and then they finally get good. But obviously, they can't just be average. You have to have guys that are like all-star, potential Hall of Fame players at some point, you know, because that's the only way you're going to be able to turn shit around if you're in Pittsburgh or Baltimore. It's like Orioles and the Pirates are traditionally bad. It's not like Cal Ripken's coming out there, or a Bobby Bonilla or Barry Bonds or Andy Van Slyke. 16 minutes left in OT. Wow, 9 out of 11. Congrats. That makes me really happy. You know, I mean, there's a reason why I went to go see the Cardinals in person. I could have went to go see any team, but that's the one that me and my buddy agreed on, you know, because I really wanted to check out your guys, and you guys have a lot of history, and I wanted to, you know, make that off my bucket list. You know, it's like they don't come to Seattle that often, even though now with the schedule change, we're going to be playing every team, but it wasn't like that. Normally it's like you got to wait 4 or 5 years, you know, and then maybe you still don't have money to go at that time, or there's a different team that you want to go see. So next one on my bucket list will be Atlanta. That's the one I think I want to get done. Yeah, but good for you two. You guys deserve it. If you're going to, you know, I know sometimes it's hard to watch games when the team consistently sucks and keeps losing. But you just got to go through the good and the bad, and it makes you appreciate the wins a hell of a lot more. That's what builds character in a fan. You know what I mean? Like when you can go through those tough times and still stick it out, really does make it. And then when you make it, you know, to the very top of the mountain, then it really means something. Energy is off the charts. 102.99 Denver. Looks like they're about to pull it out. $33 shots on goal for Carolina, 23 for Florida. Big hits. Florida 29, Carolina 19. 10 more. Face-offs 1, Carolina 37, Florida 27. So 10 more hits for Florida, but Carolina's like, shit, we got the face-offs. And then penalty minutes, 8 for Florida, 6 for Carolina. What a fucking evenly matched up. You got one team with the shots and the face-offs, right? The home team that should win, and then the one that's, a little lucky and that's been hitting harder, the underdog in Florida. I knew this was going to be a good game. There was a chance that Nuggets-Lakers could have been a blowout tonight too. So nice to see that the Lakers are keeping it close. I imagine Laker fans are probably upset that they're going to be down 2-0. But that doesn't mean that the Nuggets come into LA and get blown out in game 3 by the Lakers. So, everyone can overreact over every single game, but sometimes you have to look at the long term rather than the short term. But this hockey matchup in the East and West, it would be really cool if we can get game 7s in both. And I think there is a good possibility of that. Obviously, we know that at the very minimum, both are going to go 6 games, but it would be really cool to see 7 in both. I got to get as much hockey as I can in. I don't want it to end, with like a 5-gamer, 4-1. I'd be fucking pissed. Like if it ends up being 4-1 Florida or Carolina, I'm like, no, I need a couple more. And then at fucking Dallas, Vegas, that one can go fucking 10 games. That one's going to be bananas. That one's going to have like a lot of goals scored. And goalies are going to do their best, like with what they got with Aiden Hill and Ottinger. But so much offensive weaponry on that team. It's like no matter how good the goalies do, there's going to be some huge scoring games in that series. Probably more than this one. This one will be the lower scoring one. The other one, we're going to see like 6-4, 7-2, 7-3. I think that we're going to get some big numbers in that series. Is that good? 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 all homered. Is that good? I'll have to look that up to see if that's good. Penalty. Offsides. Damn. But I'll tell you what, if you end up getting a champion on this side, this will be one of the more memorable, I think, NHL, playoff runs, especially if it ends up, if it ends up being Florida, you'll be like, wow, Boston, Toronto, Carolina, and then Vegas. If that ends up being, and it's like, what can you say at that point? You're like, this is the real Cinderella story. But if Carolina wins, I think they're in the same boat. They're good, but no one's really been talking about them, and Florida's been doing bigger things. So they're just kind of like sneaking their way here and whatnot. But I don't think anyone believes that they're good enough to beat Dallas or Vegas. So if they do that, what would be the craziest shit ever? Carolina wins this. They sweep Florida 4-0, which we think is impossible. And then they go and play Vegas and sweep them. That'd be like probably the craziest shit ever. Maybe one day we'll see something crazy like that. Like there's some team that we don't even really think is that good, and then they just do the unthinkable. Beat the hottest team and then beat the best team. That's why I love sports. You just never know. Plus, I'll talk it into existence sometimes. So that's always good. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the backdrops, of who's got the best, in Major League Baseball. And usually Bush is top 3, top 5 in almost everyone's thing, based off the, this ballpark and the vibe and whatnot. Yeah, I definitely would be willing to go. There's a couple that would be really cool to do, if you ever had enough money. Like obviously Yankee Stadium, Wrigley. There's always going to be certain ones that'll be kind of iconic and special to see. Boston. "12 minutes left in OT. Florida had that goal taken away due to interference. Icing. Matthew Tkachuk. Carter Verhaeghe. He came to life today. And overall, 2-2, when you see some go for a combined 10 goals, Sergei Bobrovsky done pretty fucking good. And same thing goes for Fredrik Andersen. And this crowd has been good. Like, you can definitely feel the energy. Doesn't matter what building it is, but I mean, of course, you should feel that way. You're in the fucking East Final, right? One more team to beat, and then you're going for the cup. I mean, the Final Four. I love the energetic fans. That's what makes hockey fantastic. Because, I mean, if they're doing all of what we're doing and seeing, right, but the crowd sits down and is quiet like NBA fans or baseball fans sometimes, then hockey wouldn't be what it is today. You know what I mean? Just like the same thing with wrestling and football. Like, you have to get that interaction with the crowd, either chanting, booing, cheering, chanting people's names, just being drunk and crazy. My buddy. Final Denver 108, Lakers 103. He said, let's go Nuggets, but it's a actual chicken nugget going into ketchup. But he's a Blazer fan, and so obviously he hates the Lakers. So no matter what LA does, it's like, no. It's like, boo, boo them. Doesn't want them to have any type of success ever. So, hey, I mean, I get it. When you have rivalries, sometimes it's like that. It's like Cowboys, Eagles, Niners, Seahawks. I mean, there's plenty of rivalries where Vikings, Packers. I mean, you're just not going to really be able to get along with another fan base. Just certain fan bases it's tough. Good save. Think about how athletic you have to be to skate like as fast as they do and to be able to have the endurance. Like, soccer players and hockey players are fucking mad. Like, that's just, and then you're wearing the fucking jersey and then the pads, you're sweating. And then if someone ends up being an asshole, you might actually have to punch someone, right? And you have to fight. It's like, there's a lot of responsibility as a hockey player. You don't want to come off as that guy that's soft and just gets knocked out. Like, and you can definitely tell, like, in soccer and hockey, like the best in the world, because they just move different. Everything they do is it looks effortless. They just have, better footwork, better skills. But it's always cool to be able to see, like, up and coming players and rookies, and seeing people that are hyped up, and then living up to the hype was always good. Like Maddie for the Kraken, bright future. 9 minutes to go in OT. All right, so the Dodgers lost by 1 billion. Lakers lost 108-103. This one was close again, but not close enough. Cardinals 16, Dodgers 8, no problem. And we're still here in OT. So it looks like I did choose the right event. I know hockey's not going to be for everyone, just like NASCAR and NBA and MLB, but I love the energy. Oh, you want to fight? He says, I'm going to take you out to dinner. I mean, like, to be crazy to be a hockey player and get pissed. Like, you have a stick, but you can't use a stick because obviously you can't, like, hit the guy in the face with the stick. You do something like that, then, yeah, you already know what that means. Like, severe repercussions if you just go crazy on someone with the head area with the stick and whatnot. But lots of discipline. Hi, Paisley. Oh, my arm. Big chunk of skin just ripped off my arm. 2-2 and OT, baby. This just feels good to be back. Now, for me to be able to get, like, my full, just, like, feel good about things, I would have to play, like, NHL 94 or NHL 95 on the Genesis. Like, if I could play that right after this was over, that would be ideal peak greatness, or even one of my older like NHL 2001s or 2002s. I still have all like my old memory card stuff and all my stuff that I saved from back then. Man, what a good series. I think, and like I said, I've been kind of talking about that on the channel, and I'm not trying to, I feel that the NBA, like if you're a hardcore sport fan, and depending on how old you are and what generation that you grew up in, if you're under 30 or over 30, I just think that brand has lost the most fans. I think like wrestling is always going to have their fans, right? Whether they talk shit about wrestling or not, they're still watching it. If you're into wrestling, you're never leaving for the most part, unless you're an occasional watcher, right? And then football is football, college football and NFL. It's so easy to follow that and be passionate about it. It's like, it's second nature, right? But MLB takes work. NASCAR takes work. Hockey, NHL takes work. NBA, it's like, it takes a little bit more effort to, unless you're, a fan of a super team in that particular thing. Like, I mean, if you're a Milwaukee Buck fan with like Giannis, or like Warriors with Steph Curry, well, shit, that's like the easiest thing ever. It's like you just turn on the fucking game and you already know that you have one of the best in the world and you actually have a chance to win a championship. But not everyone is in that boat, But I think a lot of people have kind of scaled back, either stopped watching the NBA altogether or watch, but it's not the primary thing for them anymore. It's like, I'm watching it, but it's like the third thing and it's on the computer. Like I'm keeping an eye on it and I'm going to read the stats and I'm going to follow up, but I'm not going to watch with passion and intensity as like, can't like leave my, like the TV, like, it's like when Kobe was playing or Jordan, like you're waiting, like bathroom, I'll wait till the quarter ends, and then like, I don't feel basketball is that way anymore. The last time I felt like that was probably with like Iverson and Kobe and stuff, Shaq in his prime. And then it hasn't been like that since, to me. And it's not like I'm saying these superstars that are now are shitty. They're not, but it's just a different vibe now. That's the best way I can explain it. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of us that are fans of certain things, of course, we have a similar interest on, we know what the greats are and what the places would be to go. Also, for me, it would be the food. Because I love food, so of course I would want to be able to go to the ballparks and try like the craziest shit that they have there. It's like they got a fucking hot dog. What kind? Like the most extreme, or they got some kind of chili or pizza or burger or some kind of specialty dish. Some ballparks got some amazing food. Oh my God, did that not go in? Holy shit. Oh my God. Wow. That looked like it went in and it went off the top. You got to be fucking shitting me. 7 home runs, record-setting night for the Cards. Is that good? Most in Bush. You literally had a historic night. You're welcome. See, that's what happens when we stream together, right? Right? You hang out and you end up having, and what makes it cool, right, is of course I'm going to be watching it more intently because the Dodgers are playing. Of course, if it was Dodgers or Mariners, I'm locked in on all over that. So, and to beat the Dodgers and they're a first place team, I mean, that's a real emotional thing. Like if you would have beat the A's, people would be like, bro, you should have 16-0, should have been fucking 24-0. But to actually beat a team that could win the World Series this year or maybe get there or have a deep run at the very least, right? Impressive. And Julio's a good pitcher. So you already beat the shit out of him, and then everyone else after him was even more terrible than him. Baseball. Dude, this hockey matchup is like so awesome. They should just keep going. Like just overnight, just keep playing. Just never end. Like I don't think I'm ready for this game to end. I mean, it's just so even. Like it's just going to be wild. And I think Carolina feels nervous because they know that Florida is so sneaky that Carolina deserves to this game to win. right? But Florida is just so sneaky that, they never give up. And what happens if they get some cheap one where it gets deflected off a Carolina player and they score their own goal and then Florida wins? I mean, the place would just go bananas in the wrong way. But I think they kind of expect it. I don't think fans are stupid. You can definitely tell which fan bases of sports are stupid and the ones that actually know what they're talking about. We all know a person that's stupid, that with the sports. It's like if you don't know sports, it's cool, dude. You don't got to like lie about shit, Because if you lie to a sports fan, I mean, how long do you think it's going to be before they know you're full of shit? It's like the fucking, oh my God, off the fucking crossbar. Oh my God. I mean, I can usually tell within the first 30 seconds. It's like, all right, is this a guy a bullshitter or is this guy really know what he's talking about? I can't believe that went off the crossbar. Dude, they're like, O-Dog wants to do fucking hockey. Let's make it fucking amazing. Thank you. That's what I wanted. OT in the first game, too. I mean, I was hoping for an overtime game within the first 4, but I definitely didn't know if it was going to be like the first one. But that's a great way to set the tone. And it's not like the goaltending has been shitty. 2-2 that's solid, especially when you have really good players that could. I mean, this game easily could have been 6-4. Goaltending was good tonight. What wasn't good tonight? The Dodgers. This is what happened. The Cardinals did that right there to my dad's Dodgers. That's what's up. Cardinals fans tonight. Is that them? This is Sarah and John. I got to give you your logo there. Very nice. Oh, good. Good for you guys, man. You guys have had a rough year. I can have that sympathy, Other teams won't give two shits, or other fan bases, but.
Game's kind of slowed down a bit here, Jonesy. You had mentioned that right after the mandatory.
Man, OT. This game.
Kind of just seems like it's kind of just slowed down a little bit here, at least from the.
Who's going to win? Florida or Carolina?
Up against Pregame, replaces Barkov.
4:11 left. Tyler's in the building. See, Tyler's dropping knowledge. He's like, damn, I'm trying to teach this guy something new today. I've already gotten 3 or 4 new things. See, it's always good, man. It's always good to add to the vocabulary, there's a reason why Eminem is a fucking genius, with the wordplay. I mean, it's not just him looking at a fucking dictionary 24/7, but I'll tell you what, if you're that dedicated to do something that fucking crazy, of course your wordplay is going to be better than anyone else's. Let's go. 6 OTs. Shit. What's good, Tyler? He's really enjoying hockey, man. Loving this shit. And the fans, it really make the difference for me. Because like I said, if I'm watching this action, but I'm not seeing the crowd participate, it would be a big downer. It's like, this is really exciting, but why are the fans being so calm and quiet? It's like, just imagine if baseball fans and basketball fans, when you went there, they acted like wrestling fans or football fans, how much better the sport would be, if you're watching it from a TV perspective, just seeing people just lose their fucking goddamn minds, and they're not just sitting there on their phones. 3:10 left in OT. Florida 2, Carolina 2. What a fucking game, huh? Let's look at some stats. Shots on goal, Carolina 35, Florida 26. Big hits, Florida 29, Carolina 23. Faceoffs won, Carolina 45, Florida 31. Penalty minutes, Florida 10, Carolina 6. So in the main ones, the faceoffs, Carolina has 14 more, huge, and 10 more shots. So the only thing that Florida has going for it is their aggressiveness and their never quit attitude. And they're so sneaky. Like I said, they could have easily lost this game 1-0 or 2-0, but in a matter of like a minute, they got 2 goals after just pretty much getting their ass kicked for about a quarter and a half. So team is resilient. Carter Verhaeghe. You have to have like good hand-eye coordination. Like I feel if you like ever played video games in your life, to be able to follow hockey, it's a lot easier. I feel if you didn't play video games and didn't have that hand-eye coordination, like you really got to pay attention. Oh, what a save. $60. Let's get to a hundo. 40 to go. I actually watched a special on Discovery Channel, and they actually found the original. And Josh Gates went there, and they actually had Doc there. And it was like in a museum type thing, but they like recreated and refurbished it and put in like 2 or 3 years of work in it to make it like just like it was in the movies. Incredible. But Doc did say there was one thing missing, like the alarm clock or whatever, and then they were going to get that in there. But that nostalgia, though. What a great series. 1:35 left. Good save. Sergei Bobrovsky with the save. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that really, really helps. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. $20. Holla. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Appreciate you. Thank you. It means a lot. Like I said, we've been working so hard this year and things have been pretty tough. And I just want to continue to make people's lives a little bit better, showcase you guys, have a good, good environment to be able to hang out and have a good community and, and be able to do what we do, right? Enjoy sports and wrestling and everything in between. Appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, man, you have no idea. I mean, you might have been crappy, but I mean, it definitely should make you feel good that you're making a humongous difference to someone that, is putting in the blood, sweat, and tears into something that they love to do. You recognize that. That's why you do what you do. You understand how important it is for me. And I try to make everyone feel special and heard and listened and appreciated. And I appreciate you. Thank you. Being able to pay rent and not pay rent is kind of a good thing, right? Paying the bills on time and rent is good. Not paying them bad. So, yeah, it's good. Appreciate that. Yes. Very much appreciated. We're still in OT. Vampire, you have a pretty damn good chance to do it, man. I'm telling you, those teams are matched up so evenly. It's going to be a wild series. Like I said, I think this one will be the lower scoring, but super competitive. Could go either way. Could go 6 or 7. I hope it goes 7, just as a fan. And then the other series is so good that they're going to score more goals. But even though Ottinger and Hill are great, right? There's probably going to be a few games of like 6-4, which will be awesome, like 10 goals combined. But that one I think can go 6 or 7, hopefully 7, just for my entertainment value. End of OT. Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. What do you want to see for photos? Let's we have a little intermission period. What do you want? Do you want a little bit of Seahawks? I mean, we can do a number of things. Hi, Paisley. But Sarah, do you see why I always have to evaluate? And of course, the more popular thing to do was to be doing the Lakers and the Nuggets. Of course, I know that, right? But am I going to enjoy that, right? Shit, I'd rather watch the Cardinals beat the Dodgers by 8 runs. That's just me personally. So at least I get to watch something that I enjoy, right? But so, both maybe didn't turn out the way that they wanted for the Lakers and the Dodgers. But this hockey game, like I said, I feel that, it's like the sports gods. They're like, okay, this guy's invested in the NHL. We're going to make it like the most incredible, first-time experience from a long time ago. Because I used to watch and follow and do with the video games and NHL 94 and 95. That was like 12, 13 years old. That's when it was at the peak for me. But I even started watching stuff around like 7, 8, 9 years old and collecting some of the cards and whatnot. But the video games got me really into it. And then until watch it on TV and whatnot too. But then had a little bit of a break. But now we're back.
So anything's possible.
All right, let's do that.
You just got to make sure you get everything you can to the net.
I wonder also, after you get that goal.
Appreciate you.
Because when you score,
you do something for me. I try to give you something that obviously photo-wise that'll boost the mood, right?
I think the key for them was not to get scored on after the following 5-6 minutes, right? But they look kind of tired.
And I know from someone just like myself, looking at different things, every day, it definitely does boost a little bit of, memories, mood, overall vibe. It definitely will take you to a certain time and place, kind of like, especially if you remember that time period pretty vividly. Like sometimes all it'll take is a picture or a basketball card, and I'm right there back at 7 years old, sitting down on the carpet, organizing cards in the binder. And it feels like literally I could, it wouldn't be that hard to do. Cool jerseys. They'll be back. Yeah, but it's always cool to be able to, do a variation of things. But again, sometimes it's just not going to make sense, based off pure enjoyment, of it, and depending on who shows up. And then also, if there's something else better, it may not be the popular thing, but at some point, you're going to be watching all 2 or 3 events anyways. You might as well do the one that you care about the most as the primary. Sometimes you can't do what everyone, maybe on the outside looking in, like popular event, sometimes the most popular event doesn't mean it's going to be the best event, because obviously it looks like the Nuggets Lakers was a pretty good game, but it wasn't overtime in the East Finals in game 1.
Well, to me, sometimes you see contact, right, where players come in and they call it a goal, but then you need to see more of an effort not to end up there. But here you just see him slide in. He doesn't really put in an effort to stop. And sometimes people say, well, you get pushed in. I felt like he was sliding in. He needs to make a bigger effort. Then maybe they could call it a goal. But definitely.
Plus, I love seeing black and white. I love seeing history. And it's like I like to be able to also, vibe with people under 40 and over 40. Because like I said, just being able to, have a grasp of the younger generation and what, what's going on as trends and whatnot, and being able to keep up with everything, old school and new school, and so that way you have a good perspective on everything. You're not going to be biased for this type of generation and not another.
He's got the first goal, then he gets the primary assist, and he is just inches away from ending this as he's right off the bar.
Yeah, no, it was a well-executed play. I was actually shocked because right before that, Forsling blocked with his hand. He blocked one of the shots coming in. And usually on the power play, if you see a guy who's, on the far side ailing a little bit, don't you try to go over back to that side and expose him, as a guy who's clearly can't have 2 hands on a stick? This is one hand. Yeah. Well, I think that, you talk about physical fatigue. You get a mental.
Oh, I got one. I got a new one. A new one. A new one.
And the other thing is, not that you want to panic, but you want everything to go ahead, right? You don't want to make that mistake. You want to be the guy to make a mistake.
Oh, the debut. of the duo, the Carroll and the Schneider. Kind of crazy that I haven't had that. Sometimes things just kind of come to you organically.
Off the ice and during practice all season long, and this is why we train so hard. And both locker rooms are saying it, right? So you're mentally trying to psych each other up in the locker room. Everybody's saying the same thing. Who's going to be the hero in our locker room? Somebody be the hero. We win tonight. It's going to set us up.
It's like you look at that photo and you already feel it's football season. You're like, oh shit, football this weekend. And sometimes a photo, it's like, oh man. And then you just remember those vibes, waking up and, the breakfast or the meal, and then, the event itself. Going through all the emotions.
What's going on? I think you just try to stay in the moment and not think about win or lose. You have to keep focusing on the process. And for a goalie, let's just play your game and try to stop the next job. For the players is keep the game simple and make all these decisions the right way. But as soon as you start getting carried away and think about we need to win or what's going to happen if we lose, all those stuff.
I got a cool one here I like.
What's my process? What do I need to do right now to play the best I can and stay calm? I mean, it is stressful to be a goalie over time. Yeah, it's stressful, but I think
this one's cool just because you have the nice little backdrop, so it's like a lot of players, coaches.
Makes you feel confident and makes you feel excited about going into the next period.
And I'm sure the forwards too in that locker room, Hank, is the guys are saying defensive zone, make sure you cover your D-man up top. The defenseman jump by you.
And I got a real good one. So you can't if you look at this one, you can't smile or feel good about this one. Then this one will, it's like you're getting closer to feeling like a little bit better, and then you get like one like this. This is a cool one. Boom, game ball in the locker room. Whoever took that photo, the man. That'd be an awesome photo to get autographed. Shit, you can have Schneider's autograph on there too. I know. Look at that. Look at the perfect look. Right before the transfer, cheering, clapping. The other photographer behind him, and it's got the jerseys in the background too in the frame. Super cool. See, I'm an attention to detail person, right? So a lot of people would just focus on just the handoff, but for me, my eyes are always looking everywhere else. I'm looking, okay, who's in the background? What are they doing? All right, ooh, jerseys in the background. My eyes are always looking for the full thing, not just what's presented in front of you. So this is a special one. See, feeling better. Shit, I feel better. Shit, if I feel better, you should feel better. My goodness, that's an awesome one. You're getting all the special ones that I was saving for the football season. I was saving some, but then you get some early. Don't boom. I got another one.
So if they can stay in that 5.5 to 7 minutes per period, they could go for another 3 or 4.
Sharm.
All right, you just heard the man. Get ready. It's going to be a long night. No one's going to be productive tomorrow. We weren't doing anything tomorrow anyway. Carolina, let's take a look at what they blocked here tonight.
And plus with me too, you never know. You know what I mean? Like I always have certain ones that I can always default to, but I'm always going to be looking for always something to keep it fresh and keep it new. And especially if I'm going every day, that takes a lot of effort, to go through, so many things to keep everything fresh and new. But I think I always, find a point where, it's never going to be the same thing. Like you're always going to come in and there is a chance that you're going to see something that you've never seen before, or maybe you have seen it, but you haven't seen it in a while, or maybe you've seen it recently, but not like a whole lot, it's. I got all the hidden photos, the candid photos, the good.
If you're not reading the play, you're kind of in a position you're caught chasing the play, but they seem to be in the right place at the right time because their hockey IQ is so high in that back end for the Hurricanes.
Doing also to Teravainen, big story, right? He was injured.
Plus, when I get to look at something that's new, I mean, that gets exciting for me. I mean, right? This is what I do every day. So it's like, of course, you can look at the same things all the time, but It's nice to be able to have something different, right?
DraftKings Sportsbook odds. Here we are to score the game winner. Matt Pick and Chuck. Are we resetting? We get the reset here? All right. Matt Pick and Chuck plus 900 odds. Sebastian Aho has plus 1,000 odds. Carter Hagee plus 1,200 odds. It is not too late.
Earl,
DraftKings Sportsbook odds.
Hall of Fame.
You bet $5 to win $150 instantly. We're not going to reset, guys. We're going to stay with our.
Oh, it's all good.
No.
It's all good. Well, you've made a huge difference, so that should make you feel a little bit better. You might not fully feel like yourself, but you made a difference today, and and you got different things that you look at and see, through Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or Twitter, and sometimes you'll have those good days and those bad days, but made a difference for not only me but others. So sometimes it seems like it's an L day, but sometimes it ends up being a W day. Appreciate you.
Strategy where we've seen guys start with energy lines. How do you want to approach it?
You got to play your best. You're going to live and die with your horses, right? Those are the guys that got you there. Now you say
Now all these are brand like never shown. Like this was like Seahawks 2023. Hey, but sometimes it's nice you can sprinkle in. I love this one. This is one of the best ones out of any, it might be number one. Like this one is incredible. This is an epic photo.
35, 40-second shifts. These guys are going to go 20, 25-second shifts now.
Because you're talking about going second. Like Mark Messier is going first.
True.
It's not like there's some scrub going first. It's Messi.
Very true.
First.
Very true, but I think they're the greatest of all time. Maybe that would be your top guy going first. But we also seen playing teams go fourth line. We've seen that.
Yeah, I think the Rangers won the Cup in '94. Mark started every game, every period.
Wayne Gretzky.
Throughout the Stanley Cup final.
He's kind of good.
Yeah, it worked. He carried the cup around.
It makes coaching really easy. Everyone knows who's going to start. You're out there, and that's it. Every single period.
They didn't need a guy in the locker room reading the lineup.
Team six. Listen, if you're wondering what a double overtime goal looks like, especially against Carolina, I'm told we have some footage.
Double overtime goal.
Throw the Wayback Machine here.
Yes.
There it is. Looking so fancy on the screen.
I think I was the first guy back in the day to get the Superman up, and away.
Oh, wow. Wow. Old school hockey is so cool, too. I mean, just like the jerseys, some of the players that were playing. Because I think like if Gretzky and Mario Lemieux were playing today, like I don't know if anyone else would even be able to be like recognized. Like that's how good they were. Like, even these, Sidney Crosby and Ovechkin wouldn't really be who they were if fucking Gretzky and Lemieux were playing in this era. That's fucking facts.
Is that the recreation of the York goal?
They're going to start a statue. They're going to start building one for you right here. Outside TNT.
I'll start posing.
That's right. Another one. Here we go. Third double overtime.
Oh, double OT, baby. It's a double OT.
We're diving into it right now. Kenny, Jonesy.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hack. The hack attack. He'll get us back. I'm excited. Next year's going to be so much fun. Appreciate you. Let's go. Fucking double OT. Fucking double OT. Let's go. Fucking A, man. Hockey. Very nice. Let's go. Fucking double OT. Well, I'm glad the sports gods are trying to make it memorable for me. I appreciate that. They're like, remember that time when you did the Florida Carolina? Oh, yeah, the double OT game. And I get it. If you don't know the names of the players and you don't follow, then it's just not going to be something you're going to be able to get into. You know, but the more you know, the more it becomes very interesting. Sometimes it can get overwhelming a little bit to learn all the things, but just like anything in life, if it's important to you, you'll fucking do it. Carolina. What a save.
It was a nice exit out of the zone for the Florida Panthers. And Markov gets this pocket. Throws his pocket right wide and right into the blue paint. A little combination there of Sinclair and Anderson. The other thing too, Jones, he changes right in overtime, even though it's not a long game.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is definitely a few of y'all, you know what I mean? Like that were, you know, there's been people that have talked about it, you know what I mean? And I just didn't want to like rush it. I wanted it to kind of just come organically, you know, that this is like a time to do it. And yeah, I appreciate those people that definitely got me to this point. Because not only is it just like Kraken only, it like opens up everything. So it's not like I'm exclusive just to the Seattle Kraken. Like I can truly watch anybody play and have an appreciation if I am a fan of Carolina or Florida. Like I can watch it as a fan of them, you know. And I think that not everyone can watch sports like that, but if you can ever get to that point of like enlightenment and not being a hater and just like really enjoying the sport for what it is, and even when it's not your team, I mean, gosh, you can really get a lot more out of life, you know, when you can start watching more than just your favorite teams. It definitely takes it to another level. Oh, baby. Elliott, what's good, bro? Fucking just watch the Nuggets beat the Lakers, right? Fucking Dodgers. You know, we just lost by 8. No biggie, right? And now we're in double OT in this fucking hockey game. He said it was fucking lit. But you knew the Nuggets were going to win. But the Lakers will probably win game 3 because they'll get all the calls. And it's going to be all the superstars and Kim Kardashian on her phone in the front row not paying attention. God, I wish we could have got Wemby Elliott. You know, I don't really like the NBA, but fucking A, man. If Wemby would have been on Portland, God, that would have really re-energized us like Julio re-energized the Mariners. Wemby could have like re-energized like the Pacific Northwest. That would have been fucking bananas. I wish that would have happened. It's like, how the hell did the Spurs get David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Wemby? Fuck out of here. People are like, the fucking shit is rigged. How the fuck did that happen? Oh, Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe. Oh, yeah. Dame, I mean, that was the best option. Because, I mean, if you look at the Spurs squad, they're fucking ass. They got guys that are potential, like young guys that have potential, yes, but they're not going to be a championship team with just Wemby added on. I mean, that's why they got him, because they're not a very good team, right? But, God, it would have been a lot nicer with Portland. Because it's like no one wants to come here, but if we draft you, you can't leave for a while. And maybe we can build something, you know, before you leave to make you want to stay or whatever. So that could have been a game changer for Dame's career too, but I know Dame wants to be loyal. Wow, look at that. He pinned it right there. Some of these goalies are fucking mad. They're crazy. That's why I like goalies the best. Like I have a lot of appreciation for, you know, the centers and the forwards and the defensemen. You know, I get it. Left wing, you know, I get it. But goalies for me, I mean, it's like so much pressure, you know, and it definitely does make a difference when you can see the ones that are elite. Like they just move a little different. But someone that can skate really well, and obviously weave their way to make people look silly is always awesome too. What's good with you, Elliot? Fucking double OT, 2-2, brother. Did the Padres play today? I know there wasn't too many games that were today. So we got Angels 6, Orioles 5, Mets 3, Rays 2. Wow, the Rays lost? Holy shit. Marlins 5, Nats 3, Guardians 3, White Sox 1, Yankees 4, Blue Jays 2, and that was all the games today. Oh no, Cardinals 16, Dodgers 8. Oh, golly. All right, 15:55 left. Elliot, have you watched it? One name. 15:10 left in the second OT. 2-2 Florida, Carolina. Oh, nice. This fucking game, man.
Finishing every check, but certainly trying to make contact. Now it's almost like if it's not there, they're just going to bypass and conserve energy. Yeah, it's almost.
I'm due pretty soon. Oh, pain, bro. It's on my DVR. I'm never going to delete it. I got it on fucking DVD. I got it on fucking everything. I got that son of a bitch on fucking VHS. No, I don't. But if they had it on VHS, I would have it on there. It's like I need to get back to watching it like once a month, you know. And I do stay up super late sometimes too, so it's like there's no really excuse. 14:40 left in the second OT. It's the pepperoni. Oh, Carolina. This is crazy. A double overtime game 1. I mean, what are we going to get tomorrow with the Dallas and Vegas? I wish I was more excited about the NBA finals, East and West, than hockey, but I'm not. I mean, this one is really intriguing to me for both matchups. It's maybe one day that'll change, but kind of a shame that we didn't end up getting Bucks and Celtics. That would have been, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean it would have to be like the Eastern Finals, but we didn't, you know, I wanted to, that would have been a good one to see. $13:25 left in the double OT. Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean, anytime if you ever end up having cable, like if it ever comes up where you have money where you do pay for it, that's when you got to get the DVR and then have it on there. You know what I mean? And then you can have it at any point you can watch it. So that's a benefit of being a little bit older. You just have fucking everything. You know, it's like you try to have every fucking option available. But when you're younger, You might not have the same type of funds for this or that. So you have to be selective on which ones that you get. And sometimes that means not even paying for satellite or TV and then doing streaming. Because I have a lot of people that are younger that they're like, no, I'm not going to do the satellite or cable anymore. I'm just going to fucking get a couple of the streaming services. They'll do the YouTube or the Twitch, but they'll choose whatever they want, the Hulu or the Netflix or Disney Plus, and maybe they rotate and fucking cancel some, get some new ones, keep some old ones, So I guess it just depends on what kind of person you are, but it also depends on what you need to watch. And then the only tough thing is if you want to watch sports or like wrestling and stuff, like it's like you almost have to have a cable provider. Otherwise, it's really tough. You're not going to really be. A lot of the stuff will be out of market when it's on like those apps and stuff. It's like you really want to be able to watch sports and wrestling. It's like you almost have to have like a satellite or a cable provider. Fucking love it, man. I mean, I just try to think of other movies, and I love different style of movies, but I mean, I've never not watched this movie and like turned it off like quarter way through or halfway. Like it's always one of those things. I started, I'm going to finish that. Like it's a fucking classic. I mean, there's been a lot of movies about, junior high and high school and college and friends and whatnot, but that portrayal of like high school, I think a lot of people can relate to that, how cruel people can be and whatnot. And plus it had an amazing cast. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better cast than that. It's more than just, Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill and Michael Cera. I mean, everyone. Fantastic, man. I can't even tell you how many times I fucking watched that movie. And I don't usually watch movies more than like maybe 10 times, unless it's something like fucking Marvel or Star Wars. Those probably go into like the hundreds or something, right? But but as far as that, it's like, I mean, it's been a lot. I think I probably am over 100, just depending over the years, having it on in the background, being at a party or going to a party and just like, just that. Kind of like the go-to, man. It's like the perfect party movie. People are drinking, they're partying, they're having a good time. McLovin. Oh, it's crazy. It's good. It's a very realistic depiction of American high school behavior and people about to graduate, and not everyone is popular, and but like I said, it's not about being popular. It's just being able to have those friends and build those friendships and not care what people think. Even though that's a very difficult thing to do when you're younger. Yeah, lots of elements into that movie too. You get a little bit of the comedy, the crazy, the house party, school, the vibe. Yeah, and for me, it's like I never can like watch that movie and be in a shit mood. Like I could like if I'm in a shitty mood, I might not even put that on. But I feel like it's one of those ones. It's so well put together. It's never gets old. $10 minutes to go in the double OT. Yeah. But you know what? If they had the same cast and they would have done like them going to college and they did it like, maybe 2 years after it came out or 3, that one would have probably blown up too, because they would have done it really well. They'd have to have the same cops, you know what I mean? You have to have, and you have some new characters in there too, like, with that college vibe, but they definitely could have done another one. But sometimes, yeah, it is good to leave shit alone, and you just have one. How often is that? Look at Fast and the Furious. How many have they done of those? Like 10, it's like shit. I feel like they would do that until like the young generation becomes old. Like Fast and the Furious 47, like as long as people keep going and people watch, and it's like the people's kids, it's not even them anymore. It's not even Vin Diesel. It's like Vin Diesel Jr., Yeah, the people are still fucking watching it. It's like that shit is ridiculous. Like it's one thing to go and do like 3 movies, like Back to the Future, Back to the Future 2, Back to the Future 3, and then you just like cut it off. Like 3, you're done. But no, Fast and the Furious. Vin Diesel's like, we're just gonna do as many as possible. Like how the fuck do you get to 10? And let alone people still go. You know, it shows you how much fandom that series has. Because I mean, if the fans were just like fell off, that would not have gone past 3. What a save. Oh, what a save. I mean, if you have the same director, you know, the whole Judd Apatow, you had the whole, everyone same in that movie, but you added stuff and then made it college. I mean, fuck. Then that probably would have ended up being the most like ultimate college movie ever on top of the high school. You know, because that's a big reason. And, you know, I just like the interaction that you can see too. And then just like, you know, the genuine love, dude, you know, like I said, like sometimes people don't realize what they have, you know, until a certain situation comes up and whatnot. You got to really appreciate good people in your life. He's fucking just passed out on the couch. He picks him up. It's like, this is my friend. It's like, fucking just both hammered. So I mean, someone's got to get him out of there. Cops are there, right? Oh, what a save. And fucking McLovin, dude. McLovin is the best. Me and McLovin should be bros. Like, I mean, the most iconic non-main character in a movie like that, maybe ever. You know, because it's like, of course, you know about like Jonah Hill and Michael Cera, you know, with their characters. Those are the 2 main characters. McLovin's like the side character, but almost more memorable than anybody. Lots of good one-liners. Lots of crazy antics with those 3. Oh, my God, what a save. Oh, I can't even tell you how many times. I have all 3. So I have Friday, and then obviously, you know, and then next Friday with Day. I've watched that one a bajillion times. And then they have the Christmas one, Friday after next. So that I like that one too, because even though that one is like the 3rd one, and it's like maybe not as good as 1 or 2. 1 is like the OG gangster classic where you're just sitting there, you know, chilling, you know, and you have like that old school vibe. And then the Friday after next is more of like the silly vibe, you know, where they're in Rancho Cucamonga, and it's just like, you know, kind of more of a chill vibe. And then obviously the 3rd one is for Christmas. And even though it's like a Christmas vibe, I like it, man. Like it's not necessarily something that I'm going to watch like some of the famous Christmas movies that come on only at that time, like A Christmas Story, which is my favorite, right? But I do try to watch it every couple years if I don't watch it every year, because it's normally not going to be on TV. It's a little too much for TV, but I do enjoy those characters. And I do enjoy those movies. I haven't watched any of those in a while, though. Freaking Day. Did you?
This feels similar. I will tell you that from down here in Iceland, when it's starting to take on that type of feeling because it's been such a well-played defensive game.
Oh, baby. 8 minutes left in the double OT. The OT. Could have did the Dodger game and the Cardinals. Could have did the Lakers and the Nuggets. I said, nope. I'm doing hockey. Florida, Carolina. Game 1, double OT. Will it go triple OT? Fucking McLovin. Muhammad was coming in on planet Earth. Read a fucking book, Seth. Verhage. So many memorable like one-liners in that movie too. I like Step Brothers a lot also. I could watch that one over and over. Never gets old. So well written. The chemistry with John C. Reilly and Will Ferrell is unbelievable. That one is right on par with Superbad too. 7:15 left in double OT. This game is fucking crazy. McLovin. Wow, that's a lot. The silence. Oh! 6:40 left in double OT.
This line is really going well. Bennett, Chuck, and Cousins, they use this area of the ice extremely well. And then they'll wrap around, and then as Bennett is going down, he loses the handle of it. And that's one of the strengths of that line, one of the many strengths. And Anderson in the middle of an awkward position there as well. Just couldn't elevate. Got by Judas with block. Picked up by Martin. Foss waiting. Now Judas. Off the stick of Fox. Played by Aho. That's for Fox. Ahura back for Florida. Around to his defense target Judas. And now Sam Reinhart. Hits the red line. Shoots in. 5-2. Double overtime. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final.
All right, we're in double OT, 6:10 left. Okay. No problem. I hope that even though you don't feel that, maybe better, you made a hell of a difference today. Let me tell you. Appreciate you very much. And yeah, no problem. If you got to dip out of here, I'm going to keep going until this game is over. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Okay, no problemo. Someone can take over for that. Maybe Elliot, if he's going to be in here for a little bit, unless he's leaving. All right, we got 5:36 left in the double OT. Come on, baby. Paisley's on the couch. He's like, Dad, I miss you. No problem. Thank you for, helping me out, continue to do my number one thing I want to do in life. So appreciate it.
Brass of the Florida Panthers watching on from their suite here at PNC Arena. It's harder to get going after you stop.
Oh, wow. What a game. 5:20 left. I never would have predicted a double OT game at all in the series, let alone in game one. How cool is that? It's like you got enough action with, you got a couple goals. So it's not like a complete, like just, snooze fest where it's like 1-1 or, you're at 0. And it's not like the goalies played like shit where you're at like 5-5. So it's a good blend of defense, offense, good goaltending. And then now it's, who's going to have the most adrenaline and who's going to be in the best shape for stamina to be able to keep playing like this. Line shifts have got to be getting thin here. Appreciate you guys. 4:25 left in the second OT. We're in game one, knotted up at 2 still. All right, let's look at some team stats. Carolina, 45 shots on goal. Florida, 32. Hits, Florida, 34. Carolina, 27. Faceoffs, 1. Carolina, 51. Florida, 41. And penalty minutes, Florida 10, Carolina 6. I'm almost done, Paisley. Icing on Carolina.
That was face-off number 94. Late in period 5. Here comes Aho. That's Aho down the right
Oh. Sometimes when I watch hockey, I feel it's like a wrestling match. Like sometimes things don't need to end. Like, you're going to get an ending, but sometimes things are just so good that they'll go for like a 20-minute match, and you're like, oh, I need like 5 or 10 more minutes. So even today.
Somebody to get a deflection or a red sweater, or it doesn't matter who. Looking for any kind of a screen or a tip. Comes out of the zones, the Hurricanes must regroup. Shea moves the puck in. Claire over the floor. One shot by Nations, blockered out of play.
Out of play.
The heads up play by Bobrovsky right there. Couldn't get a glove on it, so just pumped it up and over. Florida was scrambling a little bit defensively there after that puck was turned over at the defensive blue line. There you can see him intentionally set it up and over. Face-off control by the Panthers. Put down into the Carolina zone. Pesci back for a three. Knocked down by Markov, played by Pregame. But it's a hand pass. Play is blown dead.
Oh, play blown dead. All right, let's go. Double OT. 3:27 left.
Hurricanes control the face-off. Knocks it there. Quickly up the middle. Deflected in by Stepan. Picked up on the hook. Up the left side.
Yeah, I love it, man. That's what makes like hockey so special. Like my appreciation for it will never be higher than it is now. Moving on for the rest of my life, just being able to see, and being able to, be aware of what's going on and the who's playing and seeing the interaction from the fans. Almost done, Paisley. 2:46 left in the double OT. Yeah, I'm enjoying myself, man. I like it, dude. It's especially when it looked like Carolina was going to end up winning. Then boom, second period. Florida got lucky, and then boom, got another one. Like 30 seconds to a minute later, started feeling pretty good, right? And then obviously third period, Carolina made it 2-2, and then it's just been so dead even since that point. I feel like Carolina feels like they deserve to win. If Florida wins, it's going to be like more detrimental. I feel like Carolina wins. That's the way it should have been. You're at home. You're supposed to win game one. But if Florida steals it mentally, that might be a crack, in the overall product. And we'll see how they respond to that. Losing in double OT and the way that Florida has been able to beat teams on the road and being sneaky, Boston and Toronto. This one would really hurt if Florida wins for at least Carolina. If Florida wins, the fan base, they feel great. They're like, well, just like we normally do, stealing games that we shouldn't probably win and finding a way to be resilient. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But I definitely could see it going either way. It's been stalemate for the last 3 periods. Two minutes to go. Minute 30 to go. 46 shots on goal for Carolina, 34 for Florida. It's like almost someone needs to get the other team in a power play to take advantage to win. Nice save. Sergang with the save. There we go. There are the fans. They need to get into it. Start waving the towels. Because honestly, if Carolina wins this game, it gives them a higher probability to win the series, especially based off this kind of emotional win. It would kind of stop the momentum that Florida has had, at least temporarily. But it would definitely hurt them more in the series. If Florida loses, they can still obviously come back. But if they win, I mean, just another big win that maybe they didn't deserve to win. They found a way. Double OT in the first game in the East Finals, game 1. Get out of here. Unbelievable. I'm going to go to triple OT. It's like, good thing this fucking game started at like 5:30 rather than 7:30. Ooh. Verhage. All right, we got 18 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Shoot. Nothing. Triple OT. What the fuck? Fucking triple OT. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to go spend some time with Paisley since we're at intermission here for a second until we get a few more people coming through, and then we'll get some photos up, and then we'll go we'll fucking triple OT. I guess we got a memorable game here, huh?
As we bring you inside the studio, I have to wonder, we talked about Spencer mentioning guys in the locker room saying, all right, you're going to be the one who gets this done. I'm going to be the one who makes the play. It does feel like there are guys there who aren't so much, trying to will themselves into being remembered as the hero, as they just want to not be remembered as the guy who's made the mistake that blows this entire game.
Yeah, nobody wants to be the sort of the GOAT, right? So you don't want to give the puck away. You don't want to take a silly penalty. You don't want to give them an odd man rush. So obviously, fatigue has set in a little bit for both teams, and they're both playing pretty cautious right now. There's not a lot of chances out there.
I'd say move the nets to the blue lines and over with go get some sleep. What do you think, Mike?
I'm wherever you're I'm good.
It's slowed down. Sales pace here.
Yeah, really.
I wonder if we're talking about it off camera here. First game, it's so important to try to get this first win. But if you're in the middle of the series, one team is down. Usually, you see that team try to push a little bit more. But because it is the first one, back to your point, nobody wants to make that mistake instead of having someone that actually push for something to happen. No, we need something to happen.
It's one of those taking risks, right? You don't see risks.
Nobody's taking a risk. Nobody. It's in and out, in and out. We're playing patient hockey. It feels like we could play 3 or 4 of these. But I hope they're hydrating, they're getting their snacks in their system, maybe some spicy pork. Like
Louis Domingue, he's saying this is the first triple overtime game since Rangers Pens game 1 last year, first round. Louis Domingue eating the spicy pork and broccoli. What? I'm going to the game. Yeah. Casey DeSmith gets hurt. He's in the game.
Normally we have other game highlights to go to, but we're the only one on tonight. So let's just keep rolling aces and OT winner for Boston. Let's just go on a loop. Or we could just do all your OT winners. They would actually be here all night still.
But that's interesting because what we can't do is show a triple overtime winner.
Yeah.
It's because never.
Another big double for me. Never got a triple. I think I did one double in the NHL and one double period in the Canada Cup, 87. So
and that's it. But
yeah,
it was enough.
I mean, it was enough. I remember the one double overtime. I was so tired sitting on the bench. I felt like I'd run a marathon. It was exhausting, and that's why you're not seeing any passes up the middle. Everything is, if you watch closely, everything's up the wall. I mean, that's what coaches preach their players in training camp the first day. Keep it out of the middle. Keep it out of the middle. Tonight we're seeing nobody's going up the middle. Like nobody wants to be that guy.
I do wonder for coaches though, because let's face it, we're just keeping to the postseason right now, and there are guys who are obviously banged up because we always hear about it after the series ends, right? Injury to this player, some severe injuries along the way. How much are coaches monitoring that with the minutes as they increase? You're going to see some different guys getting ice time.
Yeah, it's like Kilmer in the locker room shooting them up. What's going on right
Well, I think at this point they're also watching who's looking energized out there. You know, yeah, you have your top guys, but at this point when they've played so many minutes, maybe they're not the best option anymore. You look at guys that have some jump and try to.
We got about 11 minutes.
Try to pay attention.
More OT, crazy. All right, Paisley. You give Paisley a little snack, so maybe she'll be better now. Say, Dad, what's going on here? 4 hours and 26 minutes. What the hell's going on here? Definitely was not expecting to do like a 5-hour stream today. Hell of a game, though.
I remember playing these games like double overtime, triple overtime. The gear is so heavy and so wet. I remember getting off the ice after each period. There's like water coming out of my skates. And after a couple of these games, we had to start drilling holes in my skates so all the water should leave the boot. But it was so heavy. I think my equipment went from 25, 30 pounds to 55 pounds.
Love you, Paisley. Let me see what else I got on while we're waiting for this to start up. All right, what the fuck do we got on here? All right, 911, 911 Lone Star, The Flash, AEW Dynamite, King of the Hill, Simpsons, Station 19, Law and Order, SVU, Grey's Anatomy. That's a lot of shit. How you doing, Paisley? You okay? Paisley's like, Dad, why are you still streaming? What's going on here?
Like on top of each other, and I asked him when I was 17 years old, I said, why do you put 13 pairs of socks on? He said, because my skate is this big with 13 pairs. My skate's this big. I cover a lot of the bottom of the net.
Unbelievable.
Don't lie. And he would change it between each period. Gary Smith was his name.
And I thought it was Percy brother.
So he's bringing 39 pairs of socks to these games. Is that what your friend Burns
I think it was his ditch bag, Santa Claus sack, just coming into the ring with all these random socks.
Greg Burns' bag.
Burns, he's got the bag.
Oxygen tank and just socks.
Can you imagine 13 pairs of socks?
Maybe it was beef jerky. He was bringing it for all the guys. They just pay appearance, kind of like the orange slice.
Orange slices in the old days.
Do you feel like we've solved the mystery of the Burns back? IVs, oxygen, socks. Nothing but that.
Might be time for a Nintendo game on the side here.
After every period, though, because it gets so wet. It's nice to put on dry underwear when you go back out there.
All right. Might be time for a video game. What should I play? All right. We got like 5-10 minutes. So I got Turtles, Contra. I think I might do the Excite Bike, but I got to find it. Fuck is this game? There it is. Excite Bike. Yes. All right. We're at OT, but I'm getting down on some Excite Bike. Paisley's in here in the room as well. All right, motherfucker. Time to break the record. Oh, my fucking God. The fuck? Dude, why did I start with this one? This one's insane. And you don't want to fucking overheat. Fucking hit that jump. Oh, fuck. Oh, son of a bitch. My first crash. This is a tough one. I was like, oh, I thought I was starting on like an easy one. Nope. Dude, this is like way too hard. It's like, what did I have to do the hardest one? Oh, there's no way I'm breaking this record. Fuck this. Go, go, go. Can't overheat. Fucking hit that jump. Fuck. I crashed at the same fucking spot. Motherfucker. Dude, Excite Bike is so fucking hard. These deeper levels, not the easy first one. I did not break the record. Oh, shit. I might have time for one more. This better not be the same one I just did. Oh, okay. Oh, go, baby. Oh, son of a bitch. Gotta hit those jumps. Go, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Boom. All right. Oh, it's a new record. All right. Boom. Well, I'm glad I got a little Excite Bike in. All right, we're going into triple OT for a long game. Still got another few minutes to go. First time I played on the hard track, 12th place. Second time I did the track on a different one, I got first. Some of them you can get first or second, but then there's others that's like so hard to break the time record. All right, 3 minutes to go. Probably going to do like Contra or Turtles after. I like Turtles, the arcade, like number 2. Contra, Super Contra. Those are really fun to play.
Game winner. That you can check in there. Plus 900 odds. Fast now, plus 1,000. Carter Hagee, plus 1,200 odds. Again, it's still not too late. You can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. You can use promo code STATE. You get $5 to win $150 instantly in this one. Triple overtime coming up. You know, it's a long game. You start playing on Thursday, and it doesn't end until Friday. And that's a thing. Oh,
let's go.
Wakey.
Wake up. Yeah. Some folks not going to school. A lot of these people, maybe you thought you were going to work tomorrow. Change your plans.
Depends how it goes.
This game's gone so long, maybe the concessions are closed. I'm not kidding.
Everybody's sober enough. That's not a good.
No, but I'm talking about the players getting food.
Oh,
One fancy
You guys
home
have different priorities than you were thinking about there.
these are real, not just props, just so you guys know. No.
Nice.
Thanks, Ace.
Got it.
Well, here we are. I do have to ask.
Go commercial,
We're
please.
very close. What is possibly being said at this point?
Nothing. They're
trying to get
nothing. They're looking at each other and they're saying, "Can someone please just put the puck in the goddamn net?"
Hank, you've been in a locker room. Triple overtime.
I mean, we've been talking about it. If you keep pushing each other, talking about who wants to be the hero, and just inspire each other. They worked so hard to get to this point. It's a huge game. Try to get the lead in this series, conference final. Listen, you don't have to say much to be inspired to go out there.
Paisley's definitely like, yeah, you're still streaming. This is crazy. I did not expect it to be a 5-hour stream.
Carolina win. Everybody say, well, they're home. It should be that one. This is a big, huge win for Florida Panthers going forward in the series.
Yeah.
You think about the stakes. You think about defying the odds. Florida's done it all postseason long. We'll see if it continues tonight.
Yeah, especially if Florida does win. I mean, this particular matchup, they might win the series based off this one emotional win. Carolina wins while you're at home, just like Gretzky said. But if you're Florida and you get this emotional win on the road, that sets the tone for the series and puts Florida as the, kind of like you're looking up at them a little bit. And they're continuing to be that team, that Cinderella story, just like when they beat Boston and beat Toronto, but it's not over yet. All right, fucking A, let's go. Oh, golly. Fucking triple OT. Third overtime. Or Hagee. Yeah, very tough for but I mean, if you're Florida, I don't think it means that much because like you're, on the road, you weren't even supposed to win this game anyways. You know what I mean? Like normally the home teams are supposed to take care of business at home. Then you get yours in your building. But if you can end up stealing one of the first two, obviously that's a great sign of what's to come. Just like when they punched Toronto in the mouth in the first two games on the road in game 1 and game 2. After that happened, you knew automatically 100% that they were winning the series. There's no way they fuck up the rest of the series to lose that when you win the first 2 games in the series on the road. Like that set the tone. Toronto knew they were fucked at that point. They were like, oh, we're screwed, and they knew it. Florida loses this, not that big of a deal. Carolina loses this, it definitely emotionally will sting. Puts more pressure on Carolina to win game 2, especially if they lose this, knowing that they got 2 games in Florida that they can easily win both games, Florida at, their home building on the home ice. 19 minutes left. Let's look at some of the stats. All right, so we got child abduction alert. They keep posting that. So we got Carolina 48, 35 for Florida shots on goal. So Carolina by 13 has the advantage. Hits, Florida 35, Carolina 27. Faceoffs won, Carolina 57, Florida 44. Penalty minutes, Florida 10, Carolina 6. So, I mean, the big advantages normally are going to be the shots on goal. Carolina has 14 more, and they also have 12 more faceoffs. That has to lead to something. You know, they scored first and they scored last. You know, Florida got the cheap ones in the second period almost back to back. So that's the kind of team they are. It's sneaky. So it's like if Florida wins, it might be by like that sneaky way. Carolina's more by the book. We got the first one. We got the last one to tie. But they've been pretty cold here. I imagine fatigue is setting into play. And obviously you got to be able to monitor the minutes for the different lines. And you haven't really had any advantages with like power plays with like 5-on-4s or 5-on-3s like that we got earlier. All right, we're tired. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I think every stream, probably deserves more. You know, I'm just used to it. All I do is grind, man. I just, a different day, and then just right back at it the next day. Yeah. Well, yeah, right now 9:37, and then in the Midwest 11:37, and then if you're on the East Coast, it's the next day. It's 12:37 in the morning. Yeah, I used to do a lot of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour streams, but I think one of the last ones that was like this was the Mariner Blue Jay game that went like a billion innings, almost like 20 innings, and that went like 5+ hours. I've had some NASCAR ones that have gone over 5 hours, but wow. Fans are tired. Players are tired. We at home, we're like, man, I definitely, I could definitely go grub here. My puppy's just like, what the fuck? When are you going to be done? Like usually for me, it's like, 3 hours or so. Sometimes a little bit longer, but good save. Nice save by Frederick Anderson. Cyberpunk with a dono, I think that happened a while back, but it just went through now. Thank you, Cyberpunk. The Cyberpunk with a $50 dono, always supporting the number one supporter to the channel. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Cyberpunk $50 dono, my boy. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. I'll have to send a message. Appreciate you, Cyberpunk. Not sure if you... Oh, there you are. I didn't know if you were in the room or not, or I was just about to message you and say thank you, and I'm going to. How's it going, brother? I did not expect to be still going. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for the support. Like I said, I got to grind it out like every day the rest of the month because, obviously got to figure out rent and everything. So I'm going to have to grind, whether it be, NHL or baseball. And if we have to do basketball, then we'll go that route and we'll have a little wrestling. And how are you doing, bro? Appreciate you very much, man. I messaged you on Twitter. Dude, seriously, you're telling me, man. I mean, I could have done the Dodgers and the Cardinals for my dad and for Sarah and John, right? And then it was just at a kind of an odd time, and then it was 16-8, so I got a complete ass whooping. Originally it was 2-0 Dodgers, then it was all the way up to like 9 to 2, and then like 9-8, and then all of a sudden they blasted off another like 7-8 runs. So, and then obviously the Nuggets beat the Lakers, just by a few, and then now we're here on this fucking triple overtime that I decided to do because I just thought it would be more exciting than the NBA with Denver and Lakers 108-103, and it's a definitely memorable East game one for me for the first time of really doing this format and whatnot. Appreciate you, man. Do you have anything specific that you want to see, like wrestling photos or food? We did a little bit of food yesterday. I missed you yesterday, but it wasn't for too long. But then got into. I know we did cheeseburgers and whatnot, but did a little bit of breakfast food and went into a couple different things. Yeah, this game is just going fucking on forever. But it's cool to be able to kind of experiment and, try to come up with unique ideas, to see how the thumbs will work out. I'm happy how things turned out. Maybe a little bit better if the hurricane wasn't just the fucking hurricane and there was like something else, just kind of odd pairing, one with the shield and then the hurricane. But I thought it, for me, putting it together, I thought it turned out pretty good. So 50 shots on goal for Carolina, 37 for Florida. Big hits, Florida 35, Carolina 28. And faceoffs won. That's usually the most important besides shots on goal. Same team, Carolina 61, Florida 47. How the hell does someone have 61 shots on goal and there's only 2 goals? That's fucking nuts, let alone 47. And then penalty minutes, Florida 10, Carolina 6. Kaylee in the building. Oh, thank you so much. A Jim B raid. Oh, thank you so much. $50 holla. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Kaylee with a $50 dono. Electric. Thank you so much. Very nice. Thank you. Appreciate you. That's very generous. Before the Kaylee dono. After the Kaylee dono, $50 holla. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. That's very generous. Anyone that's willing to be able to support like that, regardless if it's a raid or if it turns into someone that watches occasionally or once in a while or someone that eventually subs and, because obviously, subs and views and, certain things people look at and they'll drive themselves nuts. Obviously the ultimate form of showing some love and appreciation is, donating to someone's dream. And I appreciate that very, very much. I'm not sure if you're still in the room, Kaylee, but if you want a particular photo or photos of whatever your favorite thing on planet Earth is, you let me know. And you got a favorite player, favorite team, it could be football, it could be wrestling, it could be whatever you want. You let me know. Appreciate you. Cyberpunk with a 50. Kaylee with a 50. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Was not expecting that. And I always show, gratitude no matter what. I mean, it's like when someone donates 99 cents, some people think, he doesn't think that matters. Yeah, it does. It's like, when this is your lifeline and, you're doing it full time, and you get paid once a month and, you got to be able to try to, make the best of the situation. Some months are good. Some months are a struggle. That's just the honest truth. So thank you so much. All right. Well, if you end up having something that you you want to see. I mean, it could be, your boy, Mr. Discount Double Check, Aaron Rodgers, if it's Packers fans, or you want some Jordan Love. My puppy's in here. 12:07 left in the triple OT. Florida 2, Carolina 2. Yeah, very nice of you. Appreciate it. Good save. Bobrovsky, Sergey. Okay, I can do that. Absolutely. She's a little bit bigger now. All the puppy parts. She's my world. Like I said, she saved my life. I really feel, with COVID and with everything, depression, anxiety, a lot of people have a lot of things that they go through. More of me depression than anxiety, and sometimes it hits pretty hard and whatnot. But sometimes if you know what triggers you, and you can be able to help yourself by getting outside and exercising, listening to music. And I just try to spend a lot of time with Paisley, so just 18 or 19 hours of my day are spent with her. So obviously I'm doing a lot of reading and film study and grinding on the channel and whatnot. And she's in here looking at me, waiting for Dad to get done in the triple OT. She's ready for some snugs. Puck out of play. We're in triple OT, 9:43 left in the triple OT. Florida 2, Carolina 2. What a game. And like I said, Cyberpunk, anything that you want to see, you let me know. I got you, man. It could be, we can go wrestling. You let me know. Yeah, this child abduction thing is hella hardcore. I usually don't get those. Usually don't come through here, but it's one from Idaho, where a kid got kidnapped from Idaho. So trying to get everyone aware in Oregon if the person comes through. Man, this is how I felt before the game started. Now we're in triple OT and the stream is approaching 5 hours. Rest in peace, too. I had a couple photos because sometimes I just have a feeling, and you could tell he's on life support, and family didn't want to, have him go off life support and whatnot. So. Third overtime. Unbelievable. This is definitely going to be a game a lot of people will remember. Appreciate you and support. Anything I can do, whatever your favorite thing is, or if you want to be able to pay a little homage to someone that passed, we always can do that. I mean, we talk literally about it, pretty much everything, pop culture wise, and sometimes it'll dip into a little bit of music and whatnot, food, sports, wrestling, whatever we decide. Appreciate your $50 dono and your support. All right, no problem. I appreciate you. And I will have a nice night, morning. I appreciate for your generous $50 donut. It meant a lot. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you back sometime. All right. 52 shots on goal for Carolina. Florida with 40. 36 big hits for Florida. Carolina with 32. And Carolina 61 faceoffs won to Florida's 51. So they've caught up there. And then Florida penalty minutes 10. Carolina 6. So that was awesome, John. So do you go over to? So what does Jim B do? Does Jim do hockey primarily? Is like that his number one thing that he does, or? Yeah, anyone that's willing to come over and even raid, and if they like it or sub or come back, or they never come back, but anyone that's willing to be able to support my dream, regardless if it's just like, stopping by, it meant a lot, and hopefully, anyone that's willing to donate will come by and hang out with the group. We could always use another person to join the group, Yeah, that was awesome. And I appreciate you. He does football, does a little bit of everything. Well, kind of like me, right? Some people stick to just football and other people branch out, do other things. Probably depends also, too, if you're full-time or not and how much time you have. .8:20 left in the third OT. You got another wrestler? Anything else that you want to be able to see, Cyberpunk? You can just start firing off on some if you'd like, and then. I like seeing shit like this. Oh, I won't pull it because it's got like old school Vince McMahon when he's got like hair, like comb over, like early Vince when he was doing like the interviewing and announcing. .7:20 left in the third OT. I can't believe this game is still going. We're just approaching 5 hours. Unbelievable. Oh, okay. Well, that was cool. I mean, I imagine what he's doing this game also. So I imagine there's probably not too many people that are actually, streaming this right now. I mean, unless you're like a hardcore hockey fan, if you're a Florida fan or a Carolina fan, and if you actually do streaming, then maybe. But if you're not, then maybe if you're just someone that does hockey. But I find it probably hard to believe there's a bunch of people streaming this right now. I mean, the Dallas and the Vegas series will be a little bit more popular. But that was cool, though. Was not expecting that. I talked to Air Whitey and Sarah about it. I know it's a lot of money, when you're talking about millions and millions of dollars that can change his life, his wife's life, his baby's life, all his friends. You know what I mean? And, supposedly, they're going to have creative control until like 1 or 2 years until ESPN tries to start firing some of his friends and changing things, making dress codes and changing the format of the show. They'll probably leave it alone for a year or two to try to keep the ratings of the kids and the people that are loyal to him now. But if you can't say fuck and shit and bitch and you just be yourself, I mean, if they still let them wear the tank tops and whatnot, but you're not going to be able to swear. And that's a part of what made the show awesome, is that you're being authentic and real and being genuine. There's no more shows. Like, I can't watch Good Morning Football. There's no more Kay, no more Nate. And, Schrager just watches me and steals my stuff. And so I can't watch that show anymore. So not only did I lose that, now it's like, I get it. Some people said that he sold out. You know what I mean? And if you're making like 10, 20, $30 million and, I get it. Money does change a lot of people's lives, but creative control and it's like being a rapper or a singer. If you can keep all your rights, you can get the payday now, but maybe keeping your shit like legit, and have them come to you and pay you to be advertising on your stuff because you're the big guy, not the other way around. Like, you don't need to be on ESPN. ESPN, needs you. You don't need them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel that he's the most valuable, based off being former NFL guy that is relatable, swears, cool, chill, very athletic, very, good charisma. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing on ESPN that's on Pat's level. So it's like, you could definitely negotiate more money and whatnot, but I think creative control, would have been the number one thing. And, obviously that would mean not taking any deal of going to ESPN or Amazon or Fox Sports, because at that point you are kind of selling out because you're not going to be the same show. If you're not going to be able to swear, it's taking away the vibe. You know what I mean? That's my personal opinion. So, I mean, will I watch it? Will I watch it still? Here and there, you know what I mean? But obviously until things start changing, you know what I mean? But I don't watch it on a regular basis like I did. But now it's like I'll have to evaluate each show and then see how much different it really is. Because like I said, the stuff like Get Up and a lot of these shows that are on in the morning, they're fucking terrible. They're not even watchable. There's like a lot of shows that are out there on every network, but a lot of them are not watchable. Like, it's not that entertaining to me. I mean, to other people, maybe it would be, but I'm disappointed. I really think that if he would have just stuck to his guns, he could have had people paying him 10, 20 million, for advertising on his channel on YouTube and having them come to him because his shit will get, he wants to be able to get like more ratings and more views. But like, how many more are you going to be on ESPN? It's not like it was when it was on top, like in the 90s. This is like, ESPN isn't good anymore. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the stuff on the broadcast is the shows aren't good. The people that they have representing the networks aren't good. Either they passed away like Stuart Scott, or it's just like they got old and they got replaced. But I don't know. It's like, I haven't watched SportsCenter in like 20 years. You know what I mean? It used to be good, but yeah, but I wasn't a fan of that. As soon as I saw that, I said, fuck. Well, there goes another show I'm not going to watch ever again. And it's like, I want to be able to support someone that I feel that, I try to be real and just, authentic and whatnot. And if swearing is a part of that and that's who you are, then that's what it is. But that's what people like. They want to see real. They want to see genuine, not fake. And I feel going to ESPN, it's going to be fake. It's like dress up, you can't swear. You know what I mean? It's like you're trying to cater to another audience that doesn't even care about you. You're catering to an audience of some like older dudes that they need to see you in a suit or they're not going to take you serious. Like, you don't even need those people, It's not always about the money and advertising, but in this particular case, it seems like it was looking for changing the life of him and the boys forever, you know. Oh, so not very many. Exactly. You know what I mean? But the thing is, I mean, if things slip up or whatever, but like I said, it's like RVD, you know, in ECW being amazing with Sabu, and then RVD going to WWF. It wasn't the same. It didn't have the same feel. Yeah, there's still some cool moves, 5-star frog splash, but I'm not getting a chair to the face and then a Van Daminator or Van Terminator. It's not the same impact. You know, it's like I got a 10 out of 10, and then you gave me a watered down version of Rob Van Dam, which was like a 7. At times it was entertaining, but it wasn't the same. That's what I feel the Pat McAfee show is going to go towards, where it's still going to have pieces of the show, but eventually it's going to get watered down, and then it's going to be more about the advertising and the money and the ratings and just trying to get to kids and the older people. You know, and those aren't the people that are watching the Pat McAfee show. The people that are watching are the younger generation in the middle age. It's people that are 18 to like 45, you know, 18 to 50. That's, you know, that's what's watching. It's not people necessarily that are like 70 and up, or people that are like, you know, 10 or 12. I mean, of course, there's going to be some people that are younger with kids that are going to watch, but yeah, not happy about it, man. Yeah, NHL Network's good. MLB Network. I can't watch. I mean, if Colleen Wolfe, you know, like I said, if I could work with anybody, you know, and do podcasts with one person, that's who I would want to do one with. You know, pretty but fucking smart and actually knows sports and not biased. I mean, she loves the Eagles and whatnot, but yeah, there's just, I don't know. There's just a lot of people that are fake. A lot of people, it's like for looks, you know, just screaming, yelling, like terrible takes for just clicks. You know, leaving one person out in one of your polls, an obvious one, like a top 5 player, knowing that people are going to freak out and comment. I mean, it's like, I know all these little things that they do for, like, you know, they try to get the gullible sports fans. Like, oh, I can't believe that they didn't do this. Like I saw one poll they had, like they were talking about like WNBA players, and they didn't have Sabrina Ionescu, you know, from the Ducks that's on the Liberty as like one of the players. It was just a bunch of others, like 10 players, but not her, you know. And of course they did that on purpose to be able to, you know, what about this? What about this? Where they have like that, you know, that no-brainer type of person that should be on a list. You know, or if you're doing like a top 5 list, you know, or NBA and, you know, Kobe's not in it. I mean, then he's not even valid. You know, it's like, I can't even look at this fucking list. Third OT, it's 1:14 left. I guess this fucking game is going to go on forever. But Cyberpunk came in and saved the day. We got a kind of a little mini raid dono from Kaylee, which was very nice of her. Appreciate that. I know sometimes people don't get it, the whole picture thing, when they come in here and whatnot, but you know, if you become a regular, you'll figure it out quick. Wow, another save. Yeah, but I just don't see anything better coming out of the show, like being raw and real and authentic. I mean, I take a lot of pride, you know, with what I do to be that way also, you know, and it's like, you know, it shows you no matter what, you know, someone offers you $10 million a year, you know, $10-20 million, you know, that, you know, that's a lot of fucking money that could change your life forever. Right. So, but I guess if I had a choice between making like $1 million and doing everything my way, or making $10 million and doing it their way, I honestly would want to do the $1 million, own all my stuff in all the way that I want to do it, creative control, as long as I could, you know, I don't even need $1 million. Shit, you know, like I don't even need that, you know what I mean? But just to be able to do things the way that you want to do it and not have to cave for just the money to change your product, you know? It's like subs, views, and like and then like advertisers and money, and it's just about the advertising. That's really where the money comes from. It's for advertisers being able to advertise on his program, knowing that you have a young and old audience, and then you know you're trying to make money off the fan base that's watching to buy products that you have on there that you're promoting. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It may not even come down to anything really other than that. It doesn't even have to be a sport-related product. You know, it's whoever wants to pay the most money to be able to get the commercial time while that's on, and then you hope that that fan base buys shit. if Pat says buy this, then maybe they buy it, like an influencer. Shit, I don't even know if I can stay. I mean, I know someone's got school tomorrow, and usually my cutoff time is like 10:30, which would be in 25 minutes. But man, I've been sitting in this fucking chair. My puppy is just like, is this over yet? But I am thankful that it has gone this long because, I mean, with Cyberpunk and Kaylee coming in, that really fucking helped. Because like I said, I got to work really, really hard, like every day the rest of the month to make sure we can get rent and everything squared away. And things have kind of gotten in an uptick, which is nice. Things are starting to go on an upward trajectory. But as anyone knows, if you're doing the tube, you get that like once a month. But sometimes you need to be able to have funds like for the immediate just to get shit paid or whatnot. So I appreciate that, Cyberpunk. You're the man. And Kaylee, that was awesome too. Was not expecting that. God, how long is this going to go for? I mean, normally for me, I don't mind too much of the long and extended streams, but fuck, we're going to go to 4 OTs. The longest is 6, or someone said earlier. Wow. Holy shit. 4 overtimes, man. My back is killing me. And if I had alcohol, this would probably be the time. But I don't really drink that much anymore. Three times. What a gentleman. Only 3? Wow. What a dirt. What do you feel about the whole situation? I mean, hell, if you're a Chief fan and a home fan, it's like, God damn it. Like, way to make your brother look like an idiot when he's like the best quarterback in the world. And, it's like the face of the NFL. And then you got this fucking idiot ass brother doing this dumbass thing. Well, I think we're going to have like a little 10-minute intermission and stuff. I mean, at some point I got to end the stream, but I mean, at this point I'm going to keep going until I guess I get yelled at. I was going to go step outside. I got to be able to see what I got from my goodie bag with like Rolly or some gummies or something here. But my God, I think I'm going to, appreciate you, John. Cyberpunk, how much time do you have before you got to go? I was going to step outside and get some air and whatnot and then come back in, but I don't know. I don't really know how much longer I can go on the stream, but I don't really want to end the stream without the game being over. I've already committed 5 hours and 13 minutes of my life to this. Do I really want to end it without it actually ending? So I guess we'll go and we'll go until I get yelled at. I guess that's how it goes. But I do want to kind of step outside for a second, but I wanted to see how long you're going to be able to be here before I do that. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go step outside here. Cause I mean, fucking I've been in this chair for like 5 hours. So, and we got like 10 minutes roughly, I think, before they start up again. So I'll be back before that. So I'm just going to step outside, get some air, check on Paisley real quick. And then we'll hang out for a little bit longer until words be thrown around in the room. And then we'll figure it out. But I hope I get to finish this. I mean, this is just, I mean, if I'm already been sitting here forever, I might as well. Unbelievable. All right. Give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back.
Crazy. I mean, to me, the impressive thing here, when you start going into second overtime, third overtime, you see mistakes, but so far we don't see any mistakes. Yeah. They play so cautious, and a lot of times it's the mistake that's going to be the difference, right? So maybe they're aware of it, but because they're so tired, usually you start to see more and more mistakes, but you have to give them credit how focused they are to try to make the right play every shift.
Other than them forgetting Montour was just all alone. I think they thought he was going for a change. I don't know if we're going to pull it up, but he probably had the best look. Absolutely. And then they go to the look in the box of all the management. They're like, oh, Jesus. Well, I guess we got to watch it next.
Well, I will tell you this, but this was the last goal that we saw in this game. Okay, that happened. 10:08 p.m. It is 1:09 a.m. 3 hours, 1 minute ago.
Multiple choice.
Fourth OT. Going on. Let's manifest it, boys.
The all-new Chevy Colorado is made for more. Bring more. Do more. See more.
Got my baby sitting by me, shining like a
And
diamond.
be more.
Only silver linings in the clouds.
The all-new Chevy Colorado, made for more.
I'm gonna pull over and stretch my legs.
I think he was supposed to kick left there.
What is this place?
The other side of the bus stop.
Bundles as far as the eye can see.
If you're looking for a first mate, I know a guy. Me, I'm the guy.
Is this Oak?
4 types of jerky. This is where I live now.
You could save a ton with Progressive by bundling your boat or RV with your home and auto.
Hey guys! Free Max! Let's give me a boy!
You know that I'm taking a cold beer on Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Let me be direct.
You're doing TV wrong. You thought that other TV provider was good enough. Now what?
You'll talk?
You called us watching sports, Dan.
You deserve better.
So much in life is a compromise. But with #1 customer satisfaction, DirecTV never is. Now, get out of here.
Guarantee your low price for 2 years. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to get a $200 reward card.
Welcome back. Getting set. Overtime number 4. Jeff, Andrew, game 1. What do you think? Is this another one? Should this be a new biz rule?
Let's zoom him in. Let's zoom Andrew in.
He's got some ideas. Yeah. He's awake. He's alert.
Gary, let's do a 3-way zoom. I got new OT rules for playoffs.
We're going to work on that. I'm impressed. We've got a highlight tape. We still, I thought everyone, we haven't left the desk. I felt like everyone outside of this room just went home. But you got people working for you.
Slowly but surely, there's still a game going on, and I saw some good things happening from the Florida Panthers. A couple of examples, defensemen getting involved and cutting some offense. And Brandon Montour, I think the guys in the broadcast were talking about a little bit how effective he's been in tonight's hockey game. But he's been up the ice, and he drives the net, great scoring chance. He loses the net. He's actually going for a change here. The puck gets turned over, then he's by himself. Now, he probably can't go with his backhand because Brent Burns is bearing down on him, and that top ref is probably coming in aggressively, trying to take him away. But that's a great recovery from Brent Burns. And there's a face-off play here. I think Biz, you're talking about, probably bringing more calm and time now. But look at Forsman, just taking that puck down the wall, taking it hard to net, and Freddie Evans makes a great save. You got to switch it up. I don't know if we can play this again, but there's a slight pick on Natchez. So now that it's getting so deep into overtime today, even the refs can have some brain parts sometimes. So maybe set a couple pick plays in order to give yourself that little bit of separation. But at this time when guys are getting so fatigued, a lot starts coming off their shot. Well, this is the Montour play. So we're re-rolling the whole tape again. But I was saying in the second sequence when Forsling goes in, you're going to see off of that face-off, that pick play where Nate just gets bumped. And that's what kind of parts the seas for Forsling. So we can just let this play out because it was a beautiful sequence. And I actually really like the play for the move for Montour. It just ends up hitting Anderson's butt end here. You can kind of see it just quickly. It didn't even get it with his blocker. But here, watch Natchez. He's the inside forward there. He's going to come up. See that little pick play there by Verhaeghe? That's what opens everything up. So these defensive zone responsibilities become so big in times like this. And I remember through the first 2 rounds of playoffs, we saw what? There's probably 15 to 20 goals scored within 5 seconds of a faceoff. So in a situation like this, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it ends.
Brandon Montour,
I'm just trying to eat clock here.
Over 50 minutes. You're doing a great job. You get a little fired up there. You get some energy.
Yeah.
You first. By the way, I did pitch an idea because you mentioned the IV of doing a demo where you gave Hank an IV.
Okay, that'll be next.
Yeah. Yes.
Doctor, come work with us.
We have to get to the good luck. At least
I'm gonna have to pick up one of that soup for him. Do that before the 7th overtime.
Now
we're really losing it, boys. I'll give you a haircut.
Now we got here. Focus.
All right. Never mind. I won't.
Playing for your country on the biggest stage.
It's real easy to give up.
Our main street is on life support.
We're not quitters.
We got trees. Revitalizing an entire town is a huge undertaking.
All right, I'm back.
Residences, and community spaces.
It's like a life-changing experience. This takes a village. Things like this don't happen to people. It's heartbreaking.
Hometown to River, all new Sunday at 8 on HGTV.
All right, we're going to fourth overtime. Oh, my God. 5 hours and 21 minutes. What was I thinking today? I was like, this might be better than the Nuggets and the Lakers. We'll see what the Dodgers and Cardinals do. Oh, my gosh.
You decide this with rock, paper, scissors, lizards, fun. How does it work? Come on, it's very simple. Scissors calculate the paper cover from rock, scissors, paper spots matches scissors, scissors decapitates lizard. Lizard eats paper, paper gets fruit spots, vaporizes rock, and after the whole task, rock brushes scissors. Almost got it. One more time. CBS, you're home for the Big Bang Theory. Weeknights, smash the scissors.
And welcome back. Take a look at our DraftKings Sportsbook odds. The score of the game winner, Matthew Kachuk at plus 900 odds. Sebastian Aho at plus 1,000. Carter Verhage plus 1,200 odds. Still there. And it is still not too late. You can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use promo code SKATE. You bet $5 to win $150 instantly, providing someone actually scores the game winner and the game actually ends.
Did the auto takers fall asleep?
Yeah, I think so. Andrew, Jazz, he knows Jazz is getting everybody ready. He's got all the stats going. Oh,
that's right there. Getting ready.
There he is. Whoa. Yeah.
Children of the corn.
We're scaring folks now. It's late night, after dark TNT. Longest playoff games. Steve Jones at the top of that list. Also, the last 4 overtime game, by the way, was 2020 Columbus against the Lightning. Game 1, first round. Jonesy worked that game. Played in the longest game. That was 5 overtimes in modern era. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, back in 2000. Is he with us right now? There he is. The legend, Keith Jones. All right, is this feeling eerily familiar for you at this point? And what's the pizza delivery status for you in your position?
Yeah, you know, I'm glad that I eat a lot because I'm like a bear. I hibernate for these moments. And I'm feeling pretty good. The players are starting to get a little tired, but I will say it's a little different than our game in 2000. These guys are so well conditioned. I'm looking at them on the bench, and there has been
Oh, shit. Can't believe this game is still going. My puppy is getting mad at me.
but they're so disciplined, both teams. And they're just so well constructed, they rely on everybody. And I think that's really been a valuable part of why this game has been extended as long as it has. The defensive mistakes have not been happening. They've done an outstanding job in that regard.
Someone's got to end it. Carter Verhage. MVP today is definitely the goalies. Sergei Bobrovsky. Just crazy. 56 shots on goal, only 2 goals given up.
All right, take us back though. Year 2000, the food situation. Keith Jones for the Philadelphia Flyers. You're getting set. So overtime 5. There wasn't anything you could get your hands
4
on. There was not a lot of
overtimes.
The arena was empty of food in Pittsburgh. We had pizza. I'm not going to tell you it was tasty, but it helped. And everybody was eating whatever they could get their fingers on. A lot of guys were having IVs. It's being curious to make sure they get their liquids back in them. You do whatever you absolutely can in order to win. I will say there's a carryover effect from the team that wins this game. You feel great. You sleep really well tonight. You lose, you don't. And
Yeah, that's crazy. What a crazy ass, huh?
Jonesy, great stuff as always. Appreciate it, man. Hang in there. See you guys.
It's funny. I mean, it's
All right, countdown to the 4th overtime, a minute 24 left.
It really is. I mean,
Yeah, Cyberpunk. I mean, I've done a couple Mariner games that have been over 5 hours. There's always been some NASCAR, I think, but no matter what it is, once you start going into that 5-6 hour range, it's
But if Florida wins tonight, I think it really gets Carolina sort of on their heels because they've had to use every single player tonight, and they've gone to the well here. Both teams have. They should be proud of how hard they both played, but this. I'm
Yeah.
somebody scores this period. Let's face it.
And unfortunately, a lot of the streaming places, when you can, a lot of them won't have it. Unfortunately, so you have to have a cable provider.
Jonesy, Jackie, make it happen. It's already the 15th longest game ever. 4th OT from Carolina. Here we go.
I mean, Carolina should have won this game, being home ice. They scored first, they scored last. But the scary part is when you get Florida, even in games where they don't deserve to win, they're so sneaky. They can get, goals like they did back-to-back within just a couple minutes of each other. I mean, they were dominated, for a quarter and a half until that last little section in that 15 to 18-minute area in the second period. That was all Florida. And if Florida, wins this, it definitely sets the tone, and they'll probably win the series based off this win. I mean, obviously, I think that Carolina could win this, and that would definitely help their chances of winning the series, especially an emotional one like this. But it definitely would hurt Carolina more than anything losing, especially when you're on your home ice. And the way that Florida has been with Boston and Toronto, it's been kind of their MO. We don't care who we play. We'll even go on the road in a circumstance where we have no business winning on the road, and then we find a way to do it. Oh, nice save.
He's made a lot of goals tonight, hasn't he? Both guys have been really good in all aspects. Got a little touchy goal there for Carolina on that last change. He started going for a change and turned the puck over. Here comes Florida back the other way. 7th period of action. Last goal that counted was scored.
All right, 4th OT. This is ridiculous. 19 minutes, 10 seconds. I mean, I don't even know fatigue-wise and just being able to stay out there. I mean, it's definitely the longest hockey stream I've done. Got to take a look at the stats here. All right, so shots on goal, Carolina 56, Florida 46. Hits, big hits, Florida 42, Carolina 34. Face-offs 1, this is ridiculous. 67 for Carolina, 56 for Florida. Penalty minutes, Florida 10, Carolina 6. I mean, that could really be the difference. If we could have just gotten a power play or some kind of penalty, 5-on-4, 5-on-3, something of that nature, then we wouldn't have gone all the way to this 4th overtime. Oh, my gosh.
Face-off controlled by the Hurricanes. Here's Chatfield. Chatfield unable to get it through. Jarvis fires.
Oh. It's like mud in the water. It's like when you're watching these two teams for the last 4 or 5 periods. It's like two really good defenses, and they're trying to run the ball on each other, but you're just not getting anywhere. You know, it's like you having one of those games where you have a final score of like 9-6. It's just like not fucking pretty, you know. But at some point, something's got to happen. Someone just got to be like, fuck it. Like, I need to eat dinner. I'm tired. Uh-oh. See that? You ask the sports gods, you shall receive. I was like, it'd be really nice to have a penalty. Boom. 30 seconds later. Bing bong. Penalty. Power play. See, all you got to do is just talk to him. You just got to let him know what you need. He'd be like, I need a penalty. The sports gods are like, fucking A. That we need to end this shit. That's what we need to do. Here we go. Maybe the beginning of the fucking end, huh? Obviously, with the NHL playoffs, if you're an NBA fan, you can go and watch the Heat and the Celtics and the Nuggets and Lakers, but give me Florida, Carolina, give me Dallas, and give me Vegas any day. More entertaining. And then you're going to get a similar type of battle, I feel, with Vegas and Dallas, except you're just going to get more scoring. Fourth OT. This is ridiculous. Oh. Carolina power play. I mean, this is your opportunity to win this. ESPN with their ads. They're like, oh, are you watching this? How about I do a big ass ad that's like volume 3 billion? How about no? 55 seconds left in the power play. I mean, this is a make it or break it moment here. You got to be able to get at least one good shot on goal. And if they get that, that might be enough. I mean, the way that the game has gone in the last 4 OTs, it's like it feels like this is going to go 8 OTs. It's like, is there even a light at the end of the tunnel? $16 minutes to go. 20 seconds left in the power play. It's like we need a fucking deflection for a goal. Holy hell, 5 hours and 33 minutes. What am I doing with my life? Jesus. Oh. Icing. Matthew Tkachuk. Come on, baby. Fuck, so many saves. Oh. Wow. What a save. What a save.
Looking for Verhage. He's got it. It rolls on him. He waits. And then the paddle of the stick. What a stop by Anderson. Kachuk with the wraparound. Stick goes into the net, but not most importantly the puck for Carolina. Oh, what a stop that was. Chatfield moves the puck in. Play by Goodis.
The game that never ends.
And now it's cleared. Step on. In behind the Florida goal. Odds from DraftKings Sportsbook at the top of your screen.
Still got Carolina favored. Well, they did score first and last, so they were the last one to kind of touch that momentum. But again, you never can count Florida out after beating Boston and Toronto. Let me see if I can see the stats before this fucking ad comes up. All right, here we go. 57-47 shots on goal. Carolina with 10 more. 42-34 big hits. Florida leads there by 8. Face-offs won. This is fucking insane. 69 for Carolina, 58 for Florida. Penalty minutes, Florida 12, Carolina 6. Oh. What a save. Sergei Bobrovsky killing it. It's approaching 60 shots on goal. Approaching 60. And he's only given up 2 goals. Icing. Oh. At this point, it's normally around like a cutoff point for me, just because I got people here that have to go to school and whatnot. But I guess it really just depends on how much longer this goes. I mean, there's no way in hell I woke up today thinking, oh, let's just go do Florida, Carolina, and it's going to be a 6-hour fucking stream. I mean, just the way that the flow of the game is going. I mean, could it go 4 OTs? Yeah. Could it go 8? Maybe. I mean, it doesn't really feel like I'm getting anything different from OT periods, 2, 3, and now 4. It's like everybody's running in mud. Everyone's tired. For real. I mean, Carolina should win. I mean, they got 10 more shots on goal and 11 more faceoffs won. They've scored first and they scored last. But like I said, that's what makes this Florida team scary, not only in this series, but then if they make it to the Stanley Cup and they play Dallas or Vegas and they end up going up, 1-1 or 2-0 in that series, who's to say that they can't win it all? I mean, they might not necessarily be the best, but they're kind of the sneakiest and kind of the hottest right now. You could say the best is probably Vegas and then Dallas, but the hottest team has been Florida. And if they steal this, that hot trend will continue to sizzle. That's facts. And then Carolina will fucking cry, man, because that could really be the difference between winning and losing. Can you come back from this? A 4 OT game and game 1 at home? That's going to be really hard to come back from. Carolina could do it. But just the way that Florida has been playing and beating Boston and Toronto the way that they did, it wouldn't make you feel good at night for sure, waking up the next morning. I mean, you probably, what a save. I mean, you probably have a better chance of getting the Stanley Cup champ out of Vegas and Dallas, but I mean, that's why we watch sports, right? You just never know. Sometimes that hot team will go all the way and win, or they'll get to the championship and lose.
Simple little play, pressure to his right, pressure to his left, turns it over, and they can check with a beautiful play. Yeah, it was a great angle by Bennett and forced Chatfield back up the wall with that puck, and he's able to get himself some open space to get a backhand attempt on Anderson. It was square to the shot all the way. Let's see, left the blue game a little bit, just took away any angle there as well. And just not able to elevate.
Here comes Duclair down the left wing with a shot knocked down by Anderson. Wait for the boards, right side running. Jordan Stahl deflects it across. Mark Stahl. Over for Florida. Here comes Markov. Markov carries in behind the net. Knocked down by Shea. Puck is underneath Markov. Finally comes straight. Back out for
10 minutes left in the fourth overtime. Oh, my God. Oh, another save. Yeah. But you have to think if the Kraken end up, getting to a Stanley Cup or a West Final, right? You might have to go through something like this, like, a double overtime, triple overtime game. Maybe not in the Stanley Cup itself, but hell, I mean, the way that this season has gone and the playoffs has gone, I mean, there might be a crazy overtime game in the Stanley Cup Finals too. Wouldn't surprise me. Multiple overtime games might surprise me, but not one. Yeah. It's like, how many games are we going to play? We're going to go to like 6 OTs and it'll be like 3 full games. 3 period, 3 period, 3 period. You pay for 1 ticket, but you get 3 games. At some point, the goalies are just going to move out of the way and it'll just be an open net. They're just like, fuck it, somebody win. But there's just so much on the line. Yeah, this definitely reminds me of that Mariner game against the Blue Jays. Like anything that goes like 17, 18, 19, 20 innings, you're like, oh my God. How to play. Yeah, I know. That's why we're like in mud, like every overtime, first overtime, second overtime, third overtime, fourth overtime. All the defenses are playing fantastic and the goalies are playing fantastic. There's no holes. That's what makes this series so good. They're so evenly matched. And then I feel you get a similar vibe with Dallas and Vegas where they have a little bit more punch to their scoring and their scoring numbers will be higher, but I think it'll be very competitive and we might end up getting a couple games that will be decided by just 1 goal, not 2 or 3 goals. Like, yeah, are we going to get a 6-3 game? Probably, yeah. We'll probably get one of those. But there might be a few 4-3, 5-4 kind of games that could go either way. That's what I'm looking forward to in the other series tomorrow. Facts. Yeah. Fuck, I'm exhausted. It's like, what am I doing here? It's almost 6 hours. Like Paisley's like, what the hell, Dad?
That's always in the back of your mind when those legs lock up. You're stuck out there for an extended period of time. In this fourth overtime, I can't think of one player that's been stuck on the ice longer than he should have been. I mean, it's remarkable to think about the discipline that both of these teams have demonstrated.
Yeah, you had fours like with that one that was over.
Is that in this overtime?
Oh, no, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, just on this. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's like crazy. And you look at both benches, and both teams are just calmly getting ready for their next shift. It concerns me a little bit. I think we're going to be here for a really long time. Both teams had a considerable amount of time off following their last series.
And a lot of these fans have not sat down in overtime.
Under 9 to play in overtime. Number 4 heading down the 8th longest game in National Hockey League history. Justin Clare. Verhaeghe backhands the puck around. Montour in behind the net. Held up by Brady Shea. Verhaeghe comes over. And now Jordan Stahl moves the puck out. Bumped off by his brother Mark. Speaking of their game, says youngsters in Thunder Bay, Ontario. Gonna look to a fourth overtime. Ball brothers, here's Nason. Headed by Forsling. Dargis for the puck. Comes behind the Florida goal. Up the boards for Slavin. Around behind, pass.
The game that never ends.
Cousins lost his balance there as he went back to play that puck along the boards, and then eventually it got the birds. That puck was deflected out.
8 minutes left in the fourth overtime. Carter Verhaeghe. Someone needs to step up. But the guys that have done the best, right here, Sergei Bobrovsky. 59 shots on goal. Ridiculous. Anderson's been great too. 55. Oh. What a save. Oh, that could have been another one. Jesus, so close. 2 of them. Oh. So Paisley, I'm almost done. So if it goes 2 more overtimes, it'll be like the most ever. 7 minutes to go. Golly. Shit, I'm approaching 6 hours, man. Fuck. Puck out of play. 6:41 left in the fourth overtime. All right, no problem.
Look, Jonesy, when he went to clear, it looked like he went off the pad of Anderson. Those calls everywhere in that last shift in a matter of about 10 seconds.
Rediscovering wins the face-off. Swing it over to Burns. Burns, glove shot. That's glove by Bobrovsky.
Look at that screen by Stahl. Yeah, just wasn't able to get a deflection on it. And after the face-off, he went right there, got body position, and Bobrovsky's able to find it.
Oh my gosh, this game will never end. Fourth overtime, 2-2, 6:30 left. Someone's got to win this. At least the fans are getting their money's worth, however much they paid. But it won't mean anything if Carolina loses for all these fans. That'll be a memory that they'll never forget. Like either, you'll never forget it because they win, or you're never going to forget it because they fucking lost an epic fourth overtime, or maybe even 5. We'll see how far this goes. Oh, shit. Oh, shot was wide. I mean, if they can get a good top shelf, shot, that's where most of the goals have been. Just like Gretzky said in the pre-show, go top shelf. But, I mean, the defenses have been so good. The goaltending has been so good. There's not really a whole lot of opportunities for either team. All right, take care. Oh, good save. God, he's money. Sergey. Out of play.
He gets it, trying to find a lane. And then right there, Mason tries to deflect that. And he does, unfortunately, about 5 feet.
Oh, man. 7 minutes to the 6-hour mark.
Off the draw, Slavin keeps the puck alive. He's got to spare to the loose puck. Jordan Stahl bouncing in the corner. Puck kept alive by Natchez. Now it's Mark Stahl. Slavin and Duclair. Covered in the line by Teravainen and then taken away by Markov. The Panthers have numbers. Markov. Now for Hagee. Back out Duclair.
Oh. Like you can tell it's like the game's going to be over soon, or at least it feels like it. These fans have been standing for like 4 overtimes. Maybe you should sit down. They're like, nope, we're standing up for all the rest of the game. Fuck. Oof. Florida's defense and Carolina's defense has been impeccable. And even though they both have given up 2, I feel that, no disrespect to Anderson, but I think the shots that have been coming at Sergei have been tougher to save. So even though it is, they both have only given up 2. I think Sergei's obviously had to put up a little bit more work too. 63 to 58. At least it's getting closer. But that's a shitload of opportunities and shots on goal coming at you, and to only give up 2, that's a hell of a performance. And not only that, we're in 4 OT right now. Seventh longest game in NHL history. My God. Minute 30 left in the 4th OT. I don't know if that was a flop, but looked very LeBron-ish, that flop there, trying to get a power play. God, he's good. This fucking guy's unreal. His shots, like I said, the Carolina shots are way more aggressive and more on point. He's had to work a lot harder tonight. Amazing job. Good agility too. Good awareness. Good obviously NHL, IQ, like that basketball IQ. He's got that good hockey IQ. Very impressed. Oh, my puppy's going to disown me. She'll be like, who are you? I don't even know you anymore.
Changes here that have caused some issues for Florida late here in the 4th overtime. They've been changing a lot into the defensive zone. Usually a bad recipe.
1 minute remaining in the 4th OT. There is no one-timer. Old timers. No one can even do any slap shots. Everyone's just like, fuck. Just like drop the stick down, just kick it with their skate. All right, I'm done. 6th longest game. It just went from 7th to 6th. We're breaking records. It's ridiculous. It's 10:54 here, which means it's 12:54 or 1:54 if you're on the East Coast. It's fucking 2 a.m. and this game is still going. Unreal. Oh! And there it is. Florida wins. I knew it. Wow. Keith Tkachuk, and there it is. The emotional win on the road where you don't deserve to win, but you keep fighting, you keep battling, and it's over. And that's why they're going to advance and go to the Stanley Cup, which we already knew they were over Carolina. But this is like the whole, defining a team. What they did to Boston, what they did to Toronto, and now what they're doing to Carolina. If you're Carolina, you are sick. You want to throw up. Wow. Unbelievable. But am I surprised? No, I'm not.
saves made by Bobrovsky. The hero in overtime number 4. Turnover in the neutral zone. Burns has the puck. He reverses it.
Final in the fourth OT. 3-2. Panthers win. Unbelievable. I was going to say, I don't know if I could have made it another overtime or two, but I'm really happy that we fucking got this one done. Unbelievable. MVP, though, right here. Sergei Bobrovsky. That's the MVP right there. Unbelievable. Oh, my gosh, for sure. I mean, they got their money's worth in the game, but like instead of this being a memory that you'll never, ever forget and you're going to tell your kids, your grandkids, I was at that game. Now it's going to be something that you don't even want to admit that you were there. You were like, oh, heart, like out of their whole, existence of their franchise, this is the one that hurts the most out of any game, period. 4 OT game 1 when you already are, have home ice. And some people think you're favored, right? But Florida has been the hot team. So even though maybe Carolina is the better team, Florida's hot, and they proved why they're going to the Stanley Cup. And then you got Dallas, right? And then you got, Vegas, who are probably the two best. It's going to be very, very interesting. But the series, wow. Well, at least I was able to finish it in fucking 6 hours, dude. Cyberpunk, thanks for coming through. Thanks for supporting like you did. I didn't really know what we were going to get there at the end. And then Kaylee came through with a Jim V raid with a 50. That's nice. That you don't usually get a donation when you get a raid, even if it's not for that long, as well as yours. So I appreciate that, man. Very, very much. What a fucking game, huh? Wow. Unbelievable. Well, it's time to hang out with the pup. Thank you to everyone that subscribed, everyone that followed, chatted, shared on the Twitter, donated. What an amazing game. And it comes down to a hero in OT. Unbelievable. Appreciate you guys very, very much. And then tomorrow, crazy in NHL history. Late stream did pay off. Yeah, it did. Fucking A. And I appreciate everyone hanging out. And we're going to do another one tomorrow. Like I said, we're going to have baseball going. We're going to have basketball going. Celtics and Heat. I will have that in the background. I'll watch like 3 things at once. Dodgers, Mariners, Celtics, and, Heat. But we will do Vegas Golden Knights in the West, game 1 versus the Dallas Stars. I'm super excited about it. And I think it's going to be a very similar series to this one, except more scoring. And obviously Aiden Hill on one side, and you got Ottinger for Dallas. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Well, I appreciate everyone in the room. Love you and appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.